Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Rare Judgment Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Mitsuki saw the path her Katsuki was going down. With all the praise he was getting for his quirk, he was bound to have a big ego. While the kids usually led by Katsuki, berated and bullied little Izuku because he didn't have one at all. If Katsuki keeps going like this, he's bound to be a big problem, probably even go villain, if his ego takes too many hits, which is most likely. Inko is also looking to make Izuku more assertive and self-confident. After doing a lot of searching on the web, they found someone with a quirk that can switch parts of a person's personality and put it into someone else. This will be perfect for the two. Katsuki will better behave and Izuku will be more confident. Win-win. So the two moms drag their boys to the doctor. Katsuki being an arrogant little sheet as usual. Once there they meet Dr. Tenso. He explained a few things, what was going to happen and how long until it took effect. Now, the important parts. The transfer, though painless, is final and cannot be undone or reversed. I just want to make sure this is what you want. The moms nod, already sure that this will help the boys with everything. Izuku nods hesitantly, unsure about this, but trusting his mom and Auntie Mitsuki, also wanting to see the quirk, while Katsuki just huffed, let's get this sheet over with. Dr. Tenso sighs as he places a hand on each of the boys. A light leaves Katsuki and travels through Tenso into Izuku as a light exits Izuku and goes into Katsuki. After the process is done, both boys feel tired and a bit strange. The moms thank Dr. Tenso and leave, knowing that Izuku will be more assertive and self-confident, and Katsuki will be less brash and more humble. After they get home, the moms put their boys to bed, looking forward to the next day. Inko sighs as she walks into the principal's office for the 10th time since the transfer, 2 weeks ago. Izuku has been getting into more and more fights. Well, getting into is a gross understatement. Izuku doesn't seem to get any injuries, or if he does, minor ones, while the ones he fights have lately ended up with black eyes, broken figures, hands, arms or legs. As for these fights, there is no proof, as Izuku points out, that it was him, except for the accusations of those that are hurt, and how can a quirkless boy hurt such strong and powerful people who have quirks? But the principal had to bring Izuku in as procedure for a lecture, and with so many repeated offenses, the principal and even Inko were getting suspicious. Now Mrs. Midoriya, Izuku is a bright kid, one if not the smartest in this school, and we haven't had any issue with him before. But I'm sorry, with so many allegations and suspected fights and injuries, I'm afraid I'm going to have to suspend Izuku for a while. Inko looked over at her son, for anything in explanation, some sign of remorse or shock, but all she got was a dismissive humph, as if he didn't carry their way. As if this whole thing, the punishment, the person across from him didn't matter. Inko cites, "Thank you very much, sir, I'll have a talk with him," she says, bowing slightly as she stands, heading outside, pulling Izuku with him. The drive home was quiet, as is prep for dinner and the dinner itself. Inko didn't understand. Katsuki had been getting better, starting fewer fights, being more humble and kind to others. Heck, he even tried to get back with Izuku. Izuku himself had been less stuttery, less self-conscious, more confident, even to the point of being a bit cocky. She needed to get to the bottom of this. So Inko sighs before speaking, "What has gotten into you, Izuku? You were never one to start a fight or even get into a fight with anyone." She asks, though he has a sinking suspicion of the answer. Let's see," Izuku says dryly, pushing his empty plate away. Could it be the years of abuse I got for something I couldn't even help? Or could it be that my best friend started beating and bullying me because I didn't match up to his expectations? Or could it be that you put Katsuki's anger and self-image into me on top of everything else that's gone wrong in my life? Izuku said the last bit at a higher volume than the rest and had lost its snide attitude as he went on. He watches Inko for a few minutes before standing up with enough force. He knocks the wooden chair he had been sitting on, backward and to the floor. "Maybe I'm sick and tired of being picked on, the bug under everyone's shoe, the butt of everyone's jokes. Those Fakes want to be heroes but they pick on, beat up and bully a kid just because he's quirkless? No, they need to be held accountable. They need to know that they can't do things like that and expect to get away with it just because they have a freaking quirk. Izuku is almost screaming now, to angry, which is not a new emotion for him. It has always been there, every beating, burn, name-calling, every time one of the kids took something of his and the adults did nothing, every time he tried to do the right thing and got in more trouble for it. But this level of rage, this was new, it was raw, it was freeing. Freeing was the best word Izuku can find to describe how it felt to unleash that fire inside him, to get back at those that hurt him, who hurt others, who claimed to want to be heroes, but seemed to not know the first thing about being decent to their fellow man, who saw those weaker, who saw them lesser, different, than them as someone they can take advantage of, who they could bully and beat down repeatedly. This whole system has taught everyone that they can do whatever they want as long as they have a strong physical quirk. Anyone can be a hero, that's what they tell us when we're little. Anyone can be the next All Might, as long as you aren't a quirkless, useless Deku. Izuku ended with a huff, panting, red from rage and shouting. Through this, Inko had been feeling a little scared and very worried. Where had all this anger come from? Had he been holding it all in this whole time, for 7 years? And she had pushed it over the edge by putting Katsuki's confidence in there? Had she turned her sweet little ball of sunshine into this? Done with his tirade, Izuku watched his silent mother for a few minutes before stomping off to his room, slamming the door behind him. Inko sat there, silent, digesting everything he had said. Maybe he's still adjusting to the new feelings in him. That's probably why he's acting out. Boys will be boys. She thought hopefully as she got up, fixed the chair Izuku had knocked over and cleaned up the table and food. He'll feel better in the morning. But Izuku wasn't there in the morning, or even in the evening. Thinking he was out and about working off his stress and anger, Inko fixed some food for Izuku when he got back and went to bed. The next day the food was still there, and Izuku was still gone. She called Mitsuki, who said she hasn't seen Izuku since Katsuki tried to make up. Inko was starting to get a little worried. He's a smart boy, he can take care of himself. She thought as she tried to get some sleep. The next morning there is news of a missing hero, Shimmer Wind. The news said she had gone missing on a patrol the evening the day before and hasn't been seen since. The news also mentioned that her quirk Mesmer used her butterfly-like wings to mesmerize and distract her opponents and entertain people. She was a mildly well-known hero if she remembered Izuku's comments last time she was in the news. This was worrying. Inko went down to the police station and talked to a detective in a trench coat and fedora. She explained how Izuku had been missing for a few days, how he had been acting out, gave them a detailed description of him and a recent picture. He wasn't smiling, but she left out the part of the personality transfer, as she was still holding out hope that that was not the cause of this sudden change. The detective told her they will look for him and will keep her updated. She returned home after running errands and she could tell that something was different. The apartment smelled wrong, metallic, like a lot of blood and soap had been there, and some of the furniture had been moved. Checking the fridge and pantry, she saw a good chunk of food had gone missing. By now she was feeling scared, she had been robbed. But they didn't take the TV, or any of the appliances, or jewelry, just food. Touching the washing machine and dryer, they were still warm, as if they had been used. I taught Izuku to use the washer and dryer in case I had to be away for work. She thought but was quickly removed if Izuku was here. Why would there be that smell, and why wouldn't he still be here? Checking his room, she noticed that some of his clothes were gone, and a good chunk of his things, mainly notebooks, pencils, bags, and other things like that. She then found a note, written in Izuku's handwriting, just one word, goodbye. Slumping down onto Izuku's bed in shock, she just sat there for several seconds before she heard her phone rang. Dashing to the kitchen where she had left it, she quickly answered. Izuku? She asked. No, it's Mitsuki. Inko, turn on the news. Inko didn't like how her friend sounded like she wanted to throw up. Turning on the television with shaking hands, she saw a live broadcast. The hero from that day that had been missing for about 2 days was there, bloody, beaten, her shimmering wings clearly broken, ripped, and cut up, with other gashes and bruises over her body and arms. But what was most surprising was that it seemed that police were putting HNDCFFS on her. Wind, who has been an avid hero in the community in Mustafa, helping in children groups and orphanages, as well as many missing children cases, has admitted to child smuggling and sale. We are not sure if she is being coerced into saying these, or, if it was true, the police will look into it as well as the documents that were found with her. What we are sure of is that she was tortured and will be out of commission for several weeks and that she keeps muttering about a kid. We are not sure if it was someone held with her. All that she would keep repeating is green eyes, green eyes. Inko felt like she could faint, the news broadcast becoming white noise as she starts hyperventilating, Izuku's words the other night coming back to her. No, they need to be held accountable. They need to know that they can't do things like that and expect to get away with it just because they have a freaking quirk. Oh Izuku, what have I done? Katsuki just watched the news feed as police and paramedics led the hero away, the announcer becoming little more than background noise as his inner Izuku takes over. Green eyes? There aren't a lot of people with that, and Izuku has been missing for several days. But he wouldn't do this, he loves heroes. Then again he has been acting weird since the transfer. Getting into fights and beating up on his past bullies, so much so that they have started keeping away from him, hiding. This and more ran through Katsuki's mind as he tried to convince himself both that it was Izuku and that it couldn't be Izuku. But one thing was certain, this was Katsuki's fault. If he hadn't been such a complete butt, then they wouldn't have needed the transfer, and Izuku would still be his happy heroic self, not this vigilante. So if he wanted to be a hero, he would have to save or stop his best friend. I will save you, Izuku, no matter how long it takes me. 3 years later, the floral hero, Chloral, has been found guilty of illegal drag manufacturing and distribution and selling to minors, which has led to multiple overdoses and deaths. You will remember, Chloral was found several weeks ago, suffering from burns and major dehydration after missing for several days. The majority of the information used in court was, once again, found with the hero, making this the 64th hero brought to light for the vigilante Deku. Some of you would remember that Deku, who has been bringing heroes, villains, crooked politicians, and even regular people to justice for the last 3 years, has never been seen or photographed. The only description those he punishes all agree to is green eyes. No other description has been shared. This Deku has single-handedly been keeping the heroes in check, keeping them to the standard that many say heroes should all be held to. Many heroes have tried to find them to take them in, without success. After asking around, a good amount of people seem to agree with what Deku is doing, that heroes need to be kept in check, that they have too much freedom due to their titles of hero. A lot of heroes are shaping up and others are even confessing to crimes, afraid that they might be next. No one is safe, not even rank 10s. The Flame Hero, Endeavor, was taken last year and returned looking much like some horror movie victim, scars, lacerations, up and down his body, broken bones, and burns over the rest ranging from 2nd to 3rd degree. As well as evidence of abuse, though thanks to his lawyers, that was thrown out as hearsay and rumor, but it is now out there. And he is under supervision from the hero community. If even our number 2 hero can be taken so easily, who can be next? Katsuki turned the television off. 3 years since Izuku went missing. 3 years and 64 arrested heroes, some just outside the gate too. Katsuki thought as he got dressed in his brand new UA uniform. He had aced the entrance exam, even saved one of the other examinees that got caught under some debris, made him feel like a hero, for all of 2 seconds before he remembered that he hasn't saved his best friend yet. But at least he's one step closer. Get into UA, become a hero, save Izuku. Grabbing an apple as breakfast, he heads off to the metro and to UA, arriving minutes before the first bell, and one of the first ones. He sits in his chair like a normal person and waits, but it doesn't take long for people to start coming to introduce themselves. Roboto Glasses, or Ida Tenya as he introduces himself as, swinging his arms wildly like a robot, Kaminari Denki, Hantasiro, Mina Ashido, Katsuki greets them all, also meeting a Shoto Todoroki, who was wearing a bracelet, a black one with 2 glowing green eyes. Merch for Deku had been coming out for about a year or so. Some called him a villain because he attacks anyone, but he hasn't killed anyone. Some call him a vigilante or a hero because he is keeping people safe, in a way heroes can't or won't. There wasn't much in the way of merch, just dark cloths with green eyes, probably words like, "You're next." For the son of Endeavor to be wearing something of the guy that kidnapped him and messed him up, spoke volumes about life at home. Should you really be walking around wearing merchandise of a vigilante? Glasses asked, waving his hands around after spotting Todoroki's bracelet. Yeah, didn't he beat the snot out of your dad? Sparky, Kaminari, asked confused. That man is not my father. And I agree with what he's doing, Todoroki said shrugging. So it's true? He abused you and your family? Pinky, Mina, asked putting a hand to her mouth in shock. Before he can answer there was a loud noise from the door. Hey, it's you Blasty. Everyone looked to see the brown-haired girl from the exam. I wanted to say again, thanks for saving me from that 0-pointers. The way you blasted that thing's legs making it fall was awesome. Kasuki noted, not sure how to react in the moment with all eyes on him. Good thing the teacher chose that time to appear. If you came here to socialize then get out. Said a freaking caterpillar that stood up to reveal a freaking hobo. As this was run by heroes, Izuku would have been able to tell who this guy was, but Katsuki didn't have a clue. The hobo pulled out gym uniforms from under his desk. My name is Shota Aizawa, I will be your homeroom teacher. Now get dressed and meet in the courtyard in 10 minutes. He says before leaving with his yellow sleeping bag. The class scrambles to get dressed, not wanting to PSS off the hobo any more than they already did. Once in the locker rooms, the chatter started up again, this time it was about Deku. So what do you think about Deku? Kaminari asked the room. Well, he seems super manly standing up for what's right, but going after heroes and people the way he is wrong. Weird hair, Kirishima said as he got dressed. He is keeping the heroes and people in check a lot better than the other heroes and police are. Soy sauce, Zero said. But don't you think he might be going about this the wrong way? Some of those injuries looked really bad, some even had to retire if they got off with light charges. He may be going a bit overboard, but there are some heroes that don't deserve the title they are given. Todoroki says having changed but leaving the bracelet on, rubbing it, like one would a good luck charm. What do you think, Bakubro? Kirishima asked Katsuki. I think you all should focus more on changing them a vigilante right now, he said, but inwardly he was happy that these guys didn't outright hate Izuku for attacking heroes or people, just his methods. Maybe he could get them to help him. They all agreed and trickled out onto the field where Aizawa was already waiting. After everyone was there, Aizawa explained that they would be doing an assessment test to gauge where they were. Standing long jump, side jumps, sit-ups, push-ups, 50-yard dashes, everything they usually did for fitness testing, but they could use their quirks. And the lowest score would be expelled. During this, Katsuki felt eyes on him. He attested it to those on the field, but no matter what, the feeling wouldn't go away. He decided to, covertly, look around. No one on the field, no one in the classrooms. It doesn't look like it. Is that someone on the roof? Katsuki thought he saw someone in a black hoodie on the roof of the building watching him, but when he looked again, no one was there. After a second, he decided it was his mind playing tricks on him, and continued with the testing. After everyone was finished, the lowest score being the pervy grape idiot that kept harassing the girls. Mineta, you're out, pack your stuff and go, Aizawa said as a few other members of staff came and dragged the boy away as the started throwing a temper tantrum. You will get a new student tomorrow. You're all dismissed, collect a syllabus in the room before you go. Bakugo, a word after class. Katsuki didn't know what was going on but nodded to Aizawa before following the others. After changing and collecting the syllabus, the class trickled out, but Katsuki stayed, not wanting to PSS off his teacher. After what seemed like hours, the door opened and Aizawa came in, but this time he had a white rat. Bear? Dog? Thing with him. Good afternoon, Bakugo. I am Principal Nizu, the principal of UA. Aizawa and I had a few questions for you. Katsuki was getting more and more confused, but he nodded. What happened on the field today? You were distracted and looking around for something? Aizawa asked, eyes dead but sharp, watching Katsuki. Nothing, he said, not about to say anything and think that he was crazy or scared. Okay, then one more question. Nizu said, taking a sip from his cup that he pulled out of nowhere, before locking eyes with Katsuki, in a way that the teen felt the mammal was looking into his very soul. What do you know about the vigilante known as Deku? Shota sighs into his capture weapon. He was not paid enough to deal with this. First, he has to see if any of the new fish have any potential. But that couldn't be simple. No, he has to notice the loud one glance up at the roof, where he has seen a hooded figure since they started the assessment. After, he informs Nizu, who naturally already knew about the stranger, and had asked to meet Bakugo. So here they are, him, the rodent, and his student, and said rodent has to just skip right to the point. What do you know about the vigilante known as Deku? Nizu asked, watching Bakugo. At the mention of the name, the kid freezes, sitting up straight as if he just got shocked. What did you say? He asked, though it was clear he heard perfectly. I asked what you know of Deku? Nizu asked again, his smile becoming wider as he pulls a tablet from Shota's capture weapon. After tapping at it for a few minutes, he pulls up a camera feed of the roof access. Turning it so the kid can see, he explains, this is the only shot of a mysterious person who broke into UA this morning. He says as the feed shows a kid, or short individual in a black hoodie, opening the door to the roof. Then the feed changes to the one on the roof, but there is no sign of the kid. It does only show the feed to the front of the school so that can be explained. But they still had audio. After a few minutes they start hearing a muffled, distorted voice, possibly through a voice changer or a thick cloth. There you are, Kaken. Seems one of yous is accomplishing our dream. At the name, the kid takes a quick breath in, eyes locked on the screen as if it was some creature he has never seen before and one that seems all too familiar. His breath becomes shaken as the feed continues. You seem to have gotten that proud stick out of your butt. You got the better half of the transfer, but then, you always had everything handed to you. Oops, seems you might have seen me there for a second. Your senses are still as amazing as ever, but it's not time for our meeting, not yet. Here, the three could just hear the air quotes as he praises Bakugo. It seems it thinks you're clean, but we both know you're not. Not you or them. But we will meet, don't you worry. It was almost too easy to get in. I just had to borrow an ID card from a student and walk right in. For the best school for heroes, the security is too lax, almost laughable, probably could have had more fun hacking into here. But I must be going now, I'll be watching you, 1A. Then the door opens again and then closes. The feed changes back to the staircase entrance, but all they see is the black hoodie. But for a split second, there is a flash of green as the person readjusts the hood over their head, then they are gone. Nizu clears his throat as he puts the tablet back in Shota's capture weapon. Though the whole clip, the kid hadn't moved at all, just watched the screen unblinking as if afraid if he even blinks, looks away for a second, the person on it would be gone. We have done some research of our own into your past and found only a few mentions of your nickname during middle school. Would you like to tell us what you know? I would rather not involve your parents. No! The kid yells, standing up so fast and hard he pushed the chair he had been sitting on, back and into the desk behind it, though Shota and Nizu seemed to expect this reaction, as they made no move of surprise. Katsuki's mind was racing. Izuku was here. He had been only a few feet away. He could have gone up then and grabbed him. This had been the closest he had been to his old friend in 3 years. He glanced up at the heroes in front of him, watching him. Would I be able to lie to them? Should I? Izuku has attacked heroes, regular people, kidnapped and hurt them. Telling them would help catch him faster, and stop this and him before he does something he regrets. But he's done bad things. If they catch him, would they even care that he's a kid, or would they just toss him in jail? What would Izuku do if he was here? All these and more ran through Katsuki's mind as he tried to think what to do next. The rat, Nizu held up a paw, stopping Katsuki's roller coaster thoughts. Let me clarify. We know or estimate that Deku is around your age, and aren't about to put a child in jail. We want to help him. Katsuki's mouth fell open as he looked at the principal, glancing over to Aizawa, the man that had pretended to threaten to expel one of them if they didn't measure up. The tired man nodded. Katsuki looked between the two for a few minutes, trying to decide if he should trust them or not. But then deciding it was probably what Izuku would do, he sighs, collapsing back into his chair. His name is Izuku Midoriya, he's around my age. He has had bright green eyes and green fluffy hair. He's always been fascinated and admired heroes. Ever since we were kids, we were friends basically since birth. But after we turned 4, when everyone else's quirks came in, his didn't. So I started picking on him. It started out as a joke, as his name, Izuku, had the same writing as useless. I started calling him Deku. Everyone was doing it all the way to middle school. No matter how many times or how many people told him it was impossible to give up, that beat him, bullied him, no matter how many times I did those things, he never gave up on being a hero. He never stopped getting in between a bullied and some kid, not even when he became the target. No matter how often the adults ignored him or called him a liar when he tried to tell the truth. No matter how many times I called him useless or Deku, or to grow up and beat him, he still called me by that nickname he had for me when we were kids. During middle school, our moms took us to a doctor. He transferred some of our personalities into each other. I got some of Izuku's humility, and he got some of my brashness and anger. After I started seeing what I was doing was wrong, and started being a better person, standing up to the other bullies. Stopped calling Izuku Deku. But he changed too. My anger and ego didn't really sit well with his own or his feelings of betrayal, injustice, and pain. He started getting into more fights but starting them himself, and he would win too. No one would believe a quirkless kid could beat anyone, so he got away with it for a while. I tried to get him to stop too, be friends again, but he wouldn't hear it. Go of yourself, Ketsuki. Those were the last words he ever said to me. He hasn't called me by my name since we were maybe 3. This continued for a few weeks, then he up and disappeared. No sign or word from him. Then that thing with Shimmer Wind came on the news. Auntie Inko and I didn't want to believe it, but there weren't that many people with green eyes, and she told Yuz what Izuku said before he disappeared. How he felt people should be held accountable for what they do. How they shouldn't be allowed to do what they want just because they have a strong physical quirk or even one in general. How the whole hero system was broken and teaching kids that they only matter if they have a flashy, amazing, strong quirk, which that is what they need to even be human. That without that, they weren't anything. That, if this system, this world was going to be fixed, then it would first have to be broken down. Throughout his explanation, Katsuki's voice cracked and shuddered, staring a hole into his desk. After taking a few breaths to steady himself, he continues as tears start to fall from his eyes. This isn't him. This isn't him, it's that stupid transfer. If I hadn't been such an arrogant, loudmouth, hateful brat, none of this would have happened. Izuku would not have become this and would be here at you, and we would still be friends. Shota was definitely not paid enough for this. He was not paid enough to deal with emotional hurt and warped children. He had been on the Deku case since it started and has not found anything, neither had the other heroes on the case, even when some of them became victims of Deku themselves, bringing their illegal and morally wrong deeds to light, and some of them had been veteran heroes with around a decade of service under their belts. He and everyone had thought he was part of a group or organization, that he was someone in their late 30s or 40s, not some high school kid just trying to make the world a better place and find justice. But nowhere he was, sitting across from one of his students, hearing more information that he and about a dozen heroes and a police force has been able to scrounge up for 3 years, and now this mess? He places a hand on Bakugo's shoulder. Look, kid, it's okay, we understand. Emotions get the best out of all of us, especially when messed with by a quirk. We will have to talk to your parents and Mrs. Midoriya about this, but we will see about helping him. Is there anything else you can tell us? Bakugo sniffed for a few minutes before he nods. Reaching into his bag, he pulled out a few notebooks labeled Hero Analysis for the Future, numbered 10, 11, and Izuku was fascinated with heroes. He watched any hero-villain fight he comes across and makes notes on their quirks, costumes, tech, fighting style, and weaknesses. He wanted to study them to improve himself when he became a hero. Shota took them and handing one to Nizu he opened another. The first page was a description on Death Arms. Shota didn't know the hero personally, but looking at the information and detailed description on him, it seemed impressive for a kid. Shota flipped through pages till he came on one that he was quite familiar with, Presentation Mike. Having gone to UA with him, Shota knows a lot about him. But reading through this kid's description, his notes on Mick's quirk, his sound system, his fighting style, some of the things here he didn't even realize until months of knowing him personally. Everything any kind of specialist would need was in here, a full explanation of his quirk, along with some examples and ideas of improvements, a blueprint drawing of his system, blood type, and his weaknesses, and how they can be exploited and/or avoided. Not to mention the level of detail. Mike is a spotlight hero, a radio announcer, and a teacher, but most of the stuff in the book wasn't public knowledge and/or could only be collected through close observation. Moving on through the book, he came to one of him. He didn't expect this one to be as detailed, as he was an underground hero. But he was surprised yet again. Whereas Mike had 3 to 4 pages of notes, Shota had 3 full pages, detailing his fighting style, quirk, and capture weapon. There were notes how to tell when his quirk was active when his goggles were on. No one except his fellow teachers knew that, and even then, only those he was close to like Nemuri and Mike. The level of analysis and thinking, Shota thought, as an all too uncomfortable shiver ran down his spine. Glancing to his desk, where Nizu was sitting looking through the other notebooks, he could see a predatory gleam in the rodent's eyes, and an all too hungry smile on his mouth as Nizu flipped through the pages. Nizu was one of the smartest, if not the smartest being in Japan, but he was also known to be a bit scary. It took a lot to gain his attention. But judging by the smile on his face, Shota feared what would happen if the kid that wrote these and the sadistic rodent ever met. "Thank you, Bakugo. We will talk with the other teachers about helping your friend," Nizu said, the smile not dropping in the slightest. Shota did not blame the kid as he shivered looking up at the principal, before standing and bowing deeply. "Thank you, Mr. Aizawa, Principal Nizu. Thank you," he choked out, fresh tears dropping from his face. "Go home, and let your parents and Mrs. Midoriya, I would like them to contact the school to set up an appointment with me about Izuku," Nizu said. Bakugo nodded, grabbed his bag and left. Shota sighs, falling back into his chair. "Nizu." "I know," his boss said, still looking through the books, now including the one Shota had. "His story and these notes are troubling, but they also are clear facts that point to Izuku being Deku. But it also paints a troubling picture of the boy's home and younger life. I will leave Bakugo to you, as I will question Mrs. Midoriya and Mrs. Bakugo," Nizu said as he looked at the last page of the latest notebook. In the margins, there were several quotes. "Hypocrisy is the audacity to preach integrity from a den of corruption," and the last was more troubling. "To build a better world sometimes means tearing the old one down." But there, down at the bottom of the page, 3 little words: "My quirk, Judgment." The sun was still in the sky as a kid in a green hoodie and blue sunglasses walked along the crowded street, listening to music from his phone and headphones. But even the loud music couldn't block out the sudden but all too familiar voice that pops out: "Guilty. Guilty." Not even breaking pace. The boy moves to a nearby bench, sitting down and hunching over, pulling his phone out and making to look like he was checking something as he glances around. Soon enough his eyes fall on a hero who was surrounded by a bunch of kids. The voice returns. "Scorch. Quirk. Flash flame able to create fire from any light source. Crime. Works for the mob as an enforcer, burning down shops, blaming villain attacks, causing multiple deaths." The boy sighs. Another fake hero just out to make money. He pulls out a notepad and writes down the name and crime to research later to confirm their crime, and if, when needed, find proof, to see if it warranted action. But the quirk is rarely wrong. After filling out the new entry, he looks around again. 2 claims, 2 people. He looks around before his eyes lock on a purple boy, who had been walking past the group but has stopped to put up a few of the girls' skirts. Minoru Mineta, quirk. Pop-off, uses sticky ball from his head to stick things. Crime, harassment of females of varying ages. And judging from that uniform, he was just expelled from UA as they should be in class still. The boy thinks as he glares at the kid, how they even let someone like that in the first place is beyond me. But then again, that quirk is interesting, and in this society, that's enough to get away with anything. It wasn't often the voices set off to kids, unless there is a good chance of them becoming worse in the future, and he did have to sometimes put the fear of God into them to change their ways, but wasn't as rough with them as the adults. Kids will be kids. Making another note, the boy stands, stretches, his hood coming down for a second to reveal dark green, curly hair before the boy puts the hood back up. It wouldn't be hard to find out about the kid, some snooping here, hacking there. He thinks as he changes the song to https www.youtube.com watch vozges 2d_xlsi. He continues walking to his little abandoned warehouse when he hears a news feed, marking the latest in Stain's victims. No one knows why he is doing this. Is he working with Deku? Are they in league with each other? Their partner pipes up. Deku has yet to kill anyone, no matter their crime. If anything, Stain seems bent on just killing heroes than actually sending any kind of message. The new announcers continue their little back and forth as he continues walking, chucking to himself. Kaizomi-san is still going strong. But he still doesn't understand that no one will learn anything if they are dead. It's just mindless killing. Deku soon arrives at his warehouse. Inside there is a gym to work out, a workbench where he makes, repairs, and designs new support gear, a small lab for a few of his chemicals, a network set up to hide his signal and location so he can do his research, and a small kitchen. Once inside, he gets straight to work, researching the hero and student. Mineta was easy to find, as everything is digital now, social media. So many complaints from girls in school about the boy, how he treats them, how he seems to feel entitled to do as he likes to them, how the staff at school does nothing because he has a chance to be a hero. He will be paying a visit to this perv. Judgment was almost never wrong. Next was the hero. After a lengthy search, Izuku has Scorch's financial history, along with his debt due to gambling habits, that seemed to suddenly disappear after his recorded fights became more destructive. In fact, it seemed the more destruction his fights caused, the more he was paid. Izuku sighed, wishing he could say he was surprised. After compiling the evidence of both cases, it is now late, night has fallen and time to hunt. Collecting his tools, he puts on his outfit, a mix of Edgeshot and Eraserhead's uniforms, but instead of a mask, his is a voice changer, before heading out onto the roofs. Along with the evidence, he also finds Scorch's real name and home. Heading that way, he slips in by picking the front door. Once inside, he pulls out a dart, a mix of quirk suppressants and tranquilizer. Shooting the sleeping man with the dart, he binds his hands and feet for easier transport and carries him to a different building. Once there, he restrains and get him to a chair, inserting in 4 with quirk suppressants. The hero soon wakes, yelling into the GG. You fakes are why there are so many villains. You preach goodness and caring, but you are all so selfish and greedy. Izuku says, his voice distorted and morphed by the changer as he starts listing off a long line of names, dates, and ages, Scorch just giving a confused look. I bet you don't even know who any of these are. These are the people that you killed, people that you swore to protect. But now, you threw them away once you saw the money. And you get away with it because of your titles as heroes. There is a clink of metal as Izuku picks up a blowtorch. You will get a glimpse of how they felt before they died. Flipping it on, the bright flame illuminated his face, or at least his eyes, bright green, like emeralds, and Scorch knew what was going to happen and that he was only going to get out when Deku let him. After hours, Deku exited the room. The hero had passed out from the pain and was hooked up to a tap of quirk suppressants and bound tight to the chair, wasn't going anywhere. Time for guest number 2, says as he cleans up the blood from his hands. Getting redressed in his outfit, he heads out to Mineta's house. The kid had left the window open, making slipping in easy. Mineta lay snoring on his bed, surrounded by pictures of women in compromising positions, upskirts, without their clothes, many of which involved his sticky ball somewhere in the picture. The evidence had not included any sign of punishment, no reprimand, no detention, suspension, or expulsion. This kid hadn't gotten reprimanded just because he had a heroic quirk. Izuku took a deep breath as he followed the same steps as he did with Scorch and so many others, shooting the kid with a tranq dart and carrying him to the building, but different section. Once there, he restrained him, fixes a heart rate monitor to his machine, and fixed on a GG and waited. Once Mineta woke, he tried to move but found he couldn't, tried to scream, found he couldn't. Looking around, he spotted a figure in the corner. "Hello, you sick perv," the distorted voice said. "You know, I know someone like you, though just because he had a cool quirk he could get away with anything, and so far you have, but not anymore. People like you have to understand that you have to be accountable for your actions, and not get off just because you have a quirk or a title." Look up. Mineta does, seeing a weird machine above him. From where he sat, it looked like a hamster wheel. He would be half right. It was a wheel, a big one that stretched from one side of the other. That is a conveyor belt, something they used in the pre-quirk times. See, during that time, people were judged with what they could do, not with some special power. People did things by hand what we do now with quirks, with powers. This is when people who don't have some strong quirk or any at all. Now, your quirk allows your ball to pop off your head, but excessive use makes your head bleed. That thing is going to continuously pop your ball off, over and over again, at least until you pass out, then will restart after you wake up. Don't worry, you won't die, just wish you had. Use this time to repent and learn. Mineta tried to yell, move anything, but the voice just receded until he heard a switch go off, then a rumbling as the conveyor belt started up, pulling at the ball on top of his head. Izuku left after turning on the machine. It was a closed factory. With its workers on leave, no one was going to be there for several days, long enough for Mineta to learn his lesson, hopefully. Making his way back over to his warehouse, he turned on his television, which is hooked up to cameras in both the warehouse and the building. Scorch was to keep an eye on them. He will hold and teach Scorch his lesson for several days. Mineta, he will let go in the afternoon, having told a little lie about the machine. It will shut down after he passes out from the sedatives in the GG. Minoru Mineta, a now ex-student of UA, has been found wandering the streets of Hosu today, with his face caked in dried blood, with a folder taped to his back. Mineta, who claims to have been kidnapped by Deku last night, was, until yesterday, a first year at UA High, the famous hero school of Japan, famous for popping out heroes such as All Might, the symbol of peace, and number one hero, who is also reported to be a teacher there this year, Presentation Mike, and many more rank 20 heroes. UA is also known to have expelled quite a number of its students, especially early in their first years. But to have one that was attacked by Deku just hours later? What could this mean? Could Deku be calling out UA, or is he saying UA is part of the problem? The file that Mineta had with him detailed multiple claims of SXL assault, harassment, and no visible repercussions to those actions. This could be the first mistake. Wait, there seems to be some news from the office. And yes, there is a report of multiple females, most of them being middle school and high school ages, turning up to police stations, confirming these findings, many with photographic evidence. The police are questioning Mineta's middle school for more details, and they will be questioning UA as to why they would allow someone such as him to even be allowed to apply to such a prestigious and well-known center of our hero society, let alone be allowed in. This begs the question, could Deku be the hero we need? A shadow to cast a light on the truth. Meantime, somewhere in Mustafa, a man dressed as a hobo is repeatedly banging his head on his coffee table as the trench-coated detective next to him pinches the growing red spot on the bridge of his nose. Over the next couple of days, all Shota heard was the recent kidnapping. Some of them glancing at Aizawa, as he was the homeroom teacher for the hero course, before looking away quickly as not to incur his anger. First, the problem child made UA look bad for a while with the whole, "Oh, why did they let in someone like that in the first place?" But now the media is outside the gate asking questions about All Might and the brat. This is going to be a long day, I just know it, Shota thinks to himself as he enters his classroom. Outside the room, he can hear his class yelling and talk about Deku. Seems some of the girls approve of what he did. Wow, only a few hours and they think he deserved that. Well, he kind of did, but might be a red flag there. Then he hears shouting. I have nothing to say about some vigilante. That was definitely Bakugo. Come on Blasty, there's a Shido, we've all talked about how we feel about Deku, everyone here likes him in some way. Shinso said he likes him, and Todoroki even has a crush on him. Well, that's new, and another headache. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm calling bull on the grounds I can hear the blush through the door, and you're wearing his merch. That is enough. The class will start soon and Aizawa-sensei will be here any minute. Please get to your seats. Well, I guess that's my cue, Aizawa thinks as he enters the room. Okay, that's enough. Sit down and shut it. Now for homeroom, we will be doing something that will most likely set the tone for the rest of your time here. Pause for dramatic effect. You will be selecting a class representative. The class immediately broke out into noise. Ida got everything settled down, somewhat, by offering a democratic vote. After a bit of noise and mess, Kirishima and Yayorozu are made representatives and vice-rep respectively. After the day went on as normal with classes, then lunch. UA, for such an important and powerful center of the hero community, they can't even handle a few reporters. Izuku thinks as he watches from a rooftop across the street. He had dropped by to see the outcome of Mineta turning up. He had also heard that something might go down with UA. While watching the reports try to get past the barricade, he saw a hooded figure approach it, press his hand to the metal. As soon as all 5 figures landed on the wall, it started to break down, becoming small pieces or even ash starting from the point of contact. Once the wall was down, alarms started going off as the press charged into the school. Izuku watched as the person in the hoodie strolled in under all the chaos, went into one of the buildings and after a few seconds, walked back out slipping a slip of paper into his jacket pocket. Guilty, the voice practically yelled into his mind. Tenko Shimura Quirk, decay, crime, murder. Should have figured it be you Tenko, not sure why you go by Tamura, or what you have planned but it's not going to work out as you hope. Izuku thinks as the memory of Tamura trying to recruit Deku into the league flashed across his mind. Still making destruction just because you're a pouty child and you, sensei, told you. He sighs as he watches the window as kids scream and run, pressing against each other to get out, before they suddenly stopped. Seems like someone in there has a brain enough to call everyone down. With everything handled, Izuku head out to his warehouse, to research, read his hacking, the UA field trip schedule, finding a USJ trip in a few days. After a bit of thinking, he decides to send a little message to send a message with Scorch. Shota just got done dealing with the media that somehow got past the gate, when his phone rang. Hello. Eraser, it's Tsukachi. Listen, we found Scorch. Apparently he was caught around the same time as that Mineta kid. But the thing is, he said he has a message for UA. The detective said. From? Shota asked, hoping he was wrong, but the oncoming headache seemed to suggest otherwise. Deku, Scorch says Deku said that something might happen during the USJ trip. The detective sounding just as tired as Shota felt. This was going to be another talk with the rodent and the kid. Thanks, Tsukachi. He said hanging up before sending a message to Nizu to set up a meeting after school with Bakugo. After school, Bakugo stayed in his seat, Aizawa saying that he had news about Deku. He waited a few minutes before the door opened and in walked Aizawa with Nizu on his shoulder. What happened now? Nizu sat down on Shota's desk as the hobo sat in the chair. A detective I work with says one of Deku's marks, as he refuses to call them heroes, had a message about UA. According to Deku, something might be going to happen on the trip in a few days, something bad. Is there any chance that Deku might lie or be wrong? Katsuki thought for a minute. The Izuku he knew would never lie, wouldn't even hide anything from his mom, not even a surprise party, and that Izuku was almost never wrong. But he didn't know this Izuku or Deku. But he trusted Izuku, and Katsuki believed he was still in there somewhere. He had to. No, if Izuku says something might happen, then it probably will. What's the plan? The adults shared a look and nodded. We were planning on just having 3 teachers there, but now we will be putting in a few backup plans. If Nizu doesn't hear back from us or hears that we are fine, at certain times, he will send out backup. Aizawa said to Katsuki, who nodded, before collecting his things and heading home. On the day of the trip, Ida, who had been selected as rep after Kirishima dropped out, tried ushering the others into the bus in an ordered line and position, which did not work out the way he had hoped, given the layout of the bus, and he was talking to 19 teenagers. On the ride, the talk returned to Deku. Siu, who had a habit of pointing out the obvious and stating things plainly, turned to Bakugo. Bakugo, you seem to take the whole Deku subject personally, is there a reason? At this everyone quieted down and looked at the explosive boy as he looks away. I don't know what you're talking about, I just don't see the reason to talk about some vigilante. Yeah, but you're always deflecting, and haven't really given your opinion on them. Ashido said chuckling, is it that you know who he is? I don't know anything, Pinky, Katsuki growls, still not looking at anyone, no one does. He does have emerald eyes, Todoroki stated, looking at his bracelet, which he wears with his hero costume. Okay, that's enough, we're here, get out and get inside, Shota said. After a few minutes, everyone was off the bus and in the building. Shota goes over to 13, who informs him that All Might had used up his time. 13 then starts going over the dangers of quirks, when the hairs on Shota's neck stand up. Looking to the promenade, he sees a black circle appear near the fountain. After another second, it grows and villains start pouring out. The kid was right. Shota thought as he tried to check his phone. Seeing that there was no signal, he was glad he and Nizu had set up a backup to get the others here. After all the villains had exited the portal, steam started enveloping the entire promenade. Originating from the fountain, Shota looks around until he sees a figure walking out of the shipwreck zone. The figure was dressed in all black, wearing a hood over their head. From his position, the figure seemed short, almost like a kid. As the figure approached, the sound of multiple thumps sounded, and some of the villains running from it, just to collapse. Knockout gas. Aizawa figured as he watches some of the villains stagger or sway as they try to walk or stand. The gas clears soon enough, leaving behind a decent amount of unconscious bodies behind. After the gas dissipated, another two figures came through the portal. One was a hulking bird-like creature with its brain exposed, and the other was a tall, skinny figure with a severed hand fixed to his face. Hello, Shigaraki Tamura, or would you prefer your other name? The first shorter figure asked in a distorted voice, standing in the middle of the unconscious enemies. Deku. The other figure, Shigaraki Tamura growled, scratching at his neck, clearly ticked at seeing a good chunk of his number already taken out. The smaller figure looked back and up at the teachers and students, and Shota could see, even from his position, a pair of piercing, emerald eyes, looking back at him. Why are you here? Shigaraki asked Izuku, feverishly scratching at his neck, glaring at the boy standing among about a quarter of his men. Oh, did you come to join me in destroying All Might? All Might this, All Might that, you really can't get over this hate bner for him, don't you? Izuku asked, turning his head to the side as if Shigaraki was some strange creature. I do not have a hate bner. Shigaraki yelled, lunging at Izuku, who just flicks both his wrists, revealing two parts of a collapsible staff. With Shigaraki charging like a madman, Izuku simply slid to the side, used his staff to trip Shigaraki, making him fall, and face, plant into the ground, skidding a foot or two. While he's on the ground, Izuku takes this time to use Shigaraki's head like a bongo drum and his batons as the sticks, making him several times before leaping out of the way of Shigaraki's wild swing, swinging his batons around like a recreation of singing in the rain. Do we really have to go through with this again, Shigaraki Tamura? Izuku asks in a bored voice. I mean, you start some trouble, I swoop in, and we all know, swooping is bad. To stop you, you try to recruit me. I kick your scabby butt, and then you have Korajiri port you back home so you can pout and break more of his things. That about right, Miss Mackenzie? Izuku asked the mist villain, who looked about as uncomfortable as a person made out of mist can get with the situation. We are running out of glasses. He mutters. Korajiri, shut up and send him away with the other brats. Shigaraki growls as he gets up and jumps back to stand next to the monster. Korajiri nods and opens a portal underneath Izuku, who just chuckles as he slips into the darkness, only to come out onto dirt and sand, the landslide zone where a bunch of villains was already waiting. Hey, this doesn't look like one of those hero brats. One said as they started circling Izuku. Yeah, and he has actual weapons, says another eyeing the scabbards and bun holders at his sides. Who cares, it's one kid, and we are here to beat kids up. Says another as he lunges at Izuku, who connects the ends of his batons into a staff, and nails the attacker in his gut, and using his momentum, flips him over onto another villain. You want to have some fun? Izuku asks smiling, okay, I'll be your huckleberry. He finishes before launching himself into the fray as another portal opened up above him. Shoto didn't find much to enjoy in life, cold soba, and his siblings, but mostly sing off his sperm donor of a father. So when he heard that he had been kidnapped by the vigilante known as Deku, who had a tendency of taking heroes down a peg, it felt like Christmas. After a few days, his father turned up again, bruised, bloody, with files detailing spousal and child abuse. Shoto had hope. But of course, his father's team of lawyers covered it up, like everything else. But they couldn't do much for the rumors that kept the knowledge fresh. Shoto didn't much care about heroes or merch, but passing a store while keeping out of the Burning Man's way, he saw a few items that were for the vigilante, and couldn't resist buying a few pieces: a black hoodie with a hood that went over the eyes with green ones, and a simple black bracelet with green eyes. He kept the hoodie stored away and only wore the bracelet when he was away from the old man. At school, he had met a few that liked and respected what Deku was doing, even if some of them did not agree with his methods. But he couldn't get a read on one, Bakugo Katsuki. Whenever the name Deku came up, he would clam up and push everyone away, but after, he seemed to be looking out the window as if seeing something or someone that wasn't there. Now at the USJ, things were happening quickly. First, they were listening to 13, then the lights go out as a bunch of people, villains, and come out of a portal, just to be knocked out by gas, from a short person or child. Now all he could only stand there watching as a kid, by all appearances, walked through the field of unconscious villains and up to them. He couldn't hear much from where he was standing, but he could see one thing very, very clearly: 2 emerald eyes, much like the ones on his bracelet, but much clearer and alive. He wasn't the only to see. Looking to his side, Shoto sees Aizawa stunned, as is Bakugo, who's growling for some reason. He may also be mistaken, but Shoto thinks the explosive boy might be muttering, "Why are you here? Why now?" But that was something to think about at another time. Now there were villains. They still heard some of the conversations that were going on down in the promenade. "I do not have a hate-bner for All Might," could be heard yelled from the fountain. Even with the stressful situation, a few of them laughed, namely Kaminari and Mina. As a few of the students tried to make their way back to the door, Shoto, Aizawa, and Bakugo stayed at the top of the stairs, which allowed them to watch as the hand villain charged at Deku, who whipped out 2 batons, tripped up the villain, and proceeded to knock him in the head a few times before jumping back. This seemed to bring out a sudden laugh from Bakugo before they saw Deku disappear into a portal. "Okay, all of you, outside now," Aizawa said as he leaped at the remaining villains. But before they could get close, the mist villain blocked their path. "Greetings, children. Apologies for the disturbance. We are the League of Villains. By any chance is All Might here?" it said before 13 tried using her quirk on him, only to get it reversed and used on the hero due to a portal, breaking her costume apart before she could shut it off. The mist them surrounded them, sending many of the students to different locations. Shoto got dropped off in the middle of a ring of villains. As he gets accustomed to his new surroundings, he notices someone in the middle of the enemies, and taking them out, judging by the sounds of the fighting and groans. After a few minutes, a figure jumps out from the midst and landed right in front of Shoto, who quickly gets in a fighting stance, only to come face to face with a pair of emeralds looking back at him. "Hey Peppermint Boy, you just going to stand there looking cute, or you going to join in?" the shorter boy asked. It took a second for Shoto to realize what was going on before sending out a wave of ice in all directions, encasing the remaining enemies in ice. "Nice work, at least you don't just go hog wild like your sperm donor," the boy says looking around, having jumped in the air to dodge the ice ring. Shoto just looked at the boy in front of him. He had thought Deku was older, an adult or late teen at least, but he was short, maybe around Shoto's own age, though that could be part of his quirk. Then how could he take down such experienced heroes? "Hey, you okay there, Strawberry Swirl?" he asked. Are you really?" Shoto was about to ask, but the words wouldn't come out. Am I a villain? Am I Deku?" The kid chuckles as he jumps back, landing on the shoulders of one of the frozen villains. "You'll just have to wait to find out. Till then, don't be afraid of your powers. It doesn't matter where they come from, even if it's that sorry excuse for a human being. It's your power, your choice how it's used, no one else. With that, Deku runs on the heads and shoulders of the villains to the shipwreck zone, leaving Shoto stunned and looking at his left hand. After leaving Freezer burned to his emotionally stunted existential crisis, Izuku makes his way to the shipwreck zone just to see the villains crowding the ship. Whistling a little tune, he pulls out a small EMP grenade, pulling the pin, and tossing it into the water, before walking back, looks at his non-existent watch, until it blew, sending out a shock through the water, stunning and knocking out the water-based villains. Okay kids, come on, it's clear, he calls. A few minutes later, he sees a green frog girl carrying one purple person and a person with weird elbows off the ship as she leaps off, landing on the shore by Izuku. Interesting, she seems to be able to do anything a frog can and, hello eyebags, you're hot. Everyone okay? Holy, it's Deku. What are you doing here? Are you with the villains? The tape boy. I had a feeling that something was going to happen, so I decided to set a few things up and come here to help, he says, shrugging. You lot should head to the stairs with the others. The pros should be here soon, he says, quickly placing a gloved hand on the purple-haired eyebags one's cheek before heading back to leaving the others confused and confounded. Making his way to the edge of the promenade, Izuku took a look to see how things were progressing. Erasure had taken care of the other small fry but was having problems with the Nomu, or at least that's what Izuku thought it was with what Shigaraki has told him what they had planned the first time they had met. Erasure was trying to dodge the attacks from the hulking bird creature, but one hit got lucky, ramming into the hero's side, knocking him into the bottom of the stairs. Izuku sighs as he walks out of the bush cover, his staff resting along his shoulders, as he makes his way up to the trio of Korajiri, Shigaraki, and Nomu. Well, it seems it's just the three of you left, the homely, the bad, and the fugly. Every time I try to have a bit of fun, then you have to just ruin it, you cheeky little monkey, Shigaraki says, scratching at his neck when he sees Izuku. You think you're so cute just cause you're a kid? Beach, I'm adorable, he says, smirking through his mask. Now why don't you just walk your scabby butt over here so I can kick it again and run it back to daddy? Shigaraki growls before shouting, No, forget erasure, get this brat. Izuku turns and is barely able to dodge the huge fist as it comes at his face. Jumping and running up the Nomu's arm like a spider, he pulls out two knives and flipping a switch on the handles, sends a strong electric current through them. Reaching the thing's head, he impales both into its exposed brain, causing the thing to start spasming as its brain started to smoke, the creature screaming as it tried to pull the blades out of its head. This did not go over well with Shigaraki, who lunged again at Izuku, this time, dropping down, and kicking his steel-toed boots up, right into Shigaraki's jaw, flipping him over and onto his back. Izuku sprung up, pulling a small knife from his ankle, and throwing it so that it pins Shigaraki's hand into the ground. Stick around, the fun's just starting. At the time Izuku was taking care of the villains at the shipwreck zone, Nizu looked up at the clock on the wall of the office, as the other heroes in his office fidgeted in their seats. It was past time for Aizawa or 13 to check in, and Nizu feared that they would have to put their backup plan into action. As there has been no word yet from Erasure Head or 13 since they arrived at the USJ, I would like all of you to head there immediately. All Might, you may head there first, the rest of us will. Just then there is a knocking on the door. Enter. Ida Tenya, out of breath and sweating, pushes the door open. Sirs, ma'am, there are villains at the USJ. 13 is down and it seems Deku is there helping fight them. Nizu nods. Thank you, Mr. Ida. All right, you heard him. Time to head out. The others nod, stand and head out the door. All Might leap out of a window and Power leaps his way to the building. Back at the USJ, Izuku pulls out a revolver from its holster. These were mixed ammunition, bullets laced with quirk suppressants, tranquilizers, and only for emergencies, live ammo. He starts unloading shot after shot into the Nomu, in its arms, its legs, and its chest, but all the wounds would just heal themselves. I count 6 shots, boy. Shigaraki cackles as he tries to pull the knife pinning him out of the ground with his free hand. I count 2 guns, boy. Izuku says, pulling the second revolver out of its holster, putting the other one back. shooting a quirk suppressant and a paralytic shot into Shigaraki's free hand and a spot just above his thigh. "I think I just shot you in your butt," Izuku said, tilting his head like a curious cat. "I think you just shot him in the butt." Izuku heard Korajiri mutter, though it sounds like he's trying to keep himself from laughing. "I think he just shot him in the butt." The students, and Erasure, who had made his way up there with the help of the students from the shipwreck zone, which were at the top of the stairs, said in unison, "You just shot me in my butt." Shigaraki yells as he tries to move, but can't. At that moment the front doors burst open, making everyone look up, seeing All Might standing there, ripping his tie off. "I am here." "Well, its about Demontem," Izuku yells back. All Might shot down from the stairs, standing next to Izuku. "Okay," thought Might, "that thing is a Nomu, a genetically modified being with multiple quirks, including instant regeneration and super strength, judging from those craters in the ground where he punched. So you're going to have to go all out." Thank you, young man, but you should head to safety with the others," All Might said, launching at the Nomu. Izuku sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose as he watches the blonde go blow for blow with the monster, going over and sitting down on Shigaraki, who was still paralyzed from the bullet. "Get brat," Shigaraki growls. Ignoring the stiff villain under him, Izuku watches All Might's fight with Nomu, so it has super strength, regeneration, and apparently shock absorption. Anything else? "Why would I tell you anything? You shot me. In the butt." "Yes, and now you have 2 pains in the butt," Izuku stated, whacking him in the head with his staff. "Why not have Korajiri port you home so you can cry about it? Since it seems All Bright is about to beat your creature." "Just you wait, weaknesses, but his power-ups make him virtually," Shigaraki tried to boast, but Izuku interrupted him. "Hey, hair for brains, it has shock absorption, not nullification. Beat its butt, like Endicor beats his family." For a few seconds, it seemed like All Might didn't hear him, or was ignoring him, before his attack rate speed up, knocking the Noma back until one last big punch launches it into the air. "Well, it seems you lose again, Scabby McGee. Want to run with your tail between your legs?" "Korajiri!" Shigaraki yells. Izuku barely dodging a portal that SCD up Shigaraki, depositing him by the mist person, still unable to move much due to the bullet. "This was not the plan. I was supposed to beat All Might. Nomu was supposed to kill him. I would have won. I would have started a new start in the hero community. I would have gotten away with it too. If it wasn't for this meddling brat and his stupid toys too." Izuku takes this moment to stand next to All Might as they face Korajiri and Shigaraki. At that moment the doors burst open again, showing the rest of the heroes. "I believe it's time for a strategic withdrawal," Korajiri suggested. "Fine," Shigaraki growls as a portal opens under the pair of them. "We will meet again, Deku." "I'll be waiting with bells on," Izuku calls through the portal. After they were gone, Izuku looks up at All Might. "You might want to get under cover before you power down," he said softly before hopping away, leaving the hulking blonde with a shocked look on his face, probably wondering how a random vigilante knew about his real form. As he exits the same way he got in, a hole in the skylight above the burning city, a memory flashes in the boy's mind. Izuku, about a year after the transfer, is standing under an overpass, having just helped distract a sludge villain so All Might can take him down, jumping out of the way from the limbs and blob until the hero arrived. Now he stands there, in a green hoodie and polarized sunglasses. "Thank you for the help, young man. Those were some superb moves." "Well, I have to go drop this villain off with the police," the hero says as he prepares to head out. "Wait, please, I have a question," he said. "Can someone without a physical quirk help fix the world?" As he asks this, there is a puff of smoke and a hacking cough from the hero. When the smoke cleared, Izuku saw a skinny blonde man in the same cloths All Might had been wearing. "I'm not quite sure what you mean, but you will need a physical quirk in order to do anything substantial, being a hero, changing the world, anything, not to mention fixing it. It's good to have dreams and goals, but you need to be practical. The real world doesn't work like some story. The real world is," the hero starts, but Izuku cuts him off, seemingly not at all surprised by the sudden change. "Oh, I know exactly how the real world is," Tashinori Yagi. The real world only cares about those with physically strong quirks, those that look good in front of a camera, while everyone else, those with weak quirks or those with none at all, are just pushed to the side of the road or stepped on like bugs, while those gifted, one can get away with whatever they want because they have strong quirks or them famous or rich or powerful. Even lying to everyone about your real form. The boy says as he makes his way to the roof access door, opening it before looking back at the stunned hero. But don't worry, I won't say anything, the world can't lose its beloved symbol of peace, even if he is a has-been. With that, he leaves the roof, and the memory ends. Don't be afraid of your powers, it doesn't matter where they come from, even if it's that sorry excuse for a human being, it's your power, your choice how it's used, no one else. That's what he had said. With those few words, Deku had opened the floodgates to a wave of memories that Shoto didn't even realize he had. Ones of him and his mother, before she left the mark on his eye, in front of the television, watching an All Might interview. Children do inherit quirks from their parents. But remember, no matter its heritage, a quirk is what you make of it, you decide how to use it, no one else. Shoto looks down at his left hand as the other students group up outside of the USJ building as police ask each of them questions, Shoto standing a bit away from everyone else. With just a few words, Deku had shown Shoto his quirk in a new light, but not enough to use it yet. But he feels more comfortable with himself than he has for years. Soon it is his turn, after Shinso, to tell the detective what happened. We arrive here, and 13 starts explaining the dangers of quirks when a portal opened bringing a bunch of villains into the central area. But the fountain started spewing knockout gas. I guess Deku set it up earlier, not sure how he got there. The gas took down a good chunk of them. Then he showed up and started wailing on the guy in charge, before he got portaled to the landslide zone. I only know because I was sent there a few minutes later, when the portal guy, Korajiri, I think, sent some of us to different places. When I got there, he was taking out the villains and had me ice the remaining villains there. He said some deeply personal things that I will have to think about. He then ran off to the shipwreck zone to help the others before facing off with the Nomu. I made my way to the others at the entrance. Deku kept the monster busy until All Might arrive. After All Might sent the Nomu flying, Deku ran off. I don't know where. The detective took notes of everything, before letting Shoto get on the bus back with the others before calling over Shinso. Shoto had left out the part of his theory of Bakugo knowing Deku. He would ask the blonde himself, having some questions about the mysterious vigilante. Hitoshi had just been transferred into the class for maybe a week, and now they were dealing with real villains. This is his life now. The most they did was battle training and talk about the vigilante Deku. Hitoshi liked him and liked his goal, cleaning up the system, making people rethink things about how they treat their heroes and other people. He would also be lying if he said the talk of those deep green eyes wasn't enticing. Then there's the attack today. Those deep bright eyes, so much different than any conspiracy or drawing made them out to be, so bright, lively, and intense and clear, looking into his own, as the kid placed a gloved hand on Hitoshi's cheek. The detective's voice pulled him out of the pull of those emeralds, before making his way over to the trenchcoat man. Shinso, I would like to ask you to tell me your account of what happened. I know it was intense and you are tired and stressed, but we need as much information as quickly as possible. Hitoshi nodded, explaining what happened when they arrived, much like Todoroki's story, at least up to when they got sent to different places in the building. I was sent to the shipwreck area with Azui and Siro. We weren't sure what to do until we heard someone calling to us to come out. We looked up and saw the villains knocked out. Azui grabbed the two of us and jumped to the land where we ran into Deku. Us to the entrance while he went to face the main villains. But as he left, he kind of placed a hand on my cheek, which was confusing. We went over to the entrance and watched him kick their buttes until All Might showed up. Okay, thank you Shinso. You can go on the bus with the others, the heroes be with you and drive you back to UA soon. The detective said. On his way there, Hitoshi sees the detective going over to Aizawa who was being loaded into an ambulance with a broken leg, concussion, and several other injuries. Tsukachi groans as he makes his way to Eraserhead. Why does this have to keep getting complicated? I mean, first, he makes so much work by exposing heroes and politicians, many of both highly respected and praised, but also showing how corrupt the system. But now it seems that he has a thing for two of your students if the nicknames he gave Todoroki and the look and touch he gave Shinso are anything to go by. Erasure groans as he pinches the bridge of his nose, banging his head on the side of the vehicle. Once he was done, he laid back on the gurney, looking more tired than before. Well, at least we know a few things now. He's helping us, he's skilled with weapons and using his brain, Erasure says as before looking at Tsukachi, and he knows about All Might. What? How? Tsukachi asked, shocked and confused. Not sure, just got done talking with All Might, says he thinks the kid made a comment about his power down form. Seems he knows more about things than we first thought. We will need to keep a better eye on them. Erasure said as he was loaded into the ambulance. Izuku was sitting on a roof of a building, his feet dangling over the side, after leaving the U. He had taken a few hours earlier to do a bit of hacking, collecting both Shoto Todoroki's phone number and Shino Hitoshi's. It was easy getting Shoto's, just a bit of searching through Endeavor's agency's files, putting a few fun little surprises into the system, and bring up the phone numbers. Shinso's was a bit simpler, just searching his name until he got his number. It was now a bit after sunset, and the taller buildings were putting long shadows everywhere. While searching on the agency system, he also found Endeavor's patrol schedule and route. Judging from Katy Perry's reaction, it doesn't seem like he learned his lesson. Guess I'll just have to beat it in harder. Maybe with an iron or a blowtorch, or could just stick him in a freezer on Quirk suppressants, mixed with some physiological fun. What do you think, Kaizome-san? Izuku looks around to see a figure standing on the roof with him, concealed in shadow. The only thing visible about the person was that they were thin, wearing boots with spikes on the sides of the soles, had protrusions coming out of his shoulders and hips, and a few pieces of cloth were waving in the light breeze. I don't see why you don't just kill them, Deku. They are just trash, these fake heroes, the greedy people that let them run around, poisoned fruit infecting the rest of the harvest. The figure said, their voice gravely, deep, and ominous. A sickness, which corrupts the very core of this society. Izuku sighs, having heard all this over the last 3 years. I know that, but killing them will only make them look like martyrs, heroes that were killed in the line of duty. But discredit them, show the people for what they truly are, then people see the truth, that the society they live in, that they help flourish, is broken, and needs to be taken down and rebuilt. You build a system like a building from the ground up, not putting in and taking out random parts here and there. And saving a bunch of children is part of the blueprints? The figure asked, leaning against the roof access door, still remaining in the shadows. I was bored and a scabby little sheet needed a spanking, Izuku said, looking down at the streets. And if he doesn't learn his lesson? Well then, I guess the back of my hand will get a workout after all. Here, Izuku turns back to the figure in the shadows, eyes burning with a small fire. Oh, and if you even think of going after any of those students, Chisum Akaguro, for any reason, I will beat you down. The figure stilled for a few seconds, before starting to chuckle. I wouldn't expect any less from my student. With that, the figure sped off into the growing darkness of the city. The next few days Shoto and the others had off of school, during which Shoto thought about Deku and his words, activating his left side every now and then, mostly to heat up his body, before stopping, but a few times making a smell flame appear in his hand before shutting it down. Each time he activated his fire, memories of him and his mother went through his mind. The two of them laughing, enjoying soba. Or them sitting on the couch while the old man was away watching movies. The day they were to return to school, the old man was out of the house, which wasn't strange, but he usually told Fumi that he wouldn't be home. During the break, Shoto also thought about Bakugo's reaction to seeing Deku, like he knew something, like he knew him. No conspiracies until I find out more. When they got back, the first thing Shoto does is go up to Bakugo before others arrive. Bakugo, what do you know about Deku? The blonde tensed, like every time the vigilante was mentioned. What does it have to do with you? He asked, a slight glare in his eyes. He said something to me at the USJ that has me rethinking a few things. Shoto glancing down at his left hand. Bakugo saw this and takes a few minutes to think. Your old man really is a piece of work, isn't he? He sighs. Yes, he is, Shoto growls, making his left hand into a fist. Stay after the bell, we need to talk with Aizawa about this, Bakugo says, Shoto nodding before returning to his seat. During homeroom, they were going through some things when Shoto's phone goes off. Glancing at it, he finds a new message from an unknown number. Discreetly opening it, he looks. Hey Peppermint Boy, turn on your TV. XOXOXO. Seriously confused, Shoto rereads the message. The only one to call him Peppermint Boy was Deku. At the same time, Shoto got the message. Aizawa's phone went off too. He glances at it, scowling as he turns on the television. On it, they can see a Quirk building and a figure in a chair, but unable to make out any features due to the lack of light. Apologies for the interruption, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, a distorted voice said as a figure appeared from behind the camera. But as it seems that someone didn't learn his lesson last time, and even with the evidence that was delivered, this person did not receive any punishment from any court or government agency. So I have decided to make the second lesson public, because I know how much he likes this sort of sheet. Coming to a stop by the person in the chair, who seems to be fidgeting in it, judging by the silhouette, the camera picks out the green orbs poking out from the surrounding darkness. So now, introductions. You may know me as Deku, the vigilante. Some call me a villain, others call me a pain in the butt or a gremlin. I know, I don't really do this kind of thing, but my special guest here has a hard-on for this kind of thing. Heck, a lot of people do, showing off for the camera, and the fans, stroking their FING plumage like some freaking peacock. Being a hero means you're a protector, helping and saving the people, not dancing around and using your license just to destroy and use your quirks. But my guest here doesn't seem to understand that. He's the kind that doesn't care about the people, those he sees as weaker, lesser than him because he has a strong quirk, or just because he's him. You know him as the number 2 hero, the flame hero. But for me, I'll always know him as Endicor. With that, the lights come on, showing the number 2 hero strapped to a metal chair, with a ball GG in his mouth, trying to yell his head off through it. The light also illuminated the figure next to him, a short person dressed in a black hoodie and face mask, the only thing visible being his eyes, bright green. Now, you may be wondering, didn't you already catch him and teach him a lesson? I did catch him once, but it seems he did not learn his lesson from last time, and he did not receive punishment from the government about familial abuse. So now I am doing this live. Or you're thinking, but he's the number 2 hero, he can't do anything wrong. See? That is where you would be wrong. Heroes are human, like you and me, they have needs and desires, and many of them are greedy and selfish. And before you start, no, I am not Stain. Yes, I do believe that this system is so screwed up, it's going backward, but I also believe that you can't fix it by killing off heroes, just because they don't fit into your definition of hero, but they do need to be at the very least held to the same standard as everyone else, common FING decency, and not having a higher kill count than a lot of villains. These are the names and the affiliations of the deceased. 2 columns of names started to roll up the screen, like some kind of Star Wars intro with hero, villain, or civilian in parentheses next to their name. The list went on for a good 20 minutes, even with the list going just slow enough to catch every second or third name. After the list finished, the screen returned to Deku, who was still standing next to Endeavor, who was furiously trying to get free. As he wasn't using his quirk, it would mean he had quirk suppressants in his system, or those were quirk suppressant cuffs keeping him to the chair. Now, as I'm not a complete flaming pile of bags of dis like my guest here, I will let him explain himself. With that, he undid the ball GG on the hero, who immediately started yelling. You little sheet, I have nothing I need to explain, I am a hero, the number 2 hero. And you're nothing more than a menace, a lowly vigilante at best. Those deaths were justified, they got in the way, or they deserved it for being villains. I don't need to justify myself to you or anyone. Oh, does the same goes for how you treat your family? Why, your wife is in a psychiatric ward. How about what happened to your son, Toya Todoroki? Deku asked, tilting his head like a curious kitten. Silence, you know nothing. That woman you call my wife, was weak and didn't understand that her children needed to be taught to be strong, to be heroes, to surpass All Might. She also hurt my masterpiece. Shoto will be the hero to beat that blonde imbecilic smiling fool. Toya was also weak. He got it from his mother. He had a stronger quirk than me, but had his mother's weak constitution and couldn't handle it. He was just a failure, just like his brother and sister. The captive yelled, struggling against his bonds, trying to get at the other. My masterpiece is my property, and what I do to it, in order to train it, is my decision, not yours. Some of the class were looking at Shoto now, probably wondering if any of this was true, or how this man could be his father, or finally seeing why the dual-haired boy was who he was. Shoto just watched the screen as Deku sighed, making teet-ting sounds as he shakes his head, like a disapproving mother. All Might this, All Might that. He is just one man that everyone relies too much upon, especially given how long he's been going at being a hero. You should have just been worried about yourself instead of your hate-ner for him. I do not have a hate-ner, yelled Endeavor, activating a memory of the USJ in Shoto's mind and several of the others' minds as well. Then let's talk about your other son, the one you call your masterpiece. He is a person, Endicor, his own person, able to make his own decisions, his own path, not just because you force one on him. He is not something you can mold however you want. People aren't something you can mess around and F with just because you think you own them. But I have a little present for you since you seem to love All Might so much. I've set up a little 48-hour clip for you of All Might's recorded fights and his catchphrases. Enjoy, he says, flicking a switch that turns on a TV screen as it starts playing, showing All Might engaging a villain with his catchphrase, I am here. The clip continues through a tough battle before changing to All Might entering another villain fight, this time outnumbered 5-1, before taking them down in one punch. The clips continue like this back to back, as Endeavor becomes more and more enraged, shouting curses at the screen. As this goes on, Deku appears on the camera again, and that's all for this episode of I'm a Terrible Human Being and an Even Worse Hero. Join us next time for any other hero, villain, or other that fails to find justice. With that the feed shuts down, there is static for a few minutes before the news comes on the screen. The class is silent, either looking at Shoto or at the television screen. Shoto himself didn't know how to feel. On one side, SPRM donor of a father was finally going to get punished for what he did. On the other, to hear and see all the bad things his father did, and hear him justify them, made him so angry he barely registered his left side start to heat up before his clothes started to smoke before suddenly shut off. Looking up, Shoto saw Aizawa's hair waving above him as his eyes were glowing red, the signs his quirk was activated. Study hall till the bell. Shoto, stay after, you two Bakugo, I'm going to talk to Nizu. With that, Aizawa left the room. It was quiet for all of 30 seconds before almost everyone crowded around Shoto's desk. So the rumors are true, that he beat you? Azui asked plainly. What did he do to your mom? Your dad's and butt. Oh my god, Deku is so awesome. Shoto was still reeling from watching that, not to mention the fact that Deku had gotten his personal phone number. He knew that his SPRM donor was responsible for numerous civilian and hero casualties, but seeing that list play out on live television for about 15-20 minutes put it into perspective, and his feelings about his family shouted to the entirety of Japan. Looking up, Shoto notices Bakugo watching him with a calculating look. Aizawa came in at the bell, dismissing the class for the day. But Bakugo, Shoto, you stay. Nizu would like to talk to you. The rest of the class start filing out, leaving Shoto, Bakugo alone with Aizawa. After the last person left, Shinso, who stayed a few more minutes eyeing the group before closing the door, Nizu popped out of Aizawa's capture weapon. Greetings, Mr. Shoto, I call you that because I believe you might not want to be referred to by your father's name. Your father is one of the reasons for this meeting. Is what was shown true? Shoto looked at the figures around him, their eyes watching him closely. Yes, he tried to train my brother. He pushed him so hard that his quirk started to affect his body. But Endeavor didn't care, just kept training him until I came. Then he ignored Toya and focused on me when my quirk came in. None of us know what happened to Toya. He ran away when Mom tried to stop him, tried to keep us safe, but he kept punishing her till she lost it and started seeing him in me. Shoto gently places his right hand on his scarred cheek. After, Endeavor had her put in a hospital, for her own and our safety, he said. He got what he wanted from her, the perfect quirk, someone to beat All Might when he couldn't. You're saying that is the only reason he married her? For her quirk? Nizu asked. Both the adults knew that quirk marriages were frowned upon, if not illegal, except, it seems, for those with the pull to allow it. We will need you to write down everything you feel comfortable with telling us about his treatment to you and your family. We would also like to talk to your brother and sister, as well as your mother if we can, for their input. Shoto was confused. People usually didn't believe it when he told them about his father. But here they are, his homeroom teacher and the smartest being in Japan, working with him, on the word of a vigilante. Yo, you believe me? Believe Deku? The two adults nod. Deku does seem to be right when it comes to crimes, and he was the one to warn us about the USJ attack. That is the other reason we would like to talk to you. How do you feel about Deku? Shoto looked around, seeing Bakugo watching him closely. I think his ideas are right and he's doing all this for the right reasons, to help fix things, and he's not killing people like Stain. But I don't think what he's doing is right. Shoto notices the three share a look before Bakugo nods. Would you like to help us help him? Aizawa asked seriously. What do you mean help? Todoroki asked. Isn't he a vigilante? Shouldn't you be trying to catch him? His methods may be a bit over the top, but the reasoning behind it is still just. It is all because of his circumstances, Nizu says, glancing at Katsuki. His real name is Izuku Midoriya. We used to be friends when we were little. After my quirk came in, I was a complete butt and bully, especially to Izuku, just because he didn't have a quirk. Katsuki says, finding the ground more interesting than looking up at the others in the room. It got so bad, our moms took us to a doctor that transferred some of our personalities into each other. He got my self-confidence and my anger, I got his humility and patience. No one knew how he felt, the emotions he was keeping inside. I'm the reason he became Deku. It's even the same name I called him because his name can be read as Deku, but after he was diagnosed as quirkless, it stuck because this world and I see quirkless as being useless. He should be the one here, not me. Katsuki can feel the hot tears run down his face as he finishes. After a minute of crying, he feels two hands on his shoulders. Looking up, he sees Todoroki was on his right side, with his warm left hand on Katsuki's right shoulder. On the other side, Aizawa had his hand on Katsuki's left shoulder. None of this was your fault or his. We will help him remember who he is. Aizawa said. If Izuku was here, in his right mind, he would probably say something like he didn't blame you for what happened. Todoroki says before looking at his phone. Mr. Aizawa, could you turn on the news? A bit confused, Aizawa does so, in time for it to show the police giving an announcement. I repeat, in light of new evidence and multiple confirmations from accusations by civilians who have turned up at precincts all across Japan, following Deku's broadcast, we are officially putting out a warrant for the arrest of Endeavor Todoroki. Once he is found, he will be arrested and tried for multiple counts of familial abuse, negligence, and murder. The press conference continued, but the room's occupants had stopped listening, each for a different reason. Katsuki because more and more people were seeing Izuku's point and looking up to him, he was slowly changing the system. Todoroki perhaps because his flaming turd of a father will be in big trouble, and he and his siblings were going to have to speak in court. The adults because now Izuku will have people who are afraid of him, others that see him as a leader, someone who stands up for everyone, and isn't afraid to flip the bird to the hero society that has been around since quirks were the norm, for taking down not just some low-rank hero or corrupt politician, but the number 2 hero, a towering figure in the messed-up status quo that favors physical, strong quirks, and discriminates those it deems villainous or weak, or those that have been labeled as quirkless. I want to help him, Shoto says, being the first to break the silence after the announcement of the arrest. Good, but before you go, how did you know about the police announcement? Aizawa asked, watching Shoto closely. My sister told me. He says, showing them the message from Fuyumi, The same one Deku sent him a few minutes before his sisters. He knew he should tell them, but he wanted to just have this connection to himself, at least for now. Very well, you two may go, Nizu says. The two students collect their bags and head out. When Shoto gets home, night has already fallen. He finds Natsuo has gotten into their father's liquor cabinet, and was already red, trying to push a beer can into Fuyumi's hand as she cooked. Come on Fum, he's finally gonna get what's coming to him. Stop fooling around Natsuo. Dad has been captured by a vigilante, again, and now he's going to jail. Their sister says as she continues her work. Shoto chuckles as she heads to his room, putting on his Deku hoodie, pulling out his phone. He goes to the messages that told him about both the broadcasts. Thank you, Izuku. He sent before turning in for the night. On a roof across the street from the Todoroki estate, a small figure sits on the edge, humming to himself. He then checks his phone, seeing the new message. He sighs, bothersome freaking dandelion. He puts the phone back in his hoodie pocket as he's seen someone coming. Wouldn't have thought they would have the ball to actually make the warrant. The new person said in a gravely bored, aloof tone, but the smaller figure could tell the new one was enjoying himself. The old BSTRD's actually going to get what he deserves. The smaller of the two chuckles, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you were about to dance and sing. The taller one chuckles dryly, oh please, how long have you known me? I just came by to say thanks for putting that fake in his place. It's what I do. The other says softly. There is a short bit of silence as they watch the traditional Japanese-style estate, listening to one of the inhabitants singing and knocking things over, while another tries to stop him. You can go back now. The tall one chuckles again, maybe. But I've been gone too long, will they really want me back? You'll never know till you try. You're probably right as always, brat. Oh, and certain acquaintance of yours contacted me, want me to join them, might do it, just to keep an eye on your boyfriend. Oh, you're one to talk hot wings. The two take a few minutes to laugh before the taller one turns around and starts walking away. Watch yourself, short stack, you have the eyes of the world on you now. They ain't seen nothing yet. And watch your back, Toya Todoroki. The next day found Hitoshi confused and in full conspiracy mode. The first thing he notices when he joins Class 1A is Bakugo gets weird about the vigilante Deku. The second thing is Todoroki wears Deku merch. He knows it's Deku merch because he has a few himself because he feels that he is a hero to the downtrodden, a real hero. Then there was the whole USJ incident. Deku had jumped in out of nowhere and helped them, saved them. Hitoshi placed his hand on his cheek, the same one Deku had touched after getting him and a few others of the ship. Hitoshi couldn't stop thinking about the look in his eyes. He has never met anyone with that much sincerity and care look at him like that, like someone who cared. But back to the Madara hand, after the USJ, Todoroki's father, if you can even call him that, was caught, again, by Deku. But this time, he was called out on live television, all his crimes, all the things he kept under wraps, plastered on every TV in Japan, and not hours later, the police put out an arrest warrant. They actually listened to a vigilante. About crimes of the number 2 hero. Now Todoroki is hanging out more with Bakugo. Bakugo, the guy is as friendly as a porcupine with the flu. Hitoshi sees how they share looks even with Aizawa, mainly when Deku is mentioned. During lunch the two sit together, whispering to each other, how Todoroki keeps figuring his Deku bracelet. All of it was making Hitoshi's conspiracy instincts go crazy. Did he want answers? He thinks he's entitled to them. Does he want answers? He wants the truth. But then again, maybe he can't handle the truth. After the last class, he stays behind after everyone else leaves, almost everyone. Once it's only the 3 of them, Todoroki sitting with Bakugo talking quietly, Hitoshi walks up to the 2. Okay, what's going on with you two? They jump, not expecting anyone to still be there. What are you talking about, you? Todoroki asked, blankly, almost believable. Almost. You two have been acting weird all day, since yesterday, that stuff with Deku. So what is going on? Hitoshi asked. None of your business, eyebags, Bakugo growls, confirming Hitoshi's suspicion that it was personal. What do you two know about Deku? He asked, getting a shared look between the two. He's just going to keep asking and getting suspicious until he finds out for himself, Todoroki says. This has nothing to do with him, Bakugo said, both clearly ignoring Hitoshi, who stands there watching the exchange. It didn't have anything to do with me either, and you told me everything. That's because the idiot brought your shitty excuse for a father into this, plastering his skeletons all over Japan. He can help, he likes Deku too. Fine, Bakugo says before turning back to Hitoshi. Sit down and get comfortable eye bags. It's a long story. The UA Sports Fest is coming up. A voice said as Izuku sat watching police and paramedics carry drag Endeavor from his agency, a swarm of reporters hanging around trying to get anything from the cops or the disgraced hero. Izuku looks up, seeing a familiar silhouette hovering in the night air next to him. Shouldn't you be with your boyfriend? He would probably want to celebrate. He asked, watching as the ambulance drives off with Endeavor in it. Guess they want him healthy when they throw him in jail. Oh, he is. He hit up a liquor store and a toy warehouse and is now drowning himself in booze as he cremates Endeavor Doll's action figures. The bird said, gliding down sitting next to Izuku. But you're dodging the subject. What subject? You made a statement, Izuku said, dodging the subject. What are you going to do for the sports festival? You're planning something. Izuku's companion said. Who says I'm planning something? Izuku asked. Well, you warning UA about the attack, then showing up at USJ to help out, kind of speaks for itself, is the cheeky reply. Says the guy who's dating someone who's basically a walking blister. Izuku chuckles. Yes, but have you seen those eyes? The bird says, his wings fluttering slightly. What? Izuku says, making a whipping motion with a hand. Beach, you're lucky you're endearing, Hawk sighed. I'm hilarious and you will quote everything I say, Izuku says in a monotone voice, before both burst into laughter. Well, I got to go be a hero later, little green, Hawk says, taking off. Izuku chuckles as he watches the crowd bellow trickle off. He then decides to make a call. Hello? Came a squeaky voice on the other end of the phone. Hello, Nezzy, can I call you Nezzy? I have a proposition for you. Izuku said, smiling. The day of the sports festival has arrived. 1A was in their waiting room hyping themselves up, most of them. Looking around, Shoto can see Shinso and Bakugo were deep in thought. Shoto could understand why. Shinso was still digesting what he and Bakugo had told him about Izuku. That along with the events over the last 3 years, and what has happened recently, it's a lot to take in. Bakugo, like him, was thinking about Izuku and the arrest and pending sentencing of Endeavor. Now just Enji Todoroki, the Hero Commission has suspended his hero license and are keeping an eye on him while the police put together the information they gathered. The latest he's heard is that Natsuo had gone to the police, telling them everything that their father had done to their family. But that would have to wait. Right now they were being called out to the field. The class files out, looking around at the packed stadium, with Mike announcing their entrance. And here they are, the class that survived a villain attack thanks to the help of a certain vigilante. Mike, please stick to the festival. That would be Aizawa, tired as always, though he sounds more annoyed than usual. As they squabbled, in between announcing the other classes, Midnight, who was the announcer ref for the festival, called up the first-place winner of the entrance exam, Bakugo. The blonde makes his way to the stand and the microphone. A lot of things have happened over the years. Especially this year. With all the questioning and the distrust in heroes, I speak for everyone here, a few bad apples do not ruin the whole. We will be heroes that people can trust and believe in. At this, he looks directly at the camera, and Shoto knows he's looking at Izuku. We will make people proud. We will not ruin this chance. The crowd of students and audience roar in approval, and as Bakugo rejoins the class, he receives pats on the back and high fives. He and Shoto share a nod. Well said, Bakugo. Now onto the first event. Midnight says, using her whip to point the board, where words are rolling though quickly before suddenly stopping on the obstacle course. All contestants will run around the stadium, through different obstacles, while Mike gives a play-by-play of the exercise. After Midnight was explaining the course, the students made their way to the starting gate. This seems too simple and the gate is too small. So that is the first hurdle. Shoto thought as he lined up with the other kids. And as it turns out, he is right. Once the horn sounds the start, the students rush the gate only to get jammed up. That is, all but Class 1A, while Shoto uses his ice to freeze the other students in place and skate further and faster. Most of his classmates use their quirks to leap over the cluster. And it seems Shoto Todoroki of Class 1A has pulled ahead of his peers, but the rest of his class isn't far behind. Mike calls out. After a few minutes of running, Shoto comes across giant robots. And our lead has come to the first obstacle, Robo Inferno, the same the Hero Corps students faced in their entrance exams. Mike breaks in with color commentary. Shoto uses his ice to freeze the robots in place just as he hears a voice coming up from behind him, on your left, and a pink and yellow blur shot past him, smashing one of the robots, making it break into hundreds of pieces, knocking into the other robots, falling on smaller robots, and making a bit of a maze. Shoto's stunned for a minute as he sees Ashido in the air, with bright yellow lightning sparking around her. Once she lands, Ashido is charging ahead, with Shoto hot on her heels, making an ice slide to make him faster. The rest of the students right behind. Holy cow, Mina Ashido of Class 1A just destroyed one of the giant robots and taken the lead. But how will she fare with the second obstacle? Mixed vows call out over the PA. The second obstacle was a ravine only passable by ropes connecting platforms. Mina simply uses her acid to slide along the lines from platform to platform, Shoto following suit, using his ice to speed across. Once across the second obstacle, Shoto hears explosions coming closer, and looking back, he sees Bakugo flying across the ravine, using his explosions to propel him. The leaders have arrived at the third and final obstacle, the minefield. These hidden little boys aren't as dangerous as they normally be, but they are scary enough. But be warned, they might not be the only hidden surprises. Mike says, confusing Shoto. But he couldn't stop. Mina was using her speed and her acid to glide across the field, fast enough to miss the explosions behind her. Shoto pushes on, but is suddenly brought up short. As Ashido cries out, falling back and sliding to Shoto's feet, a glob of green paint dripping from her forehead. A paintball? He wonders before feeling a sting on his chest as if someone just punched him. Looking down, he sees green paint tripping down the front of his gym uniform. He's stunned for just a few seconds, but it's long enough for Bakugo to shoot past him. The hell you stopping for, you Edie? He doesn't finish as he is thrown back as multiple green globs spring up all over his face and chest. It seems the three in front have activated our trap card. That is a special guest that has offered their services for the festival. Mike says through gasps of laughter. One, who was supposed to be hidden until the second event. Aizawa growls into his microphone. So whatever or whoever the special guest is was shooting the leads with paintballs. It took a minute for Shoto to think of a way around this hiccup, bringing up his left arm, creating a shield of flames, burning the paintballs before they even reach him as he slowly makes his ways to the finish line. Ashido and Bakugo huddle behind him as they make their way out of the field. Once under the cover of the stadium, the two jump out and charge the finish line, Shoto not far behind. And the winner is Shoto Todoroki of Class 1A, with Mina Ashido in second and Bakugo Katsuki in third. Mike cheers with the rest of the stadium as the three students come into view. All three are panting. Mina rubs at the paint from her head using her uniform, reviewing a slightly discolored welt where the ball had hit. Bakugo is growling and muttering as he does the same, taking his shirt off, reviewing multiple welts on his chest, two right over his pecs and nipples. While the three get cleaned up, the other students start trickling in, each with varying numbers of paint blots and welts. Once all the students are back in the stadium, Midnight calls them to the stage. Congratulations on completing the first stage and handling our little surprise. Here are the competitors moving on to the next stage. On the screen, names and placements appear. 1. Shoto Todoroki. 2. Mina Ashido. 3. Bakugo Katsuki. 4. Ida Tenya. 5. Tatsumiya. 6. Momo Yayurozu. 7. Uraraka Ochako. 8. Fumikage Tokoyami. 9. Shinso Hitoshi. 10. Tsuyu Azui. 11. Kaminari Denki. 12. Mashireo Ojiro. 13 Shoji. 15 Hantasiro. 15 Vitsuka Kendo. 16 Ibara Shiozaki. 17 Ijiro Kirishima. 18 Kito Minoma. 19 Tetsu. You would not believe how many times I got his name wrong. 20 Juroda Shishida. 21 Kyokujiro. 22 Juzo Hananuki. 23 Yosetsu Aways. 24 Rikido Sato. If your name is not on this list, I apologize, but you will not be making it to the next stage. But as we get the things set up for the next activity, we have some halftime activities all of you can participate in. Midnight said. While the students all had fun playing the games, Power Loader and some ectoplasm clones were setting up a bunch of monitors and sound systems. Once everything was done, Midnight called all the contestants moving on to the next stage. Okay, now for the next stage we will be moving into the mock cities. You will split into 8 groups of 4, 2 groups per city. And your cities will be chosen at random, yeah right. The mission is to capture the target before the other group or to be the last group standing in the city after the time limit of 30 minutes. You have 15 minutes to get your groups together before we send you off. Shoto looked around wondering who he should team with. The green paintballs still on his mind. Why those and the special guest? Those mixed with the objectives and the clear attack on Bakugo seemed strange to him. He was still deep in thought when Bakugo came up to him dragging Shinso with him. Let's work together. Your and my quirk work well together and Ibags is great at hand-to-hand. We just need a 4th. Bakugo said looking around. Hey guys, says a bubbly voice. The 3 turned and found Mina jumping up and down next to them. Need a 4th? Yeah, you're strong, Bakugo said shrugging. Once the time was up, papers were handed out with the names of the cities to the groups. Shotos were given Gym Beta. But they still didn't have any idea who their target was. Maybe it's the special guest, Ashido said shrugging. Who could it be? Or maybe All Might. Just then, the city's PA system came on. The return of the Weibner. With a vengeance. The 3 look at each other, knowing whose voice it was. Welcome contestants, let's have some fun while we're here. On the tallest building a rainbow sign that can be read by everyone there, and by those watching in the stadium through the robot cameras, 420 Yalaswag 4 Jesus. Whoever you are, 1B is going to kick your butt and show 1A how much better we are. Comes Minoma's voice from a ways off. See, that would be intimidating if you were, well, intimidating. While up at the announcer box, Aizawa gets a call. Shota, where exactly did you send them? Came All Might's voice. I'll tell you where they're not. The tired man said smirking. Safe. While the halftime activities were going on, Izuku was setting up his room. While he went through the conversation he had with Nizu a few days ago. Hey Nezi, can I call you Nezi? I have a proposition for you. Izuku says into the phone. Who may I ask is this? Came the squeaky reply. I believe you've seen my work, but you can call me Super Kami Deku. There is a slight pause on the other end of the line before, what is your proposal, Mr. Midoriya? Well, I would first like to say that Bakugo Katsuki is a whiny little tattletale. As for the proposal, I will turn myself into UA, but I will continue my work under the supervision of the police, of course. That will be acceptable, but that can't all you want. Nizu says, accompanied with the sound of something being drank. No consequences to what I have done up to now. Be a student at UA, or at least involved in the classes and activities. Izuku listed off. And a 70-inch plasma widescreen TV. Really? With Netflix? Should it also be 3D? No. That's a stupid gimmick and everyone knows it. Anything else? I want to be in the second event of the sports festival. Why? Bakugo Katsuki, Shoto Todoroki, Hitoshi Shinso, and Mina Ashido. Why those 4? Personal reasons for I want to test Toshinori's protege. There is a distinct coughing on the other end of the phone, the only sign that he had shocked someone in the room. You are as clever as Bakugo says. But that is a lot to ask, even after shining a light on Enji Todoroki's crimes. The police will want to question you. Yeah, okay, I'll answer Detective Tsukachi's questions. Izuku says in a bored voice. Very well, Mr. Midoriya, you have a deal. We will see you in a few days. But I will also like to stop by to ask for a design to be made to one of the buildings, Izuku said. Very well, we will see you tomorrow, to discuss plans. Nito and his team of Tetsutetsu, Kendo, Juroda, made their way to the tall building with the truthfully humorous sign. They would show whoever this was and the world that 1B was the far better class, even if 1A survived a villain attack, especially with the help of a vigilante. To all competitors, remember, to win you must be the last team standing after 30 minutes, even if it's only one member of the team or have captured the target. And targets, you are allowed to use force, but no lethal force. Midnight's voice calls out over the PA system. Dabi never means to kill, only maim or seriously injure, says their target from his location in the tower. Juroda, in his animal form, waves the others over. He's in there, the floor right under the sign, he says, pointing to the wall a dozen floors off the ground. How can you tell? Kendo asked. I hear the Adventure Time theme song. It's the only place that has sound. Then let's go, and show the world what 1B can do, Nito said, tapping Tetsutetsu's shoulder, copying his quirk. They then came up with a plan to confront their target. Nito got on Juroda's huge monster hand, while the others quickly ran inside and quietly as they could, make their way up to the room. Juroda then threw Nito up into the air, and at the wall where he had pointed to before. As this goes on, Mike and Aizawa, but mostly Mike, were mainly continually delivering comments about the events, students and their quirks. Aha, it seems the Class 1B team in City Beta have located their target, the special guest we talked about earlier at the end of the first event, while 1A is holding back and watching. The monitors have switched over to scenes of the city, showing the kids of 1B enacting their plan, sending one of them flying through the air, and at the wall. Before he reached the wall, he pulls his arm back as it turns into metal, and uses his arm to smash through the wall, and subsequently the television hanging on it. The kid lands on the carpeted floor of the semi-dark room, where there is only one person there, sitting in a wooden high-backed armchair, with dark green cushions. The figure was wearing a full-length and dark green frock overcoat, similar to a duster coat, with a cape, keeping whatever other cloths he's wearing hidden, a wide floppy brim similar colored fedora, a pair of Aussie glasses and seemingly normal black leather gloves. The figure in the chair was sitting with one foot crossed and resting on the leg of the other, fingers resting in his lap, fingers intertwined. Once all the stones, dust and broken electronic parts settle, the figure sigh. That was a 70-inch plasma screen TV. The figure said, their voice high, like a child's, inhaling deeply, taking off his glasses, his eyes closed, using part of his cloths to clean his glasses, the figure opened his eyes, looking directly at Monoma, with piercing green eyes. The audience and the members of UA staff that didn't know about Deku. So how can I help you? Deku has made an agreement with Nizu and UA to turn himself into the school, to be included in the event, with conditions. Aizawa says as the spectators started to get up and make noise and motions to go look for him. He is the special guest we mentioned earlier and will not be touched. The spectators shudder at the tone Aizawa said with the last part, before sitting down, watching the screen. You must be the great Deku. The kid that just busted into his room, said smirking. Sup, Izuku said, sitting back in his chair, fingers still interlaced in his lap. I've heard quite a bit about you. Oh. Righter of wrongs, who brings the crimes of fake heroes to bear. A shadow, that shines a light on society, and cast a shadow on evil. Oh, you dirty brat, work the... Excuse you? Oh, I'm sorry, I like to dirty talk when someone sking my D-dash. Perhaps I'll just introduce myself. My name is Nieto Monoma. And I'm Carmen Sandiego. Guess where I am? I'm trying to have a serious conversation with you. And I'm failing. And I'm sorry for that. It's just that I'm so agitated because this blonde little sheet strolled into my room, destroyed my 70-inch plasma TV, and is trying to impress me like I'm his alcoholic father. The kid rushes at Izuku, his fist turning to steel. Izuku catching the fist in his palm, throwing his own fist at the kid, who catches it. Be a sport and fetch daddy another beer, would you? he says before kicking the brat away, nailing him in his chest, pushing him back to the hole as his friends come rushing in from the door behind him. First reach him was a beast knockoff, and the Tinman's cousin. Izuku pulled out pepper spray and fires off a few shots at the furry, assuming that his senses are heightened when he changes. The kid screams out, putting his hands over his nose and mouth, freaking out and turning, charging through a different wall. While Mr. Eyebrows continues his charge, eyes closed and a hand over his mouth and nose. Izuku just sticks his leg out, tripping the self-blind bulldozer, him ending up sliding and rolling on the floor, before flying out the window, screaming. Izuku laughs as he flips a switch on his chair, so that it starts releasing a thick smoke that quickly fills the room. With the cover of the smoke, Izuku ran out of the hole, leaping and landing with a roll on an adjacent roof, just a few floors lower than where Destro's secret love child lays face down, groaning, getting up as Izuku dusts himself off. "Whoa, I am glad this building was here. I would have gone splat, like a rock," Steel said as the girl and blonde idiot show up, circling Izuku. Are you real?" Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow. "You know what knife?" "Knife?" the scrap metal asked before a throwing knife flashed, creating a clanging sound as it came into contact with his metal head. After a few seconds of shocked silence, the three rushed him from different directions. Izuku just chuckles, using Tetsu's momentum to grab hold of him, and spinning him fast so that he runs head first into the other two, literally for the blonde, their heads knocking together. Unluckily one of the two was metal, so it was nap time for him, crashing back onto the roof, with a growing lump on his forehead, the other boy staggering around rubbing his head, as the girl got cloths lined by a metal arm, and was now coughing and doubled over. Izuku takes this chance to put Quirk suppressant HNDCFFS on her, chaining her to the roof access door, before returning to Scrap for brains. "You may have taken two of my friends down by I won't be defeated so easily, and able to take out pro heroes. Tetsu never backs down from a challenge. Not when it comes to evil, troublesome, wicked, painful, iniquitous. Villain like you. What's the matter? Tetsu got your tongue?" Izuku stands there for a second. "Wait, you were serious? You're actually gonna fight? I thought you were just somebody's hype man." "I am the hype," he yells, charging again. Izuku just sighs before charging too, meeting him, and using his steel-toed boots, smashes it into Tetsu's head with a spinning kick, sending him to the ground. Izuku then puts his gloved hands together, pulling them apart, as electricity starts spiking out of them. These little beauties are basically tasers, though they don't hold that much of a charge so far. "Now think, what does 10,000 volts of electricity do to metal?" he asks before bending down and placing his hands on the kid. It was mostly true, these were tasers, but he had dialed down the output for the match, to just enough to knock them out. Didn't mean he couldn't have a bit of fun fing with them. Tetsu's body spasms and twitches with the electric shock for a few seconds before Izuku removes his hands and the electricity coming from the gloves cuts out. With those three dealt with, Izuku opens up his trench coat revealing a utility belt and a blood-red bulletproof vest and a utility belt, loaded with small packs, HNDCFFS, as well as small gadgets. He uses the grappling hook from his utility belt and flies back into his room through the hole. Once inside, he can hear the monster kids making his way back to the room, cursing and destroying walls on the way. Once the kid come in, he's reverted back to his human form, and Izuku as well as Mike and some of the spectators couldn't help but laugh at the effect the pepper spray had on him. His face was all red and puffy, more so than a normal person, which just set the kid off. Turning back into his quirked form, he rushed at Izuku, who simply slid under his hulkied-out form, and gave a one-fingered salute with a "kiss my butt, beach. I'm immortal," before Zoidberg whooped out as he ran, with the oversized gorilla chasing him, until they arrive at a circular domed room with several different pathways. The one behind them is sealed when a thick metal door crashes down. "Welcome to the room of infinite bullshit," Izuku says, opening his arms wide. "Thief, does that mean?" Beastman's love child growls. "It means 1 day in here, 1 year out there." "Nanny?" Shinshida asked, as did the audience, Nizu having put cameras into the buildings so the audience can see what was happening. Izuku chuckled darkly, pulling a remote out of one of his pouches and pressing a button. Suddenly small round openings open in the walls and ceilings, all around them, small barrels protruding from each, all pointing to Shinshida. The furry looks at his opponent to see him slide through a trapdoor in the floor. "Oh crap baskets," he says before paintballs started raining out from every possible angle. It only took a few minutes for him to be covered in paint and welts, laying on the ground in his normal form, in the fetal position. Well, at least the worst is over. The second he said it, he wished he didn't, because no sooner had the words left his lips, straps came out of the ground, wrapping around his legs, keeping him in place as the holes in the walls started spraying some kind of foam out, quickly drying and hardening, becoming as hard and heavy as cement, keeping him in place, not even able to go into his muscled beast form. He was lucky that none had covered his nose and mouth, could still be worse. Part of the floor opened up, and Izuku is lifted up, carrying a few things, a can of whipped cream, cherries, and a ball GG. You really had to say that? I mean, there are just a few things you don't say in front of me, and that is one of them. Izuku said as he climbed the hard foam, spraying the whipped cream on top of Shinshida's head, dumping the cherries on top. I'm just saying. Izuku then pressed another button. The floor under Shinshida descended to the floor below. He finishes before hopping off and heading back to his room, collecting his dropped hat and glasses. During the fights, Katsuki and his group watched what they could from a different roof, watching Deku kick the buttes out of 3 of the 4. Holy crap guys, we are fighting Deku. Mina said, jumping up and down, excitement shining in her eyes. He is so awesome. I mean, I know he's a vigilante, and beats up heroes and breaks the law, but he does them for good reasons, and did you just see that? He took them down like they were nothing. So what's the plan? Bags asked. He basically took that team apart like it was nothing, and he didn't hate them like he does you. What are you guys talking about? Mina asked, confused. Nothing, and we lure him out and kick his butt, Katsuki said. Isn't that what those other guys did? Shoto asked. Yeah, but they underestimated him. We won't. Katsuki said, launching himself with his explosives up to the hole, the others following after a second, while Mina lighting up with golden sparks, grabbing onto Shinso and Shoto, and jumping into the hole after Katsuki, finding Deku sitting in his seat. All right, now that the back of my hand is all warmed up, who's first? Deku asked, smirking. Izuku, Katsuki said softly. Deku sighs, wow, just kill all the fun. Put the fun in camps, why you don't, you fun Nazi. He says to Katsuki before turning to Mina. See, Mina, this is why I can't have nice things, because Bakugan is a Baku Beach. He can't even let me keep the nice nickname he gave me when we were kids. And with all the trouble I went through to make it my new name. Deku turned back to Katsuki, with a croaked smirk. I mean, do you have a brain issue as well as a personality ISS? At that moment, Shoto shot a wave of ice at Deku, who simply backflipped behind his chair, poking his head out after the ice had stopped. You cheeky dickwaffles, you caught me monologuing. Why are you here? Katsuki asked. You know, I saw how much fun you were having, and thought I'd come out to the coast, have a few laughs. Deku said, shrugging. Is everything a joke to you? No, just you. Do you two know each other? Mina chimed in, looking between the two. Surprised Bakugo hasn't whined to the whole school about me. He says, stretching, cracking his neck, setting his hat and glasses down. But we aren't here to talk about me, I'm here to see what all of you can do. Especially you, Mina. He says with a knowing smile, before pressing another button on his remote. The ceiling opened up above them and ice-cold water rained down on their heads. I nominate all of you for the Ice Bucket Challenge. He chuckles before hopping away down the hall to the fun room. The others hesitating before following after him. By the time they reached the ROIB, Deku wasn't anywhere to be seen, the way back shutting behind them like before. Well, this is turning out to be. He's toying with us, Shinso said. Looks like we have to split up. Mina said, looking at 4 different passageways. That's just what he wants us to do, but you're right. Katsuki groans as he takes one path, the others chose one each, the passage ceiling behind them, a sinister laughter echoing on the walls of the passages. Shoto made his way through the tunnel, looking around for Izuku. He soon gets to a huge, wide hallway with pillars along the sides, the kind you would see in a castle. Once he steps in, things started popping out from under the ground, shooting up, until they tower over him. "Welcome to the Hall of Mirrors. Try to find me, Candy Cane," came Izuku's voice somewhere in the maze of mirrors. Shoto tried using his quirk on some of the glass, but with no effect. The mirrors too thick to break and the ones encased in ice start to glow, steam coming from them as the ice starts to melt. "Nice try, but they're insulated," came Izuku's voice from somewhere in the maze of mirrors. "You're going to have to come in and look for me." Shoto starts making his way through the maze. "Bakugo, Shinso, and I are just trying to help you." A dark chuckle comes from somewhere in the room of mirrors. The Pomeranian, help people. The personality switch must have really changed him if that's true. He told us what he did to you and he wants to fix that. He wants to be a better person. Well, I would hope so since he has some of my older qualities ones he can keep. I like who I am now. Even if you're breaking the law? The way I see it, you don't need to follow laws made by daft CNTS, especially ones that set it so that those with physically strong, flashy quirks can be heroes and ones that rely solely on one blonde idiot as the symbol of peace. I mean, talk about putting too many eggs in one basket. But I can understand why. Who can stand next to All Might, a man who can change the weather with one punch? Oh, maybe someone with a quirk that can erase or disable other quirks. Or maybe some quirkless useless bug or one that is smart enough to study him, find his weaknesses, his limits, his price. Because that's one of the biggest lessons in life. Everyone has weaknesses, everyone has limits, and everyone has a price. Through Izuku's tirade, Shoto was making his way through the funhouse mirror maze, occasionally seeing Izuku's reflection there. You are right, the society is messed up, probably has been for a while. But you can't change it all by yourself. Let us help you. You have people that care about you. Shoto's voice gets a bit choked up at the end, though it doesn't get picked up by the cameras. There is silence for a few minutes, Shoto starting to get a bit agitated, sure that the wall's mirrors are shifting, rising, or going down. "Ah, that's so sweet, I might just get a cavity," Izuku's voice calls out, but time's almost up for the second event. At the same time Midnight's voice comes over the PA, echoing through the city. "Only 15 minutes left, and 2 teams have passed. Who will pass? We will find out in the next 15 minutes. Hear that? Izuku asked. "So I don't have time to talk, at least for now. But just know, as long as one member of your team is still free by the buzzer, you all pass." After he says this, mirrors pop out in front of and behind Shoto, sealing him in place, while a ceiling panel slides down, sealing the trap and box as the floor releases, in an ironic twist, gas that smells of strawberries and vanilla. Shoto starts feeling dizzy, lightheaded and weak, slumping against one of the mirrors, eyes fluttering as he slides down on the floor in a sitting position. "Have a nice nap, cutie," comes Izuku's voice as if from a distance as Shoto passes out from the gas. After a few minutes, Izuku pressed a button on his remote, the top went back into place and the gas faded, revealing a sleeping, drooling teen. Izuku chuckles, hopping down into the box, gently stroking Shoto's scared cheek as he looks at his relaxed face, before placing a blanket on him and heading out for the next victim. It was time he and All Might's chosen had a little chat. Ashido groaned, making her way through the unending passageway. She had been walking for what felt like hours in what she thought was a straight line when in reality she was steadily going lower as the walls curved ever so slightly in a kind of winding, spiraling corridor. It had gotten to the point where she used the quirk All Might gave her to speed up, try to get through the hallway. But it only succeeded in tiring her out faster. As she walked, she thought back to how she had met the symbol of peace. It was after school had ended a few days before, and it was summer, and she was preparing for the UA entrance exam. Kids and families were going through shops and stores, laughing and having fun, some talking about Deku as that is what he has come out as, and his latest victim. That was when there was an explosion. Screams, cries replace laughs and idle chatter. Someone with an earth manipulation quirk was making the ground break open, causing earthquakes and buildings to fall apart, crushing and/or trapping people inside. Heroes soon show up. They started going about creating a parameter, getting people to safety, getting visible people out of harm's way, but as she watched, she noticed that none of the heroes present were directly confronting the villain responsible, saying things like not having the right quirk or waiting for backup. Ashido couldn't understand why they weren't doing anything. Heroes were supposed to risk their lives saving people, to help people no matter what. She could hear cries for help from inside the unsteady buildings, even over the villain's rampage. Looking around, she could see people watching the heroes in awe, except for a skeletal blonde man leaning against a lamppost, gritting his teeth. It was then that Ashido decided that Deku had a point, many heroes were fakes, and if you wanted to change, you would have to be that change yourself, even if you had to go against the law. Rushing out from behind the barrier, one of the heroes made, ignoring the cries to come back, sliding along the side, along the buildings, reaching a collapsed entryway, where she can hear people begging and crying. "Don't worry, I'll get you out of there." She calls out through the rubble, pressing her palms to the stone, and using her quirk to melt the rocks and metal, careful not to cause anything to fall. Once a big enough hole was made, allowing people to climb out and make their way to the others behind the line, with the help of heroes. As she did this, All Might decided to show up and was able to beat the villain within seconds. After the villain was apprehended, the fakes started going about getting people to of the collapsed buildings. By then there were several in critical condition and had to be driven to the hospital. Other heroes pulled Ashido aside and started berating her, calling her reckless, that she could have been killed. "I wouldn't have had to do it if you were doing you freaking jobs." She screams at them. "All of you just stood there with your DS in your hands. I was just doing what you were supposed to, save people." With that, she stormed off, ignoring the people and press around her. She was still fuming as she walked through the streets as the sun was getting lower and lower. That was when she nearly ran into All Might, who came speeding out of an alley. "Young lady, you have the true heart of a hero, one that is willing to risk themselves to protect and help people, who is ready to stand for what she believes. But just looking, you will not make it far with your quirk and appearance, which is why I wish to help you. You do wish to be a hero, one that can be a symbol to the future heroes and children." Ashido is taken aback by All Might's sudden appearance but soon collects herself. Yes, Deku is right, there are so many heroes out there that have forgotten what the word means. I want to be one that everyone can look up to. "Then I wish to give you my quirk." From then, her world was turned upside down. All Might had personally trained her, working her to the bone, having her clean up trash beach. This continued until she had cleaned the whole beach, a week before the UA entrance exam. It has been a wild journey, and now here she was, facing off against someone that was a big influence of what kind of hero she wanted to be. She soon arrives at a door. Opening it, she finds herself in what seems to be a high-ceiling room meant to look like a cave with stalactites and a pool. Standing in the center, sitting on a pile of rocks, as Deku. "Sup, bubblegum?" He says, "Down here the cameras down have audio, they can see but they can't hear us. I thought we could have a little chat while we do this. What do you want to talk about?" "One for all," Deku said, smirking. Ashido stood there, stunned. "How do you know about that?" Hair for brains isn't nearly as smart as he thinks he is. All it took was hacking a few cameras and following him around, especially to Dagoba Beach. Ashido gapes. How had he figured all this out? Is he going to tell people? Has he told others about All Might? Is that why he's here? Does he see All Might as a fake because he can't be a full hero? Before you start freaking out, no, I have not and have no intention of telling anyone his or your secrets. I'm just here to make sure you idiots don't grow up to be faked. But now, let's get started. Ashido sighs in relief at Deku's words. He may be a villain, but he does what he does for other people, and spilling All Might's secret would put the world into chaos. She launches herself at Deku, lighting up with one for all. Deku just jumped into the air before she reached him, landing behind her, and sending a sidekick that sent her into the water, but it wasn't water, but warm oil. Once she gets out of the liquid, it's difficult for her to move as the oil comes into contact with the warm air of the cave. "Really?" Deku asked, head tilted slightly. Just charging right in, like the blonde idiot. You have a brain, you can plan something. Ashido uses her acid to help slide the oil off. Is this all you have to face me? You know I have All Might's quirk and you're one man. Where you see one man, I see four. Just as Deku pulls out his remote and presses a button, and explosions are heard above them. Ashido starts freaking out and running just to be covered in a white powdery substance that starts raining down from the ceiling like snow. Taking a closer look, she sees that it's baking soda. The F dash? The F dash? The F is in the air? The F dash? There's white sheet everywhere. Deku sings, spinning around in the snow. You know, I met All Might once. It was around the time summer had started and I should have been looking for high schools, a few days before he met you. He saved me, and I asked him if someone without a physical quirk could be a hero. Do you know what he said to me? To someone that wanted to help? To save people no matter what? Be practical, the real world doesn't work like some story. That was when I understood, never meet your idols, they will only let you down. But you are one of my idols. Your principles and ideals have helped me choose the kind of hero I want to be. You have done the same to so many people. They want to be heroes people can look up to, people can trust. Your actions have shown people to take a closer look at heroes. You are a hero. The figure in front of her is silent for a bit, watching her. After a few minutes, he chuckles. That's nice to hear, and we will have to see, but right now, we have the fight to get through of G, he says. What? She asked indignantly. Freaky alien genotype, he says, rushing at Ashido while she stands confused. She tries to send a punch at him, he grabs her fist and spinning her, and kicking her hard in the back, knocking her into the oil. She comes out, in time to see Deku rubbing his gloved hands together, sparks shooting off from them. Oil plus tasers equal, he says before pressing his gloves to the oil surface, causing the current to travel along with the liquid, right into Ashido. She grunts as the electricity runs through her body. After a few seconds, Deku removes his hands from the liquid, cutting off the flow. Ashido's body goes limp as he floats in the oil. Swimming out to her, Deku carries her body back to the shore, checking her over. He is glad she is alive, just unconscious. And then there were two. He says, heading off to deal with the purple cat. Hitoshi was walking through the hallway, trying to plan what he will do or say when he runs into Izuku. He soon comes to a room with 4 doors. Hitoshi stands there, unsure what to do, not trusting any of these doors. Welcome to our game. Behind 3 of these doors are challenges. 1 is where I am, so if you want to fight me, came Izuku's voice, echoing around the room. And before you try to use your quirk, I just want to say, this is a recording, you're cute but you powers are cheap. Hitoshi sighs as he pulls open a door. Suddenly mechanical hands pop out, hold him in place while others glue a pair of cat ears on his, draw cat whiskers on his cheeks, and secure a cat tail to his gym clothes. The whole thing happened so fast, Hitoshi couldn't react, just stood there for a few minutes after the hands retracted, looking himself over, trying to remove the ears and tails, but is unable to without ripping his pants and hair, so he just leaves them. Ah, you really do make a cute kitten. Deku's voice comes through the room again. Hitoshi just sighs as he tries another door. He is able to make out a wall of multicolor fur before it comes crashing down on him. The next second he finds himself buried under a mountain of cats. He can tell they're cats because the warm furry bodies on top of him start purring and moving around to get better positions on their new heat source. Some walls come up around the mountain of felines, trapping them all in a box. Enjoy your furry blanket, I heard you like cats. Deku's voice comes on one last time before Hitoshi can faintly hear footsteps fading away. I have a red-eyed beach to put in his place. Just to let all of you know, you have 5 minutes left till the end of the event. Comes Midnight's voice. Katsuki groans as he makes his way through the darkened hallway, signs along the walls saying things like, "It is all your fault, you did this to us, I'm just being the person you made me." All of it things Katsuki has repeated to himself every time he hears news about another hero or politician that Deku put in their place. If he hadn't been such an arrogant prick, if he had just helped and cheered on his friend instead of putting him down every chance he got, if he hadn't acted like a villain, then maybe, just maybe, Izuku wouldn't have become this, their parents wouldn't have had to resort to messing with their personalities. Izuku wouldn't have spent the last 3 years turning society on its head, showing everything wrong with it, with its perception on quirks. He's so lost in his thoughts, he jumps as the voice of the subject bounce off the walls. And now we get down to the one that started me on this little journey of mine, Baka Beach Katsuki. I think it's about time we had a little chat. And don't worry, I've made it so the cameras can't pick up our voices, don't want to drag our parents into this, they were only doing what they thought was right, following this quirk-heavy society instead of going to see a shrink. But then again, who would that help? The idiot would probably do what everyone did, praise your behavior and quirk and blame little, quirkless, useless Izuku. I mean, he is quirkless, and even if he has a quirk, it's so weak and useless, and he could never be a hero. Not like the great Bakugo Katsuki, the next All Might. Or All Might himself, who has never lost a fight, who is the symbol of peace. So why risk putting the reputation of an up-and-coming star in jeopardy just to help a bug that probably won't amount to anything, or perhaps follow most of the other quirkless kids, and end up committing suicide? Tears started to fall from his cheeks. Those were all things he said to Izuku when they were kids, when he was making fun of Izuku's dream of being a hero when he was quirkless, when Izuku needed a friend most. I know nothing I say can ever make up after everything I've done to you, Izuku, but I will do whatever I have to make it up to you. To help you be the hero you want to be. There is a dark chuckle. You see, for years ago, I might have believed you. Hell, even 3 years ago, I would be down there, on my knees, bawling my eyes out, much like you're doing now, saying that you don't have to, that we can still be friends. But I'm not the same Deku you knew back then, and you're not the same Bakugo. You can say or do things all you want, but in the end, you and I both know that all this, the apologizing, the tears, are all mine, they come from my softness, my qualities. Qualities that our moms took and put into you. Qualities that made me yours and many others' weak, pathetic punching bag, a useless, quirkless Deku. One that would always come back to someone that he thought was his friend. One that could never would have become a hero. Well, guess what? Maybe I don't want to be one, maybe I'm happy with who I've become. But this isn't you. Katsuki yells into the hallway. I'm as much me as you are you. Izuku's voice says, clearly with a smile. But I believe we've talked enough, time for a little physical fun. The floor opened up in front of Katsuki, and Izuku rose up on a platform, wearing the same dark green coat and hat. He had taken away the glasses so that the audience can clearly see his emerald eyes. Oh, and I'm reactivating the audio on the cameras, so don't say anything incriminating. But now, I'm going to make you cry like a beach. With that, Izuku launches a spinning kick right across Katsuki's face, sending him smashing into the wall. Katsuki slumps to the ground, spitting blood from his mouth, clutching his head, dizzy and disoriented. Izuku uses this chance to grab the back of Katsuki's head and smashing Katsuki's face into his knee, hard, breaking the blonde's nose before throwing him back. Katsuki trembles, spitting out blood as he tries to stand, eyes unfocused, blood gushing from his nose. Izuku whistles as he slides up behind his opponent, grabbing Katsuki's underwear tightly, before yanking it up, hard and fast, making the blonde squeak loudly from the effects. Izuku pulls and pulls the fabric higher and higher, the elastic threatening to snap, just as the section in Izuku's hands are locked in place, on Katsuki's head, forcing it back, just as the buzzer sounds. And that marks the end of the second event. Great work to all teams. Assistance will be arriving shortly to all cities to collect downed and injured competitors. We ask that all traps be released so that everyone can return to the starting point. The results will be up on the stadium board once all teams are back. Midnight's voice comes from the PA system. Izuku sighs and presses one last button on his remote. The mirror walls in Todoroki's room come down, as do the ones in Shinso's. The floor where Shinshida had been secured to rises into plain view. Robotic medics are sent, collecting the 1B team from the city, frying the ones that have been secured, freeing them, and placing the unconscious ones on stretchers and carting them to Recovery Girl, or back to the stadium. Once all the teams are present, or at least one member of each team, Midnight brings up the team members that move on to the final fights. Bakugo Katsuki. Shoto Todoroki, Shino Hitoshi, Mina Ishido, Ida Tenya, Hatsumiya, Momo Yurarka Chogo, Fumikage Tokoyami, Kaminari Denki, Antasiro, Kirishima Ijiro, Shiozaki Ibra, Tetsu came in after withdraw. Kendo Itsuka came in after withdraw. Minoma Nito came in after withdraw. Congratulations to those moving on to the one-on-one fights. There will be a lunch break as the stage and arena is set up. The brackets will be set up and posted soon. Midnight announces. I suggest you rest while you can. There can always be more surprises coming your way. Comes Aizawa's voice from the announcer's box. Everyone looks confused, except for those that had been in beta. They felt a cold shiver run along their spines. Chapter text. Ishido groans as she wakes up, her body tingling, dizzy, small amount of electricity running through her. She stretches, shivering slightly. Are you all right, young Mina? A gravely gruff voice asks her from her left. Looking, Ishido finds All Might in his normal form, sitting by her bed. Just a little dizzy. Thanks, Yagi-san, Ishido says sitting up. We weren't able to hear anything between you and the vigilante. What did you talk about? He asked. Looking around, Ishido makes sure the two are alone. All Might, he knows about One for All. This causes the blonde to start coughing violently into a cloth, some blood coming out. What? Ishido tells All Might about her conversation with Deku. After, All Might looks sad and distant, almost like he's remembering the day. I suppose I will have to talk with him. I don't think that is a good idea. He seems a bit ticked at you. She says. It might be better to leave him be. Perhaps. But you need to rest. Nizu says he will be changing the one-on-one fights, so be ready. With that he exits the room. Shota groans. Tell me again why I have to be the one to keep an eye on the problem child? Because you actually secretly wanted to. Because Nizu said so. And because the kid said it had to be you. Yamada said laughing as the announcer box door opens, reviling Deku in the outfit he wore during the second stage of the sports festival. Hey you two. Enjoy the show? Deku asked sitting in a seat between the two adults. You think you went a little too hard on the 1B kids? Yamada asked. They broke my TV, Deku said grumbling. You gave 2 of them severe concussions. One had broken ribs, and you electrocuted 2 people. They broke my FTV. Shota sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose. I thought you'd be hanging around Shoto and Shinso. I don't want to come off as the clingy love-struck type. The 2 married adults look at each other for a few seconds. It's 'cause you're afraid of going into a big gay panic, isn't it? He gives a quick, yeah, pouting. They spend the next few minutes eating their lunches. Soon Nizu comes in on Midnight's shoulder. Hello everyone. There are a few changes to the fights I would like to put by you, as well as ask Deku what went on in the cave. I just had a little conversation about Thick Might and One for All. He says stretching with the adults except for Nizu, looked shocked. What? He's not very good hiding things and I wanted to make sure Mina at least grow up with a brain and not pull a Yamcha. Also some of my personal backstory that we will get into later. Yes, but how do you know? Midnight asked. You know those old history books where the pre-Quirk heroes used to dress up in back allies or phone booths? That's what All Might does. He just pops into an alleyway and just pumps up or power down. All someone needs are to hack a couple of cameras and bing bang boom you can find the secret to the symbol of peace's power. Shota and Midnight look to Nizu who is face pawing, while Yamada laughs his head off. Holy crap, you hired an idiot. Noted, but now to the schedule change. I was thinking of randomly selecting one of the contestants and letting them choose who they fight, as long as it was one of the other combatants or one of the targets. That could work. But we had teachers and 3rd years as targets, not to mention Deku here. She's right, I can name a few people that would like to get up close and personal with me, Deku said. We can work around that. Question is everyone okay with that? Nizu asked. The adults nod. I would like a shape change for my first fight, for when I'm called, Deku said, taking a piece of paper and a pencil. After a few minutes, he hands it back to Nizu. I would like the arena that shape and about a fourth smaller than the usual stage size. The adults move and look at the paper, Shota immediately pinching the bridge of his nose. Yamada, getting it, starts cackling. This can be arranged, but I ask that you limit the intensity of the injuries and that you commentate the other matches, with some restraint, Nizu said. I make no promises. I have one question though. Midnight said. Why is Bakugo Katsuki personal for you? Well, I'll get to that at the interview, but I will say that he was a key figure in my start to this. The adults nod again, before Midnight and Nizu take their leave, not noticing the movement of the shadows on the wall. During this time, in a town some ways off, in an alleyway, a man dressed in a white Gundam-looking suit of armor, with exhaust pipes sticking out of his arms, lays still on the cold, dirty ground, blood dripping from cuts and his head, at the booted feet of another man. Here I was just minding my own business when you came along, now just sit there and be quiet, I have to make sure you're a fake, or Deku will be set at me like last time. The masked man said, voice gravelly, deep, and ominous. There is the sound of papers being turned, mumbling, and then silence. After a second, the man's face can be seen, examining the armored one. Well, it seems you live to fight another day, Ingenium. Deku seems to believe you're worthy. With that, the masked man uses the other's phone, calls emergency services, not saying anything, and disappears down the alley, leaving the armored one alone, bleeding. That is how he is found minutes later by police and paramedics, who help him stand and walk to the ambulance. The armored man's thoughts a jumble, but one thought stands out. Stain knows and respects Deku. Attention everyone, Midnight's voice echoes through the stadium. The stage has been made by Cementos. There has been a change in the events. Instead of the usual one-on-one fights, we will randomly select combatants and allow them to pick their opponent, as long as it is a fellow combatant or a target from the last stage. So on with the show. First up is... She points to the giant screen that is currently rolling a list of names before it slowly starts slowing down until Minoma Nito. Nito chuckled, having just had an enlightening talk with Kurwaro, who had overheard a conversation between the teachers and Deku. He made his way to the arena, looking around at all the other contestants. I challenge Bakugo Katsuki of 1A, he says. The blonde in question groans, making his way to the arena with the others heading up to the observation seat. Okay boys, to win, you need to incapacitate your opponent, knock them out of the ring, or they surrender. Midnight said before snapping her whip, marking the start of the match. Before we start, I learned a few things I want to confirm, Nito said smirking, speaking in a snide, cocky, pompous, arrogant tone. Are you really responsible for Deku? I mean, he looks about our age, was he a friend? Did you think you were so big and important just because of your flashy, heroic quirk? Did you bully him and push him away, just because you thought you were so important and great? I mean, it just seems he has a bone to pick with you. But how can that be? Since you're in 1A, you survived a villain attack, so how can you have messed up someone enough that they become someone like that? You would never see something like that in 1B because we are better, we never made villains or vigilantes, or have someone in class that Deku went after. Bakugo, as well as the audience, stood there stunned. Hearing his faults, his crimes in the same tone he had used on so many people when he was a kid, before the switch. The more he listens to Minoma go on and on about what he did, the angrier and guiltier he felt, hot angry tears sliding down his face until he's not seeing Minoma anymore, but himself, young, brazen, self-centered, self-righteous, so sure he could do no wrong, that he was destined to be the next All Might. He listens to Minoma's speech as sparks started flying from his palms. After a minute he launches himself at his opponent, smashing hard into Minoma's chest, knocking the air out of him, and pinning his arms down with his knees. You think I don't think about that? He screams. You think I don't beat myself up every waking minute thinking about what I did to him? What I pushed him into? Bakugo starts punching the part of his opponent he can reach, his face, head, and neck. I would take it all back if I could. All of it. I would go back and kick my own butt 100 times till he got the message, till he stopped being such an butt, till I stopped being a villain, to someone who just wanted, who needed, a friend. I would tell him that I learned being an arrogant prick only makes this worse, that it is not a way to make or keep friends. Bakugo's guilty tirade is cut off as he passes out in a pink mist, falling to his side, Monoma laying unconscious, bloody on the ground. Midnight walks up to the two boys. Monoma is unable to battle, but Kudo Katsuki advances. She calls out into the silence. "Well, that was an educational match, wouldn't you say?" Mick's voice comes out. "What do our fellow announcers have to say?" "He has been improving, if that is true. He isn't some arrogant, pompous brat." Aizawa comments. "He did get better when we were young, but I'll be keeping an eye on him." Deku's voice says bored. "But holy black on a popo, that was some self-loathing in that beatdown." Up next is... Midnight says the list of names spinning. Kirishima Ijiro. Ifuro was still in shock after hearing what Monoma had said. Bakugo knew Deku before he became who he was? He was responsible for who he was? Ida had to tap him to get him to snap out of his thoughts. "Thanks," he said, standing and heading to the stage. "I challenge Kaminari Denki." Kaminari comes out a few minutes later. "You boys know the rules? Begin." Midnight says, cracking her whip. The blonde and redhead walk and meet up in the middle, facing each other. "Bro," Kaminari said. "Bro," Ijiro said. "Bro. Kaminari says, waving his hands around. Bro. Ijiro replies sadly. Bro. Kaminari nods, getting in a fighting stance. "What the hell just happened?" Aizawa's voice just said, sounding tired and done. "That was beautiful," Mike said, sounding like he was crying. Kaminari doesn't want to fight Kirishima, and Kirishima doesn't want to fight Kaminari, but he thinks that the two would help each other look good. Kirishima says that Kaminari is still his best friend and that they always will be. Kaminari says the same thing, and he understands and he will fight him, for friendship. There is the sound of cackling broken up by the sound of repeated banging over the PA system. "Of course you'd understand that," Aizawa's voice said. Kaminari tries to fires a few small shots of electricity at him, to no effect as Kirishima charges at him. Kaminari dodges to the side, and throws a kick, forgetting for a second Kirishima's quirk and nearly breaks a toe as it makes contact with his hardened skin. Kirishima then puts Kaminari in a bear hug and squeezes. Kaminari, out of ideas, uses indiscriminate shock. At max, Kirishima falls to the ground partially paralyzed and spasming while Kaminari sits on him, with a blank, goofy smile on his face, giving the audience 2 thumbs up. Midnight goes to check on the boys, seeing Kaminari is done, and that Kirishima is struggling to get up, but still able to move somewhat. Kaminari is unable to battle. Kirishima advances. She calls out, allowing medic bots with stretchers to collect the boys to take to Recovery Girl. Who will be next to fight? The wheel spins, landing on Hatsune. The pink-haired inventor sips up to the field wearing a bunch of support gear. "I challenge Sonic." "Who?" Midnight asked her, and the audience confused, with laughter going over the PA system. "You got to go fast?" May, who is not good with names, said. The audience still confused, the laughter getting harder. "Engine legs." "Oh, Ida Tenya." The blue-haired boy comes walking out onto the arena, wearing support gear. "Ida, hero students cannot wear support gear unless authorized beforehand." "Apologies, but Mrs. Hatsum asked me to wear these, saying she thought it was only fair as she is able to wear support gear," Ida said, bowing deeply. May, nodding along, agreed. "Okay, as both combatants are okay with this, I will allow." "Are you two ready?" They nod. "Begin." Ida charges at May, who just stands there for a second before she speaks, her voice echoing through the stadium through the PA system. "Good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, and members of support companies. My name is May Hatsum, the rising star of the first year support course. I was the one that helped design and build everything Deku showed and used in the last stage. All those magnificent babies made and designed by me, in only a few days. But right now, we are here for a fight, and look at all those amazing gear Ida is sporting, allowing him to go faster, longer, with less strain. The next 10 to 15 minutes are basically a commercial of every piece of gear the two are wearing. Ida was so embarrassed and frustrated, his whole face was red like a tomato. Choked laughter could be heard through the PA when control was restored to the announcer box. "You used me like a guinea pig," Ida shouted as May just walked out of bounds. "And you were an amazing one, Sonic," she says, smiling, skipping off the field as Midnight announces the winner. And now, after that commercial break, on to the next round. Midnight calls, the screen with the wheel of names spinning. Shiozaki Ibara. The vine-haired Catholic girl came out of the tunnel, hands pressed in a praying gesture, walking onto the arena. "I would like to challenge the one called Deku." "Then we will have to take a few minutes to change up the stage," Midnight says, chuckling. Shiozaki nods and returns to the tunnel as Cementos arranges the stadium in how Deku wanted it. After a few minutes, Shiozaki comes back, and she and the audience are confused and irritated. How do all those squares make a circle? The arena was now a circle, made out of smaller squares and tiles of cement. And that one's green. One of the tiles was green. The crowd was confused and talking. They almost missed a conversation going on in one of the tunnels. "What do you mean you forgot the song?" a small voice was saying. Forget it. Just use my phone and hit random. Just hit random." A small figure in the same outfit Deku was wearing from the second stage of the sports festival walked out of the tunnel as https UDITHBE_IFT_N2ZCTS. T50 was started playing over the PA system. After a minute, the figure started waving its hands around. "Okay, stop, it didn't work. It did not work." The song gets cut off and the figure makes their way to the arena. Once there, they remove the coat and glasses, revealing emerald green eyes, and toss it to Midnight, who catches it and sets it down on the side. The figure is a kid, Deku, the one responsible for the arrest of over 50 heroes, including the number 2 hero, who everyone thought was some overpowered adult, is someone who looks like they should be in high school. Under the coat, he had on a white button-down shirt and black vest, and black jeans with 2 blades at his sides, which he tosses outside the ring. "You are the one that defeated and humiliated my classmates," Shiozaki said, looking Deku over. "Oh yeah, totally introduced those idiots to the back of my hand," Deku said, smiling, stretching. "Well, except one of them. The blonde pussed out like a beach. I mean, I barely had to do anything." Shiozaki made a scoffing sound as she pulls a silver cross from under her gym clothes. "You are unholy, unclean, foul, and must be cleansed." Deku looks at her, lost for words before bursting out laughing. "Oh, you are just a treat. I mean, really? I am a long ways off from the worst around, or even in the area. Do you have any idea how much pain and suffering the Catholics caused through the years? But we aren't here to wax poetic about hypocrisy." He wasn't able to finish as Shiozaki pulls out a small bottle and starts splashing Deku with it. "The power of Christ compels you. The power of Christ compels you." Deku sighs before charging at the girl, who drops the bottle and sends out waves of her vines to catch her opponent. Deku just jumps over them, flipping through the air, to come down in front of her, sweeping her legs, before following up with a hard kick to her jaw as she falls. Deku then jumps back, pulling something from his pocket, and throwing it at the downed student. The dart hits her in the shoulder. "What the heck was that, you heathen?" she yells, rubbing blood from her lips. "Oh, just a little surprise," he says, smiling. Shiozaki tries to send her vines out again, but this time, her quirk only reached the surface before shutting off. "What in heaven's name?" she cries out as she struggles, but nothing happened, except her hair falling out. Deku starts laughing as some muffled chuckles are heard over the PA. "You did something to my quirk, shut it down somehow," she yells. "That's not fair. That's against the rules, you hypocritical, slanderous heathen." She starts attacking him, kicking and punching, Deku just blocking like Neo from the Matrix. See, in any other circumstance, you might have had a point there. Except the rules state, no hero course student, which I am not, can have support gear unless authorized. Everything I've said about heroes is true. I have never said I was a good guy. I do believe in heroes, just not fakes, and there is no such thing as fair in a real fight against villains. In other words, Mississippi Shiozaki. See, to check your privilege. He finishes it off with a hard right to her jaw, sending her to the ground again, before picking her up and tossing her out of the ring. Shiozaki is out of bounds, Deku wins. The next few rounds of fights weren't very interesting, even with Deku's colorful commentary. There were a few entertaining moments. Like when Yaoyorozu fought against Tetsuetsu. She had made a few smoke bombs to distract her opponent, making an actual cannon. Deku couldn't stop laughing when he said, "With all the respect to the fighters, beaches love cannons." There is a pause as the audience and the fighters look up at the announcer box before Yaoyorozu fires cannonballs at the metal team. They didn't seem to hurt that much, but they did knock him back until he was out of bounds. Another fight was between Shiro and Kendo. At one point, Shiro used his tape wrap around Kendo's body and enlarged hands. She tries to escape by returning them to normal and re-expanding, but by them, she was basically a mummy. At this point, Deku made an accurate comment with, "He gonna catch those hands." The first round of matches concluded with Bakugo, Shoto, Shinso, Mina, Ida, Yaoyorozu, Kirishima, Tokoyami, and Shiro moving on to the next round. Ida dropped out due to a family emergency, so Shoto moves ahead. As Dark Shadow is its own entity, Shinso was able to control it long enough to force Tokoyami out of bounds, with a bird brain comment from Deku. Yaoyorozu was defeated by Mina exceeding her limit and breaking her figure to blast the tall girl out of bounds. The final match was Kirishima and Bakugo. Ijiro has had a strange feeling ever since the USJ incident. The look Bakugo had when he saw and heard Deku. But he just chalked it up to surprise and nerves. Even before then, every time Deku was mentioned or when Deku was on TV, Bakugo seemed more stressed out. But then he heard about what went down in the second stage. How Deku seemed to know Bakugo, and Bakugo seemed to know him. With what Mina told him about what Deku said, Ijiro needed answers. Once Bakugo is in the arena, and Midnight signals the beginning, Ijiro rushed him, getting him in a grapple. "How does Deku know you? How do you know him?" he asked. Bakugo shudders and freezes for a minute before hissing, "That's none of your business," before blasting Ijiro away with an explosion. Ijiro gets blasted a few feet away, but his hardening quirk protects him. He charges again, getting close with Bakugo. "Oh really? Because it seems he has an issue with you. Like someone who is done being pushed around. It's personal." "Oh, is that why you've involved Todoroki and Shinso in your personal issues? And what about the things that Monoma Kid said? Did you really bully him? To the point he became that?" Bakugo dodges Ijiro's attacks, while remaining silent, his questions and the accusing tone washing over him. He gets up close with Ijiro, grabbing onto the front of his shirt. "I'll tell you and the others later," he says before putting his other hand in the redhead's face and setting off an explosion, blasting him out of bounds. Kirishima is out of bounds. Katsuki Bakugo wins and moves on, and we start the next round of fights after a short break. Midnight calls out. Up in the announcer box, Izuku is talking and laughing with Aizawa and Mike when All Hair comes in his buff form. "Greetings, I was wondering if I might join you all," he boomed. Izuku groans, looking up from his phone at the old hero. "You can drop the act, Boomite. Or do you want to waste your time and possibly put other people in danger?" The room was silent except for Mick's quiet, "Ouch," before all steroids, Yagi Tashinori returned to his normal skeletal state. "That is something I would like to talk with you about, young man." "How do you know about that about me?" All Might said. "I don't have to tell you everything. I don't have to tell you anything," Izuku said, sticking his tongue out at the blonde skeleton. "Young man, you should show respect to," all boomers started but Izuku cut in. "To who? The #1 hero who's lying to everyone, and putting them at risk every time he decides to flash his cheesy smile to the press? Or maybe to the has been too in love with his ego to step down, making up an excuse that only he can be the symbol of peace because he has a super awesome mystery quirk that is limited. Do you have a problem with me? You specifically? Not really, it's more of simple dislike and disagreement. It's that you stand as a symbol that, and I'm using your words here, you will need a physical quirk in order to do anything substantial, being a hero, changing the world, anything, not to mention fixing it. You and this society basically made it a fact, that you need a physical quirk to be anyone to be a person, and without one, or a villainous one, you're branded useless or a villain. The society you personify, you rely on fame and the ego too much. If you really did care about people, you would have stepped down when you got injured, looked for a protege, the next holder, or let someone else be. You probably could have saved Shoto Todoroki and his family from 5 or even 4 years of beatings from his father, Mr. Number 1 Hero. Through Izuku's little speech, Yagi's eyes slowly shine with realization and recognition. The boy from the roof. That's right. I was afraid you took too many hits to the head to remember. Izuku chuckled. Yagi sat there, stunned. He has been thinking of the boy since their conversation on the roof 2 years ago. It has been almost 2 years since he met the boy. And Yagi has noticed unrest in the civilians when it comes to heroes. It could be due to the rise in villain activity, but he has also been hearing talk about a vigilante going around revealing the crimes of heroes. Yagi had to work harder, show that not all heroes are criminals. It was one of these days when Yagi used up all his time stopping petty criminals, runaway vehicles, robberies, small things cops or any other hero could do. That was why he was standing there as heroes waited around, keeping the crowd back as a villain with an earthquake quirk started destroying buildings, people trapped inside. Yagi could only stand there, coughing blood into his hand, as a kid, around the age of the boy, rushes out to rescue some trapped people. Yagi couldn't stand there when a child willingly put their life in harm's way. He beefed up and took down the villain. The other heroes come in and started rescue and clean up, while some criticized the brave girl for rushing in. He heard the things she said. Yagi had been looking for the next holder, and he felt connected to this girl's spirit. He offered his quirk because after seeing hers might not be big and impressive. She accepted and they started her training. After a few weeks of training, he asked her a question that's been on his mind. Why do you want to be a hero? You said before that you want to be one everyone can look up to, that Deku was right? Isn't he a vigilante that goes after heroes and civilians? He only does so because the heroes are protected by their titles and the police can't touch them. He's doing it to keep people safe as heroes should. Mina said as she moved junk across the beach. You respect him? Even if he's going against the law? Yagi asked. Law and justice are not always the same. You've seen the people Deku brings to justice. Heroes and people civilians have known and respected for years. No one would have known what they were doing, and they would have continued, and a lot more people would have been hurt. So even if Deku had to do things against the law, he's doing it for the right reasons. This gives Yagi some more to think about involving the boy. Yagi comes back from the memory, looking up at the boy who was looking at the hero with a bored expression, much like someone who had to listen to a lecture he's been through 100 times. You may have been doing things for good reasons and have skills, but you have been lucky up to now. You need a stronger quirk to 92. Do anything. You should leave things to the heroes and the police. 355. What are you? Oh no, go one, continue, don't mind me. You shouldn't be out there facing villains, especially when you said you don't have a physical quirk. Oh wow, 492. Okay, what are you doing? Oh, sorry, it's a little hobby of mine. I hear these lines so many times, so I started making a mental list of how many times I've heard certain lines. But if you want to talk about luck, let me show you. Deku turns on the microphone. As a blonde DLD-looking mother has said me off, I, Deku, challenge the remaining 4 finalists to a 4-on-1 match. I will be using support gear instead of a quirk, but nothing lethal. The entire field shall be used, and only ways to be out is incapacitated, knocked the F out, give up, or thrown off the field. The arena was cleared away and a thin wall was placed near the audience walls, signaling the new boundary. As you all heard, Deku has challenged our final 4 fighters. He has taken quirk suppressants in front of several members of UA staff, and shall use authorized tools and support equipment. Midnight calls out from the announcer box. Hitoshi had a bad feeling about this. Deku challenging the 4 of them against him did not seem like something he would usually do. He also sounded sad, more than he did with Bakugo. He and the others made their way to the field, each with varying levels of confusion and fear. Once there, they see a thin cement wall, the tunnel closing behind them, leaving only the tunnel on the other end open. The crowd is silent as https. UDP in 7BLGT0 Wu 48 plays over the PA, as Deku comes out in much the same outfit he had on in the second stage, but this time, under the overcoat, he had samurai armor over his chest, back, legs, arms, and gauntlets, and steel-covered boots, all of which shined with an eerie blood-red light in the light. The tunnel is sealed behind him. If you all know the rules begin, Midnight calls out. "What are we doing here, Deku?" Hitoshi asked, the four standing next to each other. "Have you all seen Too Fast, Too Furious?" He asked, the four nodding in reply. "Do you remember Ejecto Cito?" He asks, pulling out a remote and pressing a button. Suddenly, the four of them were launched into the air, right into the audience. Bakugo used his explosions to get himself back to the field, while Shoto used his ice to make a ramp. Mina wasn't able to right herself correctly, but she was able to grab Hitoshi and throw him onto Shoto's slide, before barely tapping the wall, not out of bounds. Deku chuckles as he waits for them to get back. "I don't understand why you are here?" Mina asked. "Oh, look at that, a woman that doesn't know any better," Deku said, chuckling. "To be fair, Deku, I don't know either," Bakugo said. "Oh, look at that, a woman that doesn't know any better. You kind of walked right into that one," Hitoshi said. "Well, there is one thing you might understand," Deku says, reaching into his coat. "Solar flare," he says, throwing a flashbang, his glasses protecting his eyes. While the others are stunned, he runs up, kicking Katsuki hard in the gut, sending him flying backward, then flips back and slams his foot over Mina's head, knocking her out, before charging at Hitoshi, stopping in front of him and ducking under a wild strike, and kicking him hard in his chin, sending Hitoshi flying back, jaw busted and bleeding. After a few minutes, the effects of the flashbang went away. Hitoshi can see Mina laying on the ground unconscious, Hitoshi stumbling to his feet, blood coming from his mouth, and Bakugo on his knees, barfing up lunch and blood. From his daze, he can make out Deku in front of Shoto, and Deku kissing Shoto on the lips before chest-bumping Shoto. The dual-haired boy stiffens and shakes, convulsing, Deku backs up, and Shoto falls to the ground. Taser, built into the chest guard, Deku calls out, probably to keep others from going crazy. "Hey, kitty cat," Deku says, smirking at Hitoshi. "And he knows, now I'll have to kill him." Hitoshi thought as Deku saunters over to him, then again, he thinks to try to see Deku's figure in his overcoat. "Hey, eyes up here," Deku said, chucking dirt into Hitoshi's eyes, blinding him, long enough for Deku to get behind, wrapping an arm around Hitoshi's neck as he sticks a dart into Hitoshi's neck. "Nap time, sweetie," he whispers softly, giving the taller boy a soft kiss to his neck. "You cheated," Hitoshi mutters sleepily. The tranquilizer was working fast. The last thought Hitoshi had was, this isn't a bad way to lose. "Vigilante," Deku whispers softly, letting the taller boy fall to the floor, but sticking up in the air. Izuku takes a minute to examine the presented posterior, before moving on to Bakugo, who was just starting to recover. "Hey, but, now that Larry, Mo and Curly are out of the way, it's time for the Pomeranian." How are you?" Bakubrat starts, but Izuku cuts him off. "This good? Because, Firecracker, unlike you, who's had everything handed to him his whole life, I've, like everyone else with a weak, or a villainous, quirk, have worked every second to just be the same as anyone else like you, to be accepted, to be someone." Bakugo still doesn't seem to understand. Izuku squats down in front of Bakugo, still on his knees. "Consider yourself beef jerky, while I'm filet mignon." Bakugo spits saliva and blood in Izuku's face. Izuku just stands there for a few seconds before kneeing Bakugo hard in the chin, so that he flips back into the new wall, upside down, Midnight not calling him out. "I tried to team player, tried to be a nice guy," Izuku says, starting to pound into Bakugo's chest and stomach. "You just gave a kid a concussion, tazzed another, drugged a third, and are now beating one into unconsciousness." Aizawa's tired voice comes over the PA speakers. "I said trying," Izuku says, punching him one more time before getting up and walking away, leaving Bakugo, unconscious, bleeding and bruised. Midnight calls the end of the match, and 4 pairs of recovery bots come out with stretchers and carry the unconscious competitors out. The competitors will be placed in the descending order of how long they survived. Midnight says, "If I had known that, I would have taken Bakugo out first," Izuku calls, standing in the center of the field, all eyes on him, not a sound could be heard. To everyone out there, just because someone might have a weak quirk, Izuku says using finger quotes for weak, or a villainous, that does not make them any less than someone with a strong physical one. I just took out the 4 best of UA's new stock and took them down without a quirk. People are still people, no matter some gene, special talent or look. Anyone can be who they want to be. To those that have been deemed useless, worthless, or overlooked and trodden on, remember, with work and will, you can be whoever you want. You are who you choose to be. He finishes and walks back into the tunnel. The first thing Shoto feels when he wakes up is tingling over his body. Looking around, he sees members of his class around the beds: Achiko, Tsu, Kirishima, Siro, Kaminari, and Momo. The good news was that Mina and Shinso were awake and looked fine, just a bit tired. "Man, you guys got destroyed out there," Kaminari stated, earning a slap from Ajui's tongue. "Are you guys okay?" Momo asked. The teachers should have been more selective with what he could bring in. "I think they were," Mina said. "I saw that his coat and belt had some empty pockets and containers." "Well, anyways, did you guys gain or learn any info or anything from this?" Shoto's mind immediately went to the feel of Izuku's lips on his, before shaking his head to clear it. Besides getting tazzed, no, it was completely and totally uneventful. He says in his monotone voice. "He kissed a guy," Shinso says sluggishly, smirking. "No, I didn't," Shoto said, rather quickly in his dull tone. "Yes, you did. Didn't. Did. Did not. Did. I can break this tie," Kaminari says, smirking, pulling out his phone, and showing a photo capture of a video of the fight, clearly showing Deku's lips pressed up against Shoto's. "He totally did." Shoto sighs as the classmates start talking and giggling. After everyone was healed up, at least enough to be presentable, the awards were handed out. Bakugo, being the last one standing, figuratively, takes first, Hitoshi takes second, Shoto and Mina, the reason being that they made it to the final surprise round, and the author feels bad about placing his feeling about All Might onto her, share third place. All Might is presenting the awards, though he looks a bit bashful and guilty. "All of you did very well out there. You fought hard against an unknown opponent, learn from this and improve, go beyond, plus ultra." The day after the festival, Shoto was at UA, where they were questioning Deku with Tsukachi, Nizu, and after a lot of arguing, All Might. Why he wanted to be there to question Deku was beyond Shota. It was clear to everyone that the kid had a problem with the hero. Well, everyone but All Might. But both Tsukachi and Deku said he needed to be there. He also suggested a veteran hero, Gran Torino, who accepted. Shoto is arriving at the door where Tsukachi and Torino are with Deku when he hears, "Suddenly reeks of cat fur and bad coffee." Shota sighs as he comes into the room, Deku cuffed to the table, wearing his overcoat from the festival and jeans. "Oh, if it isn't a raise your head. What's this? No sleeping bag cocoon? Progress. Oh, look what we have here, a bratty problem child," Shota says, drinking his bad coffee. "Excuse me, but I'm a mothering vigilante. I've done a lot of things for justice to get this title. I deserve to be called such," he says indignantly. "Are you going to be like this the whole time? I have to deal with the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. I know, I asked him to be here, but I would rather not be." Deku sighs, slumping into the chair. "They will get here soon," Shota said, leaning against a wall. Yagi was nervous. He could tell that he and Deku were at odds. Yagi was doing what he should, keeping him safe by telling him the truth. He will need a physical quirk to be a hero, or do anything. It was why he accepted Nana's quirk, one for all, why he put up with the training. He wanted to be someone that could change the world, and now he was the #1 hero. But Yagi was special. Nana had even said so when they met. That was why she agreed to train him. Looking at Deku, he didn't see anything except a kid that was going to get himself or someone killed. That was, of course, before he saw how he handled young Todoroki, Bakugo, Mina, and Shinso, as well as the 1B students in the second stage. The boy had the skill as well as impressive gear. He would make a good support, but he was still unsure if he can do the work of a hero. He approaches the door where the interrogation was to be held and found Nizu standing outside the door. "Sir? Aren't we going in?" Yagi asked. Yagi-san, yes, but I am a bit unable to reach the handle as I do not have a quirk for it. Nizu says, cheerily reaching for the door handle, but it seems that he would be able to open the door on his own. "Would you mind assisting me?" Yagi was confused but nodded. Nizu had his own ways of doing things, being the smartest creature in Japan. He opens the door and lets Nizu go first. Once inside they see the kid cuffed to the table, Tsukachi with Eraserhead and Gran Torino on the other side. "Teacher, why are you here?" Yagi asked. "Ask the cheeky brat, he suggested I had to be here." Gran Torino said. "And now that Mighty Boomer is here, we can start," Deku says, sitting straighter. "To start, I heard Tensei Ida was attacked by Stain. He okay?" "Yes, a few stab wounds and lacerations, other than that he was fine," Tsukachi said. "But we are here to talk about you. Is your name Izuku Midoriya?" "Yes, though you knew that already, thanks to the baby porcupine," Deku said. "Did your mothers transfer your personalities into each other?" Tsukachi asked. "Okay, this will be quicker if I explain my story instead of you asking questions. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I used to be a whiny little pansy. When I was 4, I was diagnosed as quirkless. Yeah, in this quirk-saturated world, there are still people born like that. Catastrophe Bakugo was my friend until then. After he found I was quirkless, he started bullying me, treating me like trash, though he did give me the name Deku. After that, the others started joining in. The adults either ignored me or condescended me, treated me like some helpless little puppy, ignoring the kids beating me up. But even through all that, still wanted to be a hero, still wanted to help others." "But according to your notebook, you have a quirk," Nizu said, sipping his tea, which he had pulled out of nowhere. "Judgment came in when I was around 8 or one day, a voice just popped into my head, one word, guilty. Not going to lie, was a little scared first few times that happened, thought I was going crazy. When I looked around, I spotted a normal guy hanging around the park. I'd seen him there before, didn't pay any mind. But this time, when I looked at him, more words popped into my head, his name, Sumin something, his quirk, something had to do with sleep I think, and his crime, Pefli. I was confused and unsure of what was going on, but I kept an eye on him. That's when I saw him approaching a kid by himself. Sumin used his quirk to put the kid to sleep and carry him away. I called the cops and reported it. Sumin was arrested soon after. I realized it was a quirk, and I started listening to it." "But if you had a quirk, why didn't you tell anyone?" Aizawa asked, his voice sounding oddly soft. "Who would have believed me? A quirkless kid starts saying he has a quirk, would you believe him? Mom gave up on me after the doc said those 2 little words," Deku asks, raising an eyebrow in a tired manner. "As I was saying, when Kakasuki and I were 11 or 12, the moms got tired of his attitude, and I guess Ma decided to do something about how weak and whiny I got. I mean, I've only been through 7 years of ridicule, bullying, insults, and emotional neglect. Why not put some of the anger and ego of the poster boy of Napoleon complexes into me, and move some of my humility into him? They found a specialist that was able to transfer personalities or parts of them from one person to another. Why didn't they try therapy?" Nizu asked. Yagi had to admit it did seem irresponsible and hasty to mess with their children's personalities like that. Because this world relies more on quirks than anything else. Everyone's reasoning is that, if there's a problem, there is a quirk for it. I mean, why waste all that time and money to hire a professional to deal with these problems when you could just get someone to move some stuff around and be done like that? Deku says, snapping his fingers. Also, the great and perfect Katsuki Bark would never go for it. He thinks he was too good and didn't need anyone telling him how he should act. He barely went with him, Mom saying it would make him a better hero. But the main reason I think is because I'm quirkless. That shrink would be like every other adult. Oh, there is nothing wrong with Katsuki, he is just being a normal rambunctious teen. The other one is just being a baby because he's quirkless. Katsuki did nothing wrong crap all over again. Yagi looked around. Eraser and Nizu had a sympathetic look on their face. Tsukachi seemed to be trying to remain neutral, but his eyes seemed sad. Yagi could understand part of it. There was dislike and mistreatment of quirkless people while he was growing up, which was part of the reason he wanted a quirk. But it's been decades since then. It couldn't be that bad, could it? You said earlier that your quirk listed a few things, Nizu said. By looking at the person responsible for the alert, my quirk lists off their name, sometimes hero, sometimes real, a basic description of their quirk, and crime. Is it always right about the crime? Tsukachi asked. You've seen, reviewed, and confirmed the evidence I gave with each case. You tell me. Fix it. But on with the story. After the transfer, I started getting payback. But no one would say anything. Who would want to be known as someone that got their butts kicked by a quirkless, worthless nothing? And those that did tell, well, who would believe that a quirkless boy could beat such impressive, quirked students? Bangaku did try to apologize after the switch. But someone that needs some Freaky Friday crap, just to develop a conscience, you aren't getting any sympathy. After the adults got wise, they suspended me. I got in an argument with Inko about accountability in society due to the reliance and adoration for quirks, allowing people, and heroes, to do whatever they wanted just because they had the title of heroes or they had amazing quirks. Then I won a way to fix the world. So that's why you started all this? Tsukachi asked. How and why exactly? Because after I started listening to my quirk, it started happening more and more. Thing was, it wasn't alerting me to just villains, but heroes while they were patrolling, schmoozing up to fans. My quirk listed off crimes anyone could notice, but due to their standing as heroes, they were ignored or made their crimes easier. But like Stain, I knew that they were just a symptom to the society, which made them believe they can do anything just because they have a quirk. I just do what I do to make people see that people can't do what they want just because of a quirk or a title. Speaking of Stain, what is your relation with him? Tsukachi asked, the other adults watching closely. Deku sighs. After leaving my family and a few heroes, I ran into him. He's seen my work and offered to train me. As I didn't have any real experience besides watching hero fights, I accepted. For 2 years, he taught me to fight, and he learned to respect me, to the point that he sometimes listened to me about targets. After those 2 years, I gave him a list of heroes that actually do their job. Deku said, looking like he was going to say more, but Yagi decided to jump in. Is he really telling the truth, Tsukachi? Yagi asked. I mean, he's a vigilante. Interrupt my story again, Yagi. See what happens. Deku growls, yells at him. The room was quiet, looking between the two until Erasure broke it. Tensei Ito was one of them? Erasure asked. Deku sighed. Yeah, along with everyone in UA, and a lot of the teachers in other schools. How are you sure? Because I spent the last 3 years walking around Japan, taking note of heroes, villains, and people. I didn't get everyone, but I got the important places, Ketsubutsu, Shiketsu, Seijin, and some of the top hero agencies, including Endecor's, Night Eyes, and Ingenium. How do you know about the Boy Scout? Torino asked. While keeping an eye on a few targets, I hacked some cameras when I spotted Jack Skeleton's half-brother run into an alleyway. That's when I saw him go Mario and buff up. I wasn't sure what I saw, so I was keeping an eye open for him. When he came up again, finished dealing with a villain, he went into another alley and then deflate faster than a popped balloon. I then looked up a still image of his face and found his name. Wasn't hard, anyone could have done it. For pairs of eyes look over at Yagi, who squirms in place. What? It's fast and easy. Toshinori, you're an idiot. And Nana would call you out on that. Torino said, oh, and speaking of your predecessor, her grandson was the one that led the attack on USJ. What? Yagi and Torino yelled, the former starting to cough up blood. Are you sure? Tsukachi asked, hands shaking slightly as he takes notes. Tenko Shimura, quirk decay, crime, multiple counts of murder, including the unintentional ones of his father, mother, and older sister. He says. How do you know all this? Tsukachi asked. That's what came up when he first tried to recruit me. Well, not him specifically, but his boss master, All for One. Lies, All for One is dead, Yagi yelled. He couldn't be alive, Yagi had blown his head away. You'd like to think so, wouldn't you, Yagi? But now, I talked with him, he is very full of himself, didn't even deny being the boogeyman of the underground. He seems to have a grudge out for you and one for all, that is what he called the quirk Nana gave you. What do you plan to do with all this information about All Might? Tsukachi asked, looking Deku in the eye. Nothing, I mean I have my own personal issues with him, but if any of this info got out, then it would cause panic, rioting. People need their symbols. If it was known what he is and that he couldn't do his hero duties, the villains would be out in mass, it would be chaos. And if they knew that one of the worst criminals in history was alive, then more people would flock to him, and we'd be back to how it was when quirks first started. The adults looked at Tsukachi, who nods, showing that everything that Deku has been saying is true, that he wasn't planning on doing anything with what he knows. Why now, why join UA and help us? I've heard talk of the League of Villains, the group All for One is in charge of making moves on UA, specifically Yagi, so I decided to join in and help out, so the deal still stands? Deal? Yagi asked. Deku has agreed to help us out and give information about criminals to the police, instead of going after them, as well as join the heroics class, which Eraserhead has graciously accepted responsibility, Nizu said smiling. I said I'd work with the police, never said I'd stop going after them. Deku clarified cheerily, earning a glare from Aizawa. You will be joining Class 1A when they come back in a few days. And you will be working under me while the others work under heroes that requested them, Aizawa said. I suggest we patrol Hosu. As Stain was in Hosu, and there has only been one person he's attacked, he will still be there. You haven't gone after him in 2 years, why the change? Tsukachi asked. Well, Stain's not his name, it's actually Kaizome Akaguro. The reason I want to go after him is that Tensei Ito was attacked by him. I'm worried that Ito will go after him because he's an idiot. Tsukachi and Aizawa look at each other. Okay, anyone else has any questions? What about your mother? Aizawa asked. What about my mother? Deku growls. I'll talk with her when I talk with her. Okay, if that's everything, let's call it a day. Tsukachi said as he packs up his notes. Thank you, Nizu, Deku. He says before heading out. Well, I guess I'll see you in a few days, Deku said getting up. Where do you think you're going? Aizawa asked. Back to my place, Deku said. No, you need someone keeping an eye on you. I need an adult. We are adults. So you'll be staying with me at the new dorms. Let's go and get your equipment and move them in. Fine, he says leading Aizawa out, but you're going to have to get some help, some of the stuff is heavy. Aizawa groans, pulling out his phone and asking Ectoplasm for help, as he and the kid make their way out. Once they were gone, it was only Nizu, Torino and Yagi. He does seem knowledgeable. Would make a terrible enemy, the mouse says nonchalantly, picking up his teacup and cylinder, and heading outside, easily opening the door himself. Do you think he's telling the truth? Torino asked. Tsukachi thinks so, and with his quirk, he can spot a lie. Also, how else would you suggest how he knew about his name when we didn't? And All for One. This just makes it worse, it would make more sense with him involved. Yagi said. But a few things are important to note. The kid is someone to keep an eye on, and Eraser is right, he would make a terrible enemy. A cold, unfamiliar, but soon-to-be regular shiver went up the skeletal man's spine. A few days after the sports festival, everyone came back to the school to find it even more infested with people, press, and heroes that heard that Deku was being confined there and wanted the story and a lot of cops in order to keep them from charging the gates and the approaching students. Why won't you let us in? Why is the UA staff the only one allowed to interview Deku? He is a menace and needs to face justice. These are some of the things the crowd said as Hitoshi made his way to the classroom, where a few students were already there, all talking about the sports festival and Deku. He was amazing. Remember how he took out those guys in 1B? He barely broke a sweat through the whole festival. He is awesome. I agree, but he was still a little harsh. While they talk and the others soon arrive, Aizawa enters, his capture weapon wrapped around his yellow sleeping bag, with it slung on his back, which was squirming and moving around, like something was trapped inside, making muffled yells. Morning class. Aizawa starts, but the bag gives him a particularly hard kick in the back. Do that again and I will lock you in a room with Nizu and he's been wanting a talk with you about your brain. There's a muffled response, but no more kicking, allowing Aizawa to address the kids. Well, as you can tell, we have a new addition to the class. He says, dropping the sleeping bag on the floor, earning an indignant noise from the sack, the contents squirming and moving around, until a familiar green-haired head pops out, duct tape covering his mouth. Pulling it off, Deku gasps, before turning and glaring at Aizawa. I told you, I require long walks at night. We asked you to behave yourself. And I said more or less. It's not my fault that fakes popped out of nowhere, looking for a fight. Deku says, extricating himself from the bag, turning to the class. So I was bored sitting in the dorms, I decided to go for a little walk in the moonlight, settled in an abandoned building, and was minding my own business. Bullshit. I wasis. Tell them exactly what happened while you were minding your own business. So I'm just chillin' in there like a baller, when these schmucks just kick down the door. One yells, get on your knees. So I responded with, I'm not your mother last night, which they took offense to. They started attacking me, and you know how that song and dance goes. And I beat all but one of them. That one was funny. His name was Archangel, Flight, Wings, and Mild Self-Healing. Think he was a new guy trying to make a name for himself. You have been chosen to reveal my existence to the world. You will witness what happens here today, and you will tell of it later. That was clearly from a movie, so I called him out on it. Oh my. Brilliant speech. And unoriginal. That's totally from Boondock Saints. He tried to pass it off and attack me, but after a few hits, and he would not shut up. It is your corrupt acclaim. It is your evil that will be sought by me with every breath. He just kept quoting the movie and I just had to call him out on it. Boondock Saints. Seriously, you must watch that movie religiously. Get it? This is where it gets funny. What happened to the last one? Pussed out like a beach. Charged at me, yelling, and all I did was move to the side and he smashed hard into the wall, knocked himself out. All I did was tie them up after in a fun position. Hitoshi looks around at the others. They were either scared, amazed, or stifling laughs. Deku was going to be in their class. Ever since the sports fest, he couldn't stop thinking about Deku's lips on his neck. Glancing over at Shoto, Hitoshi can see the boy rubbing his lips. Aizawa sighs. Moving on, Deku will be in our class from now on. Now, on to the next announcement. But why? A few asked. Because if the USJ is anything to go by, UA is being targeted. And with what I saw at the sports fest, you will need help and real-life experience, not playing hero in some classroom. I was just going to go over that. Aizawa said, the sports festival was a way for pros to see what you can do. They have sent in requests to many of you, but those that do not have any will still be interning with heroes, from an approved list. Deku will be working with me. Now, you will be going out to do hero work, so you will need code names. Which is where I come in. Says Midnight coming into the room. I will be helping you with making hero names. Here is the tally of requests for people in the class. Remember, even if you do not have any, everyone will be interning with a hero. Aizawa put up names with numbers next to them. Surprisingly, Shoto and Hitoshi got the most, about 1060, with Bakugo and Mina following close behind. Aizawa passed out stacks and pages to each student. Theirs are the agencies that requested you, as well as the approved agencies to intern with. Now Midnight will help with the names. Well, then if you don't need me, I'ma go back and have a bowl of my favorite cereal, Franken. Deku couldn't finish, as Ida had charged across the room, propelled by his quirk, and kicked him in the side of the head, or would have if Deku hadn't put an arm up to defend himself, but only a few like Hitoshi saw that. He was still thrown into the wall by the force of the jet-propelled kick, cucking up dirt and dust from the wall. The class and adults were stunned by the sudden attack, until Deku stood up, brushing dust from his street clothing. You done goofed. How in the name of justice did you do that? Ida demanded, scowling at the shorter boy. If you that's how. Deku replied, why even attack me? I'm not the one that hurt your brother. But you know that villain that did. Stain knows you and respects you well enough not to kill people from your list, according to my brother. As far as I'm concerned, you're just as bad as he is. Deku charges at Ida, dodging kicks and sweeping his legs out from under him, and putting a pair of scissors to his neck. I don't know what you're on about. I'm just doing my job. Taking out fakes and villains and leprechauns. I've never seen one, but do you think if I beat it up enough, it'll puke up Lucky Charms? Enough, Aizawa yells, using his capture weapon to pull Deku away and to his side. Now stay there and behave. But I'm bored. You only need to keep your mouth shut. Can we get McDonald's? Only if you behave, Aizawa says before climbing into his sleeping bag next to Deku and going to sleep. Okay. Midnight says, drawing the attention back to her. Now that that's done, let's move on to names. Things moved on quite smoothly after that. Hitoshi glanced over to Deku every now and then. He would grimace every now and then like he could have come up with a better name, but he keeps his mouth shut. After the names are finished, the kids head off to lunch and Aizawa carries a cheering Deku on his back. So what do you guys think about Deku being in the class? Uraraka asked. It will certainly be interesting, Yaoyorozu said. Revelry in the dark, Tokoyami said in his usual cryptic way. I think he's funny, a bit much but funny, Siro said. All I know is Hitoshi couldn't keep his eyes off him, Kaminari said chuckling. Neither could Shoto, Tsu said. After Endeavor's arrest, the class had started calling him by his first name. The pair blushed slightly. You okay, Ida? Mina asked. Was that stuff true, your brother getting attacked by Stain? And him respecting Deku? Yes, my brother found and confronted Stain, but was beaten. According to him, Stain consulted a list given to him by Deku, listing the names of true heroes. That is the reason Stain spared Tensei. How well do those two know each other? Uraraka and a few others wondered. Please tell us you're not planning some stupid act of vigilantism, Jiro said flatly, to which Ida said nothing. Ida, please just leave it to the pros. They questioned Deku, maybe they know new things about him. Do you really trust him? He could be in league with him or the villains from the USJ, or have his own secret agenda, Ida growled. Besides, if Deku could go around and take down villains and fake heroes, why can't I take down a serial killer? This ended the conversation, but a few pairs of eyes kept watching the class rep as they ate lunch. Somewhere else in UA, a pair sits in an office, pulling food from a McDonald's takeout bag. When the shorter of the two speaks up, still think he won't go after Stain? The hobo sitting across from him sighs. Fine, we will start patrolling Hosu when interships start. Shota sighs as he sits on the roof of a building, waiting and watching around. After a few minutes, he hears some footsteps. You're late. A Deku is never late, nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to. Comes the annoying response. The kid comes to sit next to him, wearing the same thing he wore during the final fight, only instead of a hat, he wore a hood. I've called Hawks in as backup. He will be flying around Hosu, just in case. Fine, but did you really have to have Mike water your plants? Shota asked. Yes, it is needed thrice daily, and I warned him not to talk to them, because once they get started, they will not stop, especially Jim. Which one's Jim? Jim's the fishes, come on son. Shota sighs. Fine whatever, just follow me and do everything I say. I promise to follow you to the letter. As long as the letter isn't Q. Or any other vowel for that matter. Let's just go. We should be careful, it's past 2 a.m., and nothing good happens after 2 a.m. Let's just, Shota starts. But suddenly there is an explosion a ways off, fires springing up close together, screams and sounds of fighting can be heard coming from the direction. Great, just what we need. Deku, you go look for Ida and Stain, I'll go deal with this. I need you to give me permission to fight. I'm giving you permission to fight whatever you have to, just make sure you and Ida make it out. Beach, don't tell me what to do. The brat says before running off. Shota grumbles to himself, hoping everything turns out okay as he goes to investigate the fires and screams. Tenya felt like an idiot as he lay there, paralyzed. He had been going to follow Manuel to investigate and help an explosion when he decided to go searching for Stain, against Deku's, Aizawa's and Manuel's, even Tensei's insistence not to engage him. He should have listened. Now he lays on the ground, unable to move. Just like the hero next to him. Looking back at the last few minutes, Tenya remembers looking around the back alleyways, away from the sounds of screams and fighting, when he hears singing. The closer he got, the clearer the song got. Man, bring me a dream. Make him the cutest that I've ever seen. Give him 2 lips like roses and clover. Then tell him that his lonesome nights are over. Tenya follows the singing till he finds Stain about to kill a hero. Seeing Stain, Tenya saw his brother in the hospital, bloody, bandages all over his body. Tenya idolized his brother, much like other kids worship All Might. To Tenya, Tensei was what a hero should be, and to see him so broken and injured put the teen in a rage. If he had been in his right mind, he might have listened to the counsel of the adults. But every time he thought of his brother, hooked up to tubes with bandages covering about 75% of him, Tenya can only see red. So when he saw the man responsible for putting his hero there, he charged straight at him. Without turning around, Stain swiped a sword behind him, taking off Tenya's helmet and making him fall backward on his butt. "You're just a child, leave," came the gravely growl of the villain, holding the hero in place, looking down at Tenya. "Wait, you seem familiar. Didn't I fight you earlier?" "No, monster, that was my brother, a great hero, one that you savagely defeated and left bleeding in an alleyway. And I am here to bring you in and pay you back for what you did to him." Stain stands there, releasing the hero, who falls like a sack of potatoes. "And what about him?" Stain asks, gesturing to the immobile form. A real hero would be more concerned with rescuing him than taking down a villain. "Shut up. You know nothing about being a hero, except what Deku shows you." "You say Deku?" Satin asked, looking at Tenya closer. After a minute he groans, "Son of a face. Why the F does all this happen to me?" Explosions in the distance distorting several of his words. "Silence, fiend, I will take you to justice," he says, charging at Stain again, who instinctively lashes out with one of his blades, cutting Tenya's exposed cheek, drawing blood. Stain then kicked the armored teen hard in the chest, throwing him back. As Tenya tries to stand, he licks some of the blood from the blade. As soon as the liquid touched the villain's tongue, all of Tenya's muscles stopped working, forcing him to fall on the alleyway floor. Tenya tries to move, even a figure, but is unable to. This leads him to where he is now, watching as the masked villain stands above him. "Your brother was a hero. I gave him the choice to walk away. I wasn't looking for a target or a fight. He didn't take it, even when he was losing. But you only cared about petty revenge. Oh, you and the other fakes can dress it up however you want. Call it justice, all it serving peace, but what you're after is revenge, not a very hero-like. And it might get me on his bad side, but eliminating another fake will be worth." Stain's monologue was cut short due to whistling that was slowly coming closer. It sounded strangely like All-Star. After a few minutes, a figure appeared at the end of the alleyway. Tenya couldn't see who it was from his position, but he could see Stain's reaction, as fear flashed on his face for an instant before a weird grin appeared on his face. "Deku." "Hey, Stainy. What are you doing?" "Oh, just walking around." "Walking around?" "Walking around. Thwarting my plans." "Thwarting your plans? Are you?" "Yes. I told you what would happen if you tried to go after one of these kids, for any reason. And by my last count, we were at 259 to 225, with 6 wins in a row for me, and I'm ready to make it an even number." "Okay, first just want to say, this isn't my fault he came after me." Stain says, watching Izuku, who simply bandaged up the hero up. "Oh, I know, hormonal privileged teen throwing a fit," Izuku says, getting up, and starts making his way to Stain. "And don't even get me started on heroes going around thinking they're entitled to take you down to make a name for themselves." As he starts talking again, but the hero tries to interrupt them. "I'm right, he Shut up, Stain and Izuku say at the same time. I don't get screen time after this anyways, he mumbles. This isn't like our other usual fighting arena. I like to think of it as more well, I'm not intimidated either, Izuku said chuckling. As he keeps Stain talking, he works his phone behind his back, sending his location to those on his contacts, Aizawa and Shoto. Anyway, I'm going to kill this fake, you can have the kid. Since yes, I would let you if I could. But I'm not getting a read on him, so I can't. Do I get a say in this? The hero asked. You've not involved in this anymore, hero? I think I'm pretty involved. Anyways, Deku, why are you trying to stop me? We do the same thing, we've been through the same pain and ridicule. True, but when I go out and beat up people, I make a difference. When you do it, you're branded a villain and a killer. There is a slight pause, with just the explosions and distant fighting in the background. Gonna need a sensu after that one. The hero muttered. Anyway, if you're here to stop me, you're going to have to take me in, or take me down. That's the plan, Izuku says stepping closer. From Tenya's position on the ground, he had a front-row view of what happened, even though he was unable to see much of it clearly. Once Deku moved closer to Stain, there is a flash of steel and a clang of metal on metal. Deku was holding his arm up. It was encased in metal, like a gauntlet, like what he wore during the final fight in the festival. He had blocked one of Stain's blades. He and his brother are able to catch moving at accelerated speeds. They have too, given their quirk. Even so, he was unable to follow or even see their movements. Glad to see you've improved since that last time we fought. Stain chuckled. Yeah, and if I had a watch, I'd be looking at my wrist really condescendingly right now. Stain smirks before he disappears in flashes of steel, thanks to the street lights and the fire in the distance. All Tenya could hear and see are Stain's swords hitting Deku's armored arms, and something that he may be mistaken, though it sounds like Chickadee China the Chinese chicken. Before Deku did a simple sidekick, throwing Stain into a wall, who just bounces back and lashes out at Deku again, who in turn blocks and throws back some of his own, singing patty cake, finishing it off with one last uppercut, sending Stain flat on the ground. Holy shit, did he just beat? The hero says just as Stain jumps up like nothing. Did you seriously forget who we are talking about? Tenya asked. I just have hope, okay? Is that so wrong? That fact you still have any hope left for your life, in this series, is your most admirable quality. Thanks, kid. Native, for the love of God, don't thank him, Deku calls out. I believe it's about time we got serious, don't you? Stain asked. 1 second the two are standing in front of each other, the next they are up in the air, with the only times Ida being able to see them was when they clashed, the metal creating sparks and flashes of light. After a few minutes, the two lands, Stain standing over Deku, who was laying on the ground, and seems more interested in the cuts in his coat than the serial killer standing over him. Just then pink and yellow streaks of lightning flashes past Ida, and kicks Stain away from Deku. Mina lives. And standing there was Mina, yellow lighting coming off of her. Never saw Sports Fest, who dat? Stain said getting up. Oh hey Mina, how's it going? I'm okay, I just kicked a serial killer. And like that, you've already contributed more than Tenya there. You mind getting them out of here? Deku asked, getting up and dusting himself off. But what about, she wasn't able to finish as Tenya got tired of them arguing. You two need to get out of here, this is my fight. Oh shut up. If this is your fight, then stand up. Deku says to him. There is a short indignant break before he continues. Then be a good angst teenager and lather and take it. Deku then charges back at Stain, the two jumping off the walls of the alley. As the two are fighting, Mina goes to help the Tenya and the hero. You shouldn't be here, this is my fight, he is mine. Tenya groaned, still trying to move. That's not how this works, you're my friend, and everyone has been worried about you since we heard about your brother, and it seems Deku cares in his own way. As the two talk, Deku receives a cut just above his left eye, the kind that bleeds a lot. Deku stumbles back and tries to stop the bleeding, but some splashed on the wall, where Stain licks, forcing Deku to fall to the floor. Mina, stop talking and get those two away. Or don't let him lick your blood, his quirk is blood-type based. Mina gets in a battle stance, and yellow lightning envelopes her again as she charges at Stain, who's covered in bruises, but still grinning maniacally swinging his swords, but every time one gets close, Mina uses her acid to melt it. This goes on for a few more minutes until she too gets cut. Stain throws a knife that nicks her leg. Rolling to dodges a kick, Stain picks up the blade and licks up the blood on it, paralyzing Mina. It seems you would be a true hero. I can see why Deku is working with your kids. But this one does not act like a hero, caring more about petty vengeance and personal grudges than others' lives. Like the other fakes in this world, he must be cleansed. For the betterment of, Stain stops talking as a faint voice could be heard, slowly coming closer. After a minute the words become clearer. Mine, 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 mine. Does anyone else hear? Mina is cut off as a wave of fire nearly fills the alleyway, forcing Stain back again. Standing at the entrance stands Shoto, who moves to stand in front of Deku. Mine. Hey, Deku says, smiling or trying to with his muscles paralyzed. Stain charges at Shoto, his grin becoming more manic as he swings his blades wildly. Shoto uses his ice side to push Stain back, using his fire to push him further. Stop this, stop. This is my fight, none of you should have to fight. Tenya whined, tears in his eyes. His classmates, and someone who he respected but went against the law, were getting hurt because he was stupid. He got them into this mess. I can't watch any of you get hurt because of me. Thinking back to his last conversation with his brother, they talked about Deku. What do you think of the vigilante Deku? The one that has been going around kidnapping and torturing people and heroes? Tenya had asked. Well, his methods may be questionable, but the effects of what he's doing are clear. While it's true he is breaking the law and hurting people, there are some people out there that get away with things too. Easily. But there are worse ways to do things for the same effect. Take Stain, he kills heroes, some that are later found to be bad. But Deku hasn't killed anyone, no matter their crime. He makes sure they get punished by the law, as well as showing others out there that this is someone to hold them accountable for their actions. It may not be a good job, but if someone has to do it, I'm glad it's someone like Deku. Tenya is shocked out of his thoughts as Shoto groans, pinned to the wall by knives, unable to use his quirk, afraid of hurting Deku and the hero next to him as Stain licks up some blood from his cheek. But after he does so, he's immediately sent up into the air and backward. No. See, I don't really care for many people, but Canadian flag here is cute and therefore off limits, so now I'm going to break you. Like a Kit Kat bar. Deku then charges at Stain, who isn't able to protect himself as Deku launches a barrage of attacks, kicking and punching with armored limbs as he easily dodges the villain's attacks. Deku was moving so fast, the onlookers were barely able to see Stain get hit. As the relentless attack continues, the pair are steadily going higher and higher, Deku using the walls of the alleyway to slowly reach the roofs. Once he does, he delivers one final devastating kick to Stain's side that shoots the villain down onto the hard floor, just to Deku fall right onto him, Deku's steel-heeled boot slamming hard into Stain's stomach. Deku gets up, Stain doesn't. Deku then walks over to a stunned Shoto. Now what are you? He asks the taller boy, grabbing the front of his costume, pulling the two-colored-haired boy's face, inches from his own. Why were yours? Shoto stammers out. And don't you forget it, Deku says, pulling the blades out. Luckily they only caught the costume instead of his shoulders. Now you should be fine. Type O is the weakest to his quirk, so help Alien Queen, Sonic, and the hero out. I'll tie up Stain and drag him out. Shoto does as he's told, helping Mina, who's still unable to walk. Tenya helps him halfway through, Stain's quirk wearing off. Just as Deku is dragging an unconscious and bound Stain out to the street, a short, angry man, followed by heroes, appears across the street. What the hell happened? Eraserhead said there was a call for help here. Is that Deku? Is that Stain? In all the commotion, no one notices a bleeding winged creature swooping down until it snitches Deku up. Everyone stands stunted, watching as a strange bat, with its brain exposed, starts flying away with the Deku clamped in its talons. The only one that moves is the bound villain, who cuts himself free with a hidden knife, jumps up and licks at some blood that landed on one of the hero's cheeks, paralyzing the creature as Stain leaps into the air, freeing Deku from its clutches, stabbing the blade into its brain, and using it as a cushion for the fall. Then, standing in front of a half-dozen heroes, he proclaims, "Everything I do is to create a stronger society. The streets will run red with the blood of the hypocrites, the fakes. The only one allowed to kill me." Everyone present, besides Deku, stands frozen, overwhelmed by Stain's presence and his will. Deku is worthy. He sees the truth, he sees what others cannot. Deku cuts him off but sending a booted kick to his head. "Oh, just shut up, you Voldemort wannabe," Deku says, standing over the newly unconscious villain. The heroes stand frozen for a few more minutes before moving in, tying Stain up, and calling ambulances for the kids and the injured hero. After the doctors and nurses finished patching him and the others up, Shoto sat on his bed, going over what happened. None of them suffered any major injuries, just some scratches and cuts. Shoto was interning at the Endeavor Agency. Well, technically after the arrest, it was renamed the Firestorm Agency, as most of the heroes there had fire quirks and he needed practice, but he was still having trouble. "Focus, Shoto, I told you before you have to clear my mind of all other thoughts." "Yeah, primo advice. Might as well ask me to herd cats. Tell me, what thoughts are clouding your mind?" Shoto was visualizing Izuku naked, on the beach, on a towel. "Hey Shoto, could you put this lotion on my back and or butt?" Hero stuff. Then last night, they were patrolling Hosu. The plan being that catching the hero killer would help bring the agency's reputation back up. While patrolling, Shoto got a message, just a location, from Deku. He told Burning, the leader of the agency after Endeavor was arrested, and Hero he was interning under, where he would be, and to send reinforcements there when she could. Deku didn't send any snide little, cute, line with the info, meaning he could be in danger. No one hurts him, not without getting frozen then burned, then frozen again. Shaking to clear his head, Shoto looks over at Izuku, who is wearing his overcoat and a shirt that says, "I did nothing wrong." Turning, Shoto notices Ida looking as down as he did when they got into the ambulance, probably still kicking himself for getting them all involved in that mess. Last, Shoto checked up on Mina, who was just lying in bed. She seemed okay after what happened. After a few more minutes the door opens again. This time, a dog-head man comes in, followed by Eraserhead, Burnin, and two other heroes Shoto didn't recognize. "Greetings, I am Kenji Tsuragami, Hosu Chief of Police. Though one of you already knows that." The dog looks over at Izuku. "Hey Ken, how are the ears? Still hanging low, wobbling to and fro? Can you tie them in a knot or a bow?" the teen asks, smirking. The chief sighs, scratching at his nose before continuing. "Stain suffered from multiple broken bones, lacerations, internal bleeding, and burns. 3 of you should have been taught that it is against the law to use your quirks unlicensed. You 3 also did not have authority from your supervising heroes to engage Stain. Deku, for a change, got permission to do so by Eraserhead. Even though I really didn't need to, no quirk use, there is no law for quirkless fighting." "Correct. But you 3 went against the law and took matters into our own hands." Shoto looks around, the adults looking stone-faced, or angry, Ida still not looking up, Mani looking close to tears, and Izuku just looked bored. "So what? Are you going to arrest us for doing the right thing?" Shoto asked. "No, there are enough injuries and the heroes on the scene did see Stain tied up by Deku, so we could attest it to him. You 3 will not receive any punishment for using their quirks unlawfully, nor will you receive any accommodations for helping bring him down." "Not like we did much anyway," Mina muttered. "Deku seemed to have the whole thing handled without us. We just got in the way." "Now don't say that, alien queen," Deku says, getting up and walking over. "You did take on a serial killer one-on-one and survived. Not many can say that." "Thanks, Deku," Mina said, smiling. "If there are no complaints about the plan, I would first like to thank you for your work in taking down Stain. Second, your instructors would like a word with you." With that, the dog left the room and the instructors went to their respective students. Izuku was close enough for Shoto to hear. "You really need to stop going on walks." And you need to get some goddamn DSL in here, it's boring. Look, all I'm going to say is that you did good and that you need to stay here for at least a day to rest up. But I'm not that injured, just my clothes, and can easily fix or replace those. You will stay here. I have a lot of paperwork I need to take care of and a faculty meeting, and I don't need you interrupting it. So I want you to stay here, at least all of them are gone. I get the distinct impression you're embarrassed of me. Brat. I'm gonna go with new. This important, and way too early for you to be making another scene. I don't have to take this. I'm going for a walk. No, you don't. Oh, what are you going to do? Grab that guy who can stop me? What was his name? Michael Mack doesn't exist. What do you want? What? What do I need to give you to make sure you stay here tonight? I'm gonna need some new gear. And get some for Shoto. Beaches love new gear. Not that you're a beach candy cane, but you are mine. Shoto blushes again, remembering how close their faces were a few hours ago. He ended up nearly setting his bed on fire, but thanks to Eraserhead, they were safe. Well, now I see what got you so distracted with during training, Vernon says, smirking. Shut. He says, looking away, glancing at the other two. Ida was getting a talking to from Manuel, and Mina seemed to be in a quiet conversation with her short instructor. After a few more minutes, the adults left, leaving the teens alone. It's quiet for a bit as they started to relax and get ready for bed. When Ida says, I just want to say again, thank Tenya. You try to thank me again, I will plow the nearest male just to shut you up. Shoto's bed was next to his while Mina was across from Izuku and Tenya was across from Shoto, meaning Shoto was the closest one to him. Oh. Kuises. Should we be worried about the League of Villains? Minas. Deku shrugs. Probly. With that, he turned off the room light, and one by one they went to sleep. The next day, as none of them had any real injuries, they were returned to their respective instructors. Eraser had Izuku watched while he did patrol. The news played a lot about Stain and Deku. There was a tidbit about the Nomus, but the majority of the story was about Stain's backstory and his philosophy. There was also that bit at the end where Stain makes his proclamation to the heroes, including when he said Deku was a worthy hero, as well as Deku knocking him out. Now all anyone could talk about on the internet was Deku. Some claiming that they were right about him being a hero all along with others still holding that he's a villain because he knew Stain. Soon Deku got tired and sent out a post, I came out here to have a good time, and I'm honestly feeling attacked right now. After posting that the site blew up, with comments and questions. But I investigated myself, and found I did nothing wrong. Confident he has sown enough chaos, as more and more people started to reply to his posts, and the message boards go into fights and arguments. When Erasure got back, Izuku had a plan on how to mess with Bald Might, and after explaining it to Aizawa, the adult smiled, taking out a phone, starting to send texts. A few days later, when internships ended, Yagi pants as he deflates, collapsing into his office chair. The other teachers look over at him. Something wrong, Yagi? Cementos asked him. I don't know. The skeleton said, taking a drink of his bottle. I've just gotten a lot of heroes calling for my help the last few days, and these are heroes that I've seen being able to do their job well, even with their limitations due to their non-physical quirks. The last couple of days, I've been going around and helping them from anything between purse snatchers to random villains any of them could have stopped. I'm not sure what's going on. Yagi closes his eyes as he lays back into his chair and wasn't able to see all the other teachers look over to a yellow sleeping bag on the couch. In the class, everyone was talking about their internships until Izuku come in. Everyone went quiet before exploding, rushing him with questions. Did you really take out Stain by yourself? Dude, even Stain calls you a true hero. Did you know all that stuff about him before? All right, that's enough, Aizawa said as he comes in. Everyone in your seats. Now, you're all probably curious about what happened. But you can ask later. Right now, we have something to talk about, like the end-of-term exam and the training camp after. The exam will consist of written and practical, like the entrance exam. Oh, and before any of you start getting ideas, anyone that fails the exam will not be going to the camp. Most of the class descends into chatter and screams. Aizawa, not wanting to deal with this, goes into his sleeping bag, while Izuku thinks back at the conversation he had with Nizu and Aizawa, saying that he would be part of the practical. At lunch, everyone was trying to figure out what they would be doing. The consensus was robots like in the entrance exam. At the time of the practical exam, 1A was surprised to see 1B there as well as the teachers. Now, you may be wondering why all of you are here. It's because us teachers believe that you should be prepared to be randomly paired with someone you do not know, as like your first exercise with All Might. Half of you all will go first, then the other half. You will be in pairs, fighting one of us, or your special instructor. Aizawa said as Izuku jumps out of a window above the teachers and lands on Cementas's head. Your team member and opponents have already been decided. He goes on to list off the teams and the teacher for the team. To some of the students' surprise, Shoto was paired with Monoma from 1B, with their opponent being Deku. As the teams were bussed over to their respective areas, they started to discuss plans, quirks. But not Shoto and Monoma, who sat in silence all the way to the fake city. Just because you're Class A, don't think you can boss me around. I'm the one that's going to take Deku down and show the teachers what 1B can do. Didn't he basically beach slap you and your team like it was nothing? Yes, but that was when we were unprepared. I am ready now, and he will know the name Nito Monoma. Really? 'Cause kind of seemed like you peaked. And you know what that means. What? It's all downhill from here, said a voice in an alleyway next to them. Like Yamcha. Though you might not know who that is, just know, it's a bit disappointing. The two jumped back ready, but whoever was there was gone now, just some laughter fading off into the distance, after the flash of a dark green end of a coat. Remember, you have 30 minutes to either get through the exit or capture your opponent. The PA system said. Monoma and Shoto continued their way, everything quiet. That was until they heard something in one of the alleyways. Trying to scare us, vigilante? Monoma calls out as he just charges. Well, it's monomer time. He charges right into a trash can lid. It's never going to be a thing. He says before Deku delivers a hard kick right between his legs, making the teen shriek as he gets thrown back to Shoto, who catches him, the blonde slumping into his partner's arms. He's all tuckered out, Deku says coming out of the alleyway, decked out in the armored uniform he had on during the last round of the fights. Now this exam is mainly for him, to see if he can work with people, even with people he doesn't like. Seems he failed. But we also have to fight so. Deku started walking over to Shoto, who simply put the unconscious boy over his shoulder and started running away, Deku walking, following. After a few minutes, Monoma wakes up. You can put me down now. Are you ready to start working as a team now? Shut up and let me go, Monoma said, pushing himself off, using his quirk to copy Shoto's quirk, taking a few minutes to get used to it, his temperature acclimated. As he does so, Deku comes running at them. Shoto uses his ice to keep Deku away. Well, better keep your eyes open, partner, Shoto says to Monoma, moving to engage Deku. That's it, killing you both, Monoma said, unleashing a wave of flames at the two. Deku kicked Shoto hard in the chest, sending him flying into a building. Deku circles around and again kicking Monoma hard in between his legs. Monoma lets out a squeaky shriek, collapsing on his hands and knees on the ground, so Deku delivers another hard kick to his chin, sending him falling back next to Shoto. He keeps kicking me in the D-dash. But why does he keep kicking me in the D-dash? Monoma groans, struggling to breathe and stand. I think I might have a way to beat him, Shoto said. If you say work as a team, I swear, I will kick you in the D-dash. I guess we can work as a team. Monoma growls. Together. Never, he's mine. We only have 15 minutes left. But Monoma wasn't listening anymore, if he ever was, as he sends ice and fire at Deku, who simply uses his coat, which was apparently fireproof, and punching and kicking through glaciers. This continues till Monoma stops, starting to shiver and sweat, unable to correctly regulate his temperature. Once the attacks stop, Deku just grabs Monoma's head and repeatedly brings it down on his armored knees for several minutes, before throwing the teen back into a wall. And as Monoma seems to be passing out, Deku walks over, leans in close. Hello, this thing on? You are now thinking of what I did to you, while you were unconscious. Have fun with that. Well, now that that's out of the way, Deku says, moving over to Shoto. Now we can fight unabated. My brother says that makes you grow hair on your eyeballs, Shoto says. Beating that butt is the hardest thing I ever enjoy, Deku says, charging at Shoto, who simply puts up an ice wall between them before dashing off to the exit, using his ice to move faster. Deku sighs and charges after him, not really looking to stop him, jumping over ice walls. But of course, Shoto passes through the gate, passing the exam. About an hour later, in the recovery tent, students come in as Monoma wakes up, wearing a diaper. Recovery Girl had used her quirk as much as she could to heal his privates, but he will still need to wear the absorbent clothing for a few days, to a week. Dang man, Tetsu said, coming in from his fight with Kendo against Cementos. What happened to you? Monoma was trying to say something, but Kaminari, who was sitting next to him, breaks in. He fell down some stairs. So Monoma kept up with that line, I fell down some stairs. But Shoto, who was sitting nearby, with Deku's arms on his shoulders, says, no you didn't. Shut up before I throw you down a flight. After all the exams were done and the students healed up, as much as they could, the teachers called an announcement. All the results are in, and sad to say several of you failed your exams. The students that did look down, dejected. But those that did fail, need the training camp the most, so get ready, we leave in a few days. Hitoshi's exam was after Shoto's, so he was able to watch his fight with Deku. Ever since Deku first came on the news, Hitoshi's been intrigued. This someone who didn't care about status or the status quo, where heroes had to have a certain kind of quirk, or act or be a certain way. He also stood up for those that were quirkless or weak, villainous quirk. Then after the USJ incident, he couldn't get Deku off of his mind. Then there was the sports festival. When he saw him and Shoto kissing, he couldn't help a pang of something rise up in his chest. Then when he was caught by Deku, even when he is concussed and getting drugged. But it all came to a head when he showed up in class. The second that fluffy green hair, he was smitten. That hair looks so fluffy and soft, I just want to run my hand through it, was the first thing he thought when he saw it. These feelings put Deku's interactions with Shoto into a different light, and just thinking about it makes him feel weird, bad weird. Though there might be a problem. After he joined 1A, one of the students, Kaminari, started coming on to him, flirting and holding hands. After Deku joined them, sitting in class with them, Hitoshi was sure he had seen them like that, and shivers ran down his spine every time. Hitoshi liked Kaminari, but only as a friend. After the exams, he confronted Shoto alone in the nurse's tent. What's your relation with Deku? Hitoshi asked. What do you mean? He's someone who helped me deal with the sheet that was my father. Shoto said, that's not what I meant. Every interaction you have with him, he gets all lovey-dovey, and he even kissed you during the sports festival. What I want to know is how you two know each other. Hitoshi sees Shoto visibly blushed. Well, he is cute. And fluffy, and alpha, probably not relationship material. Anyways, he just helped with dealing with my father. Shoto, you're drooling, get a hold of yourself, Hitoshi says. And he seems very interested in you. He's right, comes a voice from a tarp in one of the corners. Been flirting with you both since the USJ incident, but thanks for noticing. The two went over and took off the tarp and saw Deku standing in a cage, hands on the bars. In the cage are a food and water bowl, bed, and some books. How long have you been in there? Shoto asked. Since the end of our exam, Deku said. So you're interested in both of us? Hitoshi asked. Can you do that? You really want to know? He asked. Hitoshi nods, leaning closer. Deku grabs the collar of his shirt, pulling him closer, pressing their lips together for a second before pushing him away. Then get me out of here. The two boys outside the cage stand there shocked before they walked away. Once outside, they look at each other. I think that means we are both dating him? Shoto questioned. Hitoshi shrugs nods. Later, Izuku is lying in bed when Copycat comes in, on orders from Eraser no doubt, and unlocked the cage. Izuku could tell that the boy was shaking, probably scared of him after the exam. Izuku had seen and heard someone flirting with his sleepy purple cat, and he did not like it, and it was about time he marked his territory. Once outside, Izuku stretches. Where's Sparkplug? Kaminari, from 1A? Oh, he's probably with that Shinso guy from his class in their classroom. You know he's been basically hanging off of him since he joined 1, flirting, holding hands, basically joined at the hip, Monoma said very fast, all in the same breath. My God, I cannot shut up when I am scared. Interesting, I'm gonna go pay him a, what do you call it? Visit. Beating, that's it. Gonna go pay him a beating. He says, running off. As he does so, he faintly hears Monoma say, oh crap baskets. Huh, they say that too. A few days later both classes are standing outside, waiting for everyone to arrive so that they can board the buses. Izuku is in between Shoto and Hitoshi, who have just accepted their new role as co-boyfriends, especially after they saw Deku burst into the classroom and basically pull a Michael Jackson on Kaminari and dangle him out of a window, promising pain if he tried to flirt with Hitoshi. Once Kaminari promised, Izuku let him up, walked up to Hitoshi and Shoto, pulling both tall boys down to his level, and in view of about half the class, he kisses both boys full on the lips, one after the other, then just struts out. Once everyone arrives, the classes enter different buses. The ride was uneventful, except with the class whispering, chuckling, and taking pics of Izuku who was basically stretched out, lying across the two boys' laps, like a cat, napping. Once they arrive at a stop, everyone gets out to a sandy overlook of a tree-filled valley and mountainside, with only one black car along with their bus. Everyone starts looking around, wondering why they stopped, and looking for a bathroom. One of the doors to the car open, and a kid in the same red sneaker shoes Izuku had and a red cap with two horns sticking out the front, came out, and came running at him smiling and yelling, Onaizen, and slams into Izuku, wrapping his arms around his waist, who chuckles, kneeling down hugging him back. Hey Kota. Give me some fin. Izuku says backing away and holding out his hand, which Kota slaps. Noggin. Izuku bends down, Kota knocks his head against his, and they both back up and say, dude. So are you behaving for your aunt? He asked standing up. Yep, Mom and Dad say I have to if I wanted to come and see you. They say hi. Kota says as two ladies in cat costumes come out of the car, one with long blonde hair, the other with short dark red hair. They also said to not disturb him when he's busy. The red-haired woman says chuckling, looking at Izuku. Hey kid, how are you? I'm good, Mandalay. Is Kota behaving himself? He's a lot like you. She sighs. I'm feeling very attacked right now. Kota pouts. You know we do it because we love you, Izuku said. What am I? Used kitty litter? Pixie Bob asked playfully. Don't be like that, we love you too. Mandalay said. Same thing as last time? Izuku asked, the rest of the class standing behind him, confused about what they just saw. Yep, the target time is lunch, and those that don't make it to the camp don't get any, Pixie Bob said pointing to a spot in the distance. 500 yen says we don't make it there till dinner, Izuku said moving to the guardrail by the cliff. Oh come on, give us some credit, it looks like a walk in the park, well Woods. Firefly said. I'll be sure to put that on your headstone. He said it was a walk in the park. Izuku said chuckling just as Pixie Bob uses her quirk to send the class over the cliff, Izuku using a piece of wood that was sitting on the side, to ride the new wave of dirt down the cliff while the other kids were screaming down. Once everyone was on the ground, they grouped up around Izuku, asking what happened, what they were doing. Look, if you had thought about it, stopping there meant something was up. Now we have until lunch to get to the camp that is that way, he said pointing ahead of them. Seems simple enough, Mobile Charger said, just as one of Pixie Bob's dirt creatures came to life in front of them, looking like a giant rock wolf. Do you ever get tired of being wrong? Bner Boy said as Izuku Shoto, Sanic, and Mina all rush in and with their quirks, destroyed the creature, Izuku using an expandable staff from his belt. Okay, everyone circle up, none physical quirks in the middle with the sonar and sensor quirks, everyone else, circle up, no telling where or when these guys will pop up, so we need Octodaddy and headphones to keep a look and ear out for them as we move to the camp, Izuku calls. The others quickly follow his instructions. They eventually arrive at the camp, a lot earlier than the canon. But still later than lunch. When they arrive, the adults see Izuku dragging Sparkler behind him, Frenchie over Sato's shoulder, puking, and Frogger's sister, leaning on Flouter for support and supporting her. Everyone else looked okay if a little bruised. Izuku only had dirty clothes. Well, you got here faster than we actually expected, Pixie Bob said. They whole lunchtime was when we or Deku would have finished. Which is why we need to wait for the other class to eat. The other students, except for Thomas the Tank Engine, Shoto and Pinky looked surprised at him, thinking no way anyone besides pro heroes could make it through that in just a few hours. Izuku shrugs and drops the Energizer Bunny on the ground and takes Shoto's and Shinso's hands and leads them to the tables, the others either collapsing where they stood or sat down at the tables. Once Class B arrived, practically dead, food was brought out. During this, Aizawa made an announcement. After you finish eating, we will be having a fight, one class at a time, you lot versus Deku. Seriously? Is that fair to have a whole class against one person, even if it's Deku? Red asked. You will be fighting quirkless. There is always a chance that there will be occasions where you will be forced to fight without your quirk, or maybe you run into someone like me, someone that can take away your quirk. Do we have to though? Photocopier said. I mean, Class A has had people beamed by him twice already, whereas we only lost once. Just for that, Control-C. You guys are going first, since you reminded me that you need an extra hard beating. Izuku said, some of the members of Class B glaring over at the blonde, who had broken out in a cold sweat. After dinner, Pixie Bob made a ring with walls about chest height. Izuku walks in wearing regular gym clothes, like the others. Class B shuffles in, most looking worried, others confused, having not heard or believed that one person can take them all out. Aizawa calls the match to start, and Izuku charges at Duplicate Man, kicking him hard in the chest and grabbing his color, gonna plant me a dumbass tree. He says, smashing the blonde into the ground, headfirst planting him partially halfway in the ground. Izuku stands back looking at the other students. Now all of you should duck. Kaos, I'm about to turn left, and I don't want to smack you with my D-dash. Deku starts taking out the members of Class B, quickly taking out Fish Breath by throwing him into Goo and kicking the two out of the ring. Snake Girl got kicked in the head, right into Praying Mantis, both falling to the floor, unconscious. First to react was Hank McCoy's love child, charging in, just like last time. Izuku charges in to meet him, dropping into a slide in the dirt, and lifting a leg and nailing him hard in the dangly bits in between his legs. The stylist's Nightmare lets out a long drawn-out whine, the other remaining boys in the glass taking in a sympathetic hiss of air as the boy falls to the ground. Enough, comes a voice as someone comes from the huddled mass of students. Once the person comes out, Izuku is shocked for a second before bursting out laughing. Tetsu had dyed his hair yellow. Once he's able to breathe, you're different. What happened? What the hell are you? Can't you tell, Deku? Tetsu said, styling his hair so it starts up. I am the hope of the Omniverse. I am the light bulb in the darkness. I am the bacon in the fridge for all living things that cry out in hunger. I am the Alpha and the Omega. I am the terror that flaps in the night. I am Son Goku and I am a super. Izuku just throws a heavy rock at the boy's head, nailing him in the face, knocking him out mid-speech. Trust me, that would have gotten old real quick. After, he started to mop up the rest quite easily, started taking apart the rest of the class, until he got the vine. You know, I did read the good book, once. My favorite verse was Ezekiel 25. The path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. Blessed is he who, in the name of charity and goodwill, shepherds the weak through the valley of the darkness, for he is truly his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children. And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to poison and destroy my brothers. And you will know I am the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon you. Once he finished, he pulls out a smaller version of the Bible from underneath his clothes. In the name of the Deku, the gay, and the blasphemy, Deku said, smacking her with the book at each break before kicking her hard in the gut, out of the ring, finishing off the first class, most unconscious with some staggering around outside the ring. You could have gone a little easier on them, Mandalay said, sounding a bit bored. That was easy, I didn't break any bones, and there are only a few concussions, Izuku said. Now send in the next class. PB nods as she opens up the arena. The members of Class B that were still standing helped carry their classmates out as Class A enter, looking really worried. Hold on, Izuku said, going over to Koda, who looked about ready to pee himself. Hey sweetie, you don't have to do this if you don't want to. Hey, how is this fair? Toaded asked. Because unlike what you and most people think, simply having a quirk doesn't make you some brave, amazing warrior. Some people respond better to kindness than brute force and aggression. Izuku growls at her, leading Koda outside, PB closing up the ring when Izuku re-enters. Once back inside, he quickly kicks power outlet into one-half tails. The unconscious electrical discharge yellow light lets off, paralyzes Kung Fu fighting for a short time, allowing him to concentrate on the other, less physically trained members. Well, once that wasn't cowering in the corner, like a certain Frenchie that was embracing his nation's stereotype of surrendering. The first to approach him was the Pebble, Kakashi's love child, and Popo Lips. The three tried to surround him, but all Izuku had to do was jump into the air and spin kick all three of them, putting them down but not out, finishing off Sugar Daddy with a falling kick to the head, knocking him out. He was going to start beating on Shark Teeth, but he instinctively used his quirk, resulting in getting called out by Aizawa. The others soon recovered from the shock and all rushed him, well, except for Boom. Boom Boy, Shoto, and Shinso. PB took pity and pulled in the closet out. Izuku jumped into the air and started tap dancing, jumping on their heads, kicking them hard, making his way to the just recovering gay guy, grabbing him by his tail, and swinging him around, knocking him hard into his classmates, until the octopus grabs him, but by that time, the bat was unconscious. Okay, time to get serious, Izuku said, pulling out an extendable staff from his pocket. Hey, physical combat only, Horny said. This is physical, I'm still not using a quirk, Izuku said. The first rule of fighting a villain, always expect them to cheat. He says, pulling a flashbang, tossing it into the group and turning away, covering his ears as it goes off. Turning back around, he sees the students stunned and confused, some groaning or yelling on the floor. He chuckles and started singing, Good Morning, as he knocked or tossed the stunned students out until it was just him, Shoto, Shinso, and Sparkler. Well, this has been fun, boys, but I think it's time to finish this. He says, hissing his staff, tripping the wild porcupine, kneeling down next to him, and holding his staff like a pool cue. Right nut, left lung, he says as he pushed it right on target. The blonde let out a squeal before passing out. Izuku stands up and faces his two boyfriends. Shoto, I think we have to do the thing, Shinso said, backing up a bit as Izuku advances on the pair. What? But we agreed to only do it in case of emergencies. Shoto hissed, red coming to his face. We are about to get beat by our vigilante boyfriend, and not in a fun way. I think this counts as an emergency. Fine, Shoto sighs, quickly grabbing Shinso's face, turning it towards him and panting a hard, deep kiss on the purple-haired boy's lips. The whole clearing goes quiet, everyone awake, gaping at the two boys that are currently sking face, in the middle of the ring. Izuku stands there, mouth open, staring, unable to handle the sight of the cute, hot and cool, dual-colored haired boy playing tousle hockey with the mysterious, aloof, handsome stacked puppeteer. He was too engrossed watching that he didn't notice the two getting closer before it was too late. They were on top of him, while Shoto was having Izuku in a chokehold while Shinso held his arms. Harder, Daddy, Izuku gasps out, causing everyone to cringe and gasp, giving him time enough to break free and toss the two out of the ring. And that is why you lot need to focus on your natural physical abilities, Aizawa said, to the remaining students, as well as strengthening your quirks. Starting bright and early, we will be training your quirks, pushing them hard. No go wash up and get to bed. Once everyone had recovered, at least wake up. They headed to the baths, boys and girls separated. Before he got to the boys' changing room, Izuku was pulled aside by air buds and floaters. Deku, we have a question. Round Face muttered. Sorry ladies, I'm spoken for, Izuku said smirking. That's not it. Punk Rock said. We already have our eyes on other people, it's getting their attention that we need help on. And since you're dating one of the most oblivious boys in class as a boyfriend, we thought you could help. Izuku sighs. Let me guess, you got Jugs Mackenzie, he says pointing to Joan Jett. And you are after Leapfrog. He says to Floater. That's right. Pink Cheeks said. We've tried, flirting and dropping hints, but nothing seems to be working. We don't want to ask them and mess up any relationship we have with them. Look, I've only been around for a few weeks, but even I can tell they do like you. Also, half your class is stunted when it comes to emotional stuff. So the best way is to go big or go home. And I have an idea. After a few minutes, in the girls' baths, everything is normal. When Jiro taps on Sue's shoulder, I think Yura like you. She says pointing to Eureka, with only her eyes visible over the water, as they had planned with Deku. Okay, look, this will only work once, so only one of you can pull this off, the other will have to use the emotional shock to confess to their love interest. You two should discuss who's doing what. Deku said before heading into the boys' changing room. Eureka slowly walked up to Tsu, her bare body slowly rising from the water, cheeks crimson with nerves and determination as her hips sway, flicking water as she walked. The baths were silent as the girls watched. Once she reached Tsu, Eureka bends down, cupping Tsu's chin in one hand, tilting her head up. Ribbit, she says before pressing her lips to the frog's open mouth. The room remains silent for a few more minutes before bursting into cheers and congrats. In the commotion, Jiro walks over to Momo. Momo, I wanted to tell you, I like you. Momo gasps, blushing, looking over at Eureka and True, who, after recovering from the shot, was returning the kiss, then back at Jiro, motioning to the pair, Jiro nodding. Momo smiles, blushing more as she nods, hugging Jiro, pressing their wet, humid bodies together. The next day, before the sun was out, all the students were gathered outside. Okay, today starts your training. You will be training and pushing your quirks to the brink, over and over. But you will also spend time building up your bodies and cooperation between classes, doing manual labor, and building without quirks. Aizawa groaned, pulling out lists of groups. He then separated students, some to work on their quirks, others building tree houses, or gathering wood. Kirishima, Izuku, Shinso, and Tetsu were grouped together to build a treehouse. They were making good time and doing great, having set up the walls, roof, and windows. Shinso and Kirishima were up in the house, when Shinso went to get stuff for the finishing touches, and tried the door, but found that it had only been outlined. Kirishima. What? He said looking up. Where's the door hole? Right there. See, I drew it with a magic marker. He says pointing the outline out. You were supposed to cut it out with a power saw. I'm gonna. Really? Then go get the power saw. I will. He says, trying the door, resulting in slamming hard into the wood. He takes a few seconds to look frantically around the cramped enclosed space. I see the problem now. Oh, do you? Shinso shouted. He then stuck his head out one of the few windows. Izuku, who was on the ground, holding the power saw, smirking up at the treehouse, tilted his head. Looking for something? Thu. Stuck in the tree took turns calling for Izuku, who just set the saw down and walked off to help Tetsu collect wood for other groups, coming back later with the power saw. Later at night, Izuku helps the other kids make dinner. Koda sits next to him talking with him, catching up with him. After, Koda dragged Izuku off to his secret Spada cave in the mountains. They hung out for a bit before returning back to camp for the night. And things continued like this for a few days. Izuku received a text from Dabi, telling him that the League was going to attack the camp. Izuku in turn warned Eraser. I have a contact inside the League, and he says they are going to attack the camp. Are you sure? Only a few people among the staff even knew where we were going to have it. He asked quietly, so none of the training students could hear. I'm sure, but he doesn't say when. Just be ready. Thanks for letting me know. Now go back to training, he said. The next night the instructors had the classes do a test of courage. To walk in pairs along a path with the other class scares them. Halfway through, Izuku got another text, just as blue flames could be seen from the clearing he and the other students were in with a few of the pussycats. At the same time, a thick fog started spreading out in another part of the forest. Izuku charged in, looking for Shoto and Sparky Boom Boy who had been paired together. On the way, he felt something coming at him and dove to the side. Looking up, he saw a purple jiggling ball. Well, look what the vigilante dragged in, Deku. A short, odd-looking figure emerged from the shadows. When I saw and heard he were going to be hanging around UA, I couldn't believe it, especially not when I heard these guys were looking for information about UA. Minoru Mineta sued there, a few of his sticky ball in his hands, a creepy bandana mask and straitjacket-like costume on. Now I will finally have my revenge for what you did to me. More like I get another chance to pull a Michael Jackson spank and dangle your butt over a balcony, Izuku says, smirking. The Grapist starts throwing his ball at Deku, who dodges them, running circles around the kid, throwing paper airplanes which make paper cuts on Ball Boy as he stands there, just throwing his ball, which lands on trees or the ground a ways off. After a few minutes the throwing battle ends, Deku smirking at the boy who has multiple cuts all over his face, arms and legs, as well as blood coming from his head from when he pulled too many ball from his head. Deku smiles as he pulled out a strange gun from his belt. The hell is that? Purple Trash said, wiping some blood from his eyes. Concentrated lemon juice gun, Izuku smirks, watching the color drain from his toy's face just like his blood. He then chased after Mineta, spraying him with the juice, causing the cuts and injuries to sting painfully until the great boy was on the ground in the fetal position. Izuku then threw a bungee cord so that it draped over a strong tree branch. He then ties one end around a large rock and the other around the trash boy's leg. Once it was in place, Izuku releases it so that the cord retracts, so that Ball Boy shoots up, the tree branch finding its mark between the kid's legs. The brat lets out a gasping scream before going limp, all the while the bungee repeatedly bounces up and down, continuously hitting square in the same spot. Izuku then makes his way over to Koda's secret spot in the cliffs. But he hears some noise in the woods nearby. Investigating, he sees a Nomu with power tools for limbs, attacking Ragdoll, who was already bleeding from a blow to her head. "Hey Rags, seems you need help." "Wouldn't say no, Deku," she calls, jumping from tree to tree, dodging the Nomu's attacks. Izuku pulls out his guns and starts firing paralyzing bullets into the creature. Even with its faster regeneration, it still froze and fell back. Ragdoll leans against a tree, panting, whipping sweat and blood out of her eyes. As she does, Melon's Yaoyorozu comes out of the shadows, looking injured in another villain attack, probably from the gas, leaning on a student from Class 1B. "Sorry, got to go check on Koda, but I'll help them when I'm done." "Melon girl, put a tracking device on that thing, and go with Ragdoll and join the others back at camp," he says, heading to the cliffs, Koda's secret hideout, as the kids do as he says. As he approached, he recognizes the crazed voice of Muscular. "You seem to have forgotten who took that eye of yours." Izuku chuckles as he gets up behind the villain. "Deku, I heard you sold out and joined the heroes," Steroid spokesman said, turning and facing Izuku. "At least I'm not taking orders from a walking scab," he said, chuckled. As Koda used his quirk to soak the meathead. "Just for that, I'm going to take my time with you," the walking blister said. "And for you, he said we can have some fun with you before we deliver you to him." "But before that," Izuku said, pulling out his shock batons. "Torture 101, all might knock off." "What happens to a wet human body when hooked up to a car battery?" he asks as he leaps at the villain, sending 200,000 volts through Muscular, causing the muscled man to convulse and spasm for several minutes. After, when Izuku backed up, the giant toppled and convulsed for a few minutes before going limp, as he lost control of his bowls, leaving a stench in the air. "Nice work, Koda," Izuku said, walking over to the kid, who smiled up at him. "Come on, let's get you to your aunt and the others. But first got to tweet this," Izuku said, pulling out his phone. In his office, Nexu was thinking back to his conversation with Deku a few days before the classes were sent to the camp. "So you're going to send kids to an undisclosed location with just a few heroes, no backup plan, no cops, just be Free Willy." "Yes, it would be safer if fewer people knew where you kids are," Nizu said. "In case a villain group tries anything." "You mean like the League will be swooping in?" "That would be stupid," Nizu said in a monotone, thick might face-palming next to him. He checks on a notification he got from his Twitter account. Opening it, he sees a tweet from the Green Gremlin. with a profile pic of Deku in his vigilante costume. It's the League. Hashtag call edit, hashtag swoopingisbad, hashtag fuckmothering vigilant. What is it? Yagi asked. It's the DMN. League of Villains, said Future Belt as he faced off against the Pussycats and students in the clearing. We are here to carry on Stain's vision. But the League has nothing to do with Stain, Ida said in a confused, what? But they attacked at the same time. That's because Lipstick Allergy is a pouty man-child and didn't want to be outdone by someone better, Izuku said going up to the group, having given Koda to Eraser and a little message. Now, I hear you all are here for me. So let's just get the sheet over with. Hey Magna, how you doing girl? Hey Deku, sorry about this, but the boss I don't know if it's to join or what. The Butch villain said, the heroes and students watching, everyone but Class 1A shocked. Fine, let's go and deal with this, Izuku said, before looking over to everyone. I'll be back soon, just got to smack a beach, though he might just break apart when I touch him. I just got to change a bit. Are you sure about this, Deku? Mandalay asked, knowing he can take care of himself but was still worried. Yeah, I can take care of the sandpaper reject. Get everyone back inside. Izuku walks with Magna and Iguana Boy to the gathering spot. On the way, Izuku grabs a bag from behind some trees he had prepared in case something like this had happened. Once in the gathering space, he sees Dabi and a costumed villain named Twice, and Toga, who immediately glomped him. Hello Deku-kun, she says before Izuku throws her off. Seems we at least completed one of our goals. Says a somewhat sophisticated tone, Izuku looks and sees a masked magician want be. Can I change first? Izuku asked. Fine. Come one brat, Dabi said, grabbing Izuku's collar and dragging him behind some trees. You sure about this kid? Aw, is Patches worried about me? Izuku said, changing when Dabi turns around but is still close enough to listen and talk to him, without the others hearing. Maybe what chicken wings would do to me if Krusty Boy Man kills you. Please, that beach couldn't kill me if I was blind and deaf. He says, coming out from behind Dabi, who takes one look at Izuku and starts facepalming. The others following his example or start laughing. Are you ready? Came Kurogiri's voice as a portal opens. The Nomu is already back in storage. Yeah, let's get this over with, Dabi says, dragging Izuku with him through the portal, the others following. Once through, Izuku sat down in the chair, allowing Dabi to tie him down, but not without leaving them loose and a cheeky, harder daddy. Keep that up and I will actually do it. Dabi hissed quietly as Facepalm came into the room. So you finally... But what the hell are you wearing? It's my butt-kicking outfit, Beach, Izuku said, as he is wearing a costume that looks like a costume store's All Might costume, but the color scheme was red and black in the shape of a middle finger, and instead of the V hair, it's a pink top hat instead of his usual fedora. Back at the camp, Shota looks at the note that Deku gave him when he gave him Koda. Konnichiwa, Eraser. I figured the League would come and get me, or maybe some of the other kids. This is to let you know where they are, an underground bar in Yokohama City, Kamino Ward. Melons. I mean Momo, if there was a Nomu, should have put a tracking device on it, and you or the other heroes can find their storage area and take them down, or at least make sure Kurogiri can't bring them in when you attack. Just watch your buttes. The one behind the League is extremely powerful and very dangerous. If anyone sees a dandy-looking D in a suit, run and call Beach Might, he might stand a chance. Shota sighs. The brat may be crazy and stubborn, but he's clever, and his heart is in the right place. If things had been different, he could have been a great hero. After finishing Read It, he heads back to the students, who were either with the paramedics getting checked over, or huddled together talking quietly. The ambulances, police, and firefighters had shown up a little after Deku had gone with the villains. Aizawa-sensei, what's going to happen now? Ida asked. He and the others in the clearing were unhurt, all the PP cats were accounted for, some of the students that were affected by the gas or were rushed to the hospital, so he was on the way to go check on them. All Might and Tsukachi were going to meet you to talk with Yaoyorozu about the tracker. You guys are going to get checked out and go home or the hospital. Let the heroes take care of this, he says, getting in a cop car. A few hours later, Shinso lays in his hospital bed, sharing a room with Shoto and Bakugo. The other two having fought a cannibal villain, and only got out when a Shindo led a dark shadow-crazed Tokoyami into attacking the villain. How do you think Deku is doing with the villains? He asked as the other two wouldn't ask. Izuku can take care of himself, he's a lot stronger than anyone realizes, Bakugo said, with a sad look in his eyes. I know, but he's with who knows how many villains, Shoto said. He might seem like a crazy idiot, but you forget he survived out there 3 years on his own, and he was able to take down trained pros and villains by himself. If he went with them on his own, he has a plan. You're right, but I still think we should go after him, Shinso said. I was walking around earlier and overheard that Deku had Yaoyorozu make a tracer and stick it to the Nomu. It might lead us to him. He would do the same for us if we were taken by the villains. I agree with Shinso, but what about the heroes, what about the tracker? We would need Yaoyorozu to agree to help us, and she won't. She will, Shinso said confidently. Even if I have to make her. And oh, I will join you guy, only if she agrees on her own, Bakugo said. What's this? Some students going to break the rules? Came from the door. The three turned and saw Mina and Ida standing there. I'm in, Deku may be a bit rough, but he gave himself over to the villains for us, we need to help. Are you all serious? We can't, we should listen to Mr. Aizawa and leave this to the heroes. Besides, Bakugo is right, Deku can take care of himself. Ida shouted at them. I just stood there, Shinso growled. I could have stopped the villains in an instant, but I just stood there and watched as Deku walked away with them, for us. Yeah, and he saved us from Stain, Mina said, we at least owe him that much. Ida took a few minutes to think about it. Very well, but we are only there to quietly get him out if he needs it, no quirk use, and if the heroes look to have things handled or if you guys try to use your quirks, I will drag you straight back here. Phil agreed, and Mina and Ida went off to talk to Yaoyorozu, agreeing to meet up later outside the hospital before heading out. Will you just join? Bad Touch Man growls for the 100th time within the last couple hours. The other members have given up and are doing their own things. Stabsy McGee playing five-finger fillet with crocodile skin, Magic Hands playing with a deck of cards, Dobby had left to hang out with his boyfriend no doubt, and Misty was finding replacement gases that the man-child has been breaking. Will you ever get tired of asking? Izuku asked, reclining into the chair, still feigning being tied up. I mean, I can understand your hate nerve for dummy thick, but that's a hard no for me. What are you even saying? Why even let yourself be brought here then? Maybe it's because I so enjoy seeing that tick you have when you're upset, I want to see if I can get you to draw blood. Shigs was in fact and has been, in between breaking glasses, cups, and door handles, much to the displeasure of the vampire and Smokey, scratching feverishly at his neck. Just then there's a knock at the door. Hello, this is Kamino Pizza. Well, that's my cue, Izuku says, slipping out of the chair just as the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man blows in through the wall facing the street. It's about time you get your oversized cake here, but All for One isn't here, he's at the other facility. So just head over there, and leave the rest to the other heroes. The blonde is taken back for a few minutes before what Izuku said clicks, and jets off. Treebeard's love child has the league in a BDSM session just as Nomus start to pop out of some black goop. And with that, I guess I'm going to meet the big guy, Izuku says as black goop starts to spew out of the members of the league and from Izuku's mouth. A minute later, the lot of them were gone. What the hell? What is happening? How did that happen? These questions and more were going through Shinso's mind as he, Shoto, Bakugo, Ida, Mina, and Yaoyorozu sat huddled behind some fallen pieces of wall. A few minutes ago, the heroes had blown open the storage building and had secured the Nomus. The next minute, a huge explosion blew all 20 or so heroes, including MT Lady in her hero form, as well as at least an entire block away. Now a finely dressed man with a strange helmet floats in the middle of the wreckage. My pupil just had to bring in that brat and attempt to get him to join, when he knows the kid won't join. But he has to learn. The figure says in a deep male voice, holding up an unconscious Best Jeanist. Several black goopy spots appear in front of him. A few minutes later, the League and Deku appear gasping and coughing from the masses. Once he got his breathing under control, the group of scared kids could hear him speak. "Hey, you're that musketeer guy, right? I am all for one, yes. Great, I'm a Deku in the schnoz, or I would if you had one. Still the same insolent brat as usual. All for one," said, dropping the hero. "What can I say, but I got one for your monkey." Deku says, pointing at Shigaraki, "2 for your clothes, 3 for your family, who are all dead, and a 4 for your nose." He says, ticking them off on his hand, finishing as All Might comes rocketing in, slamming hard into All for One. All Might and that masked man, All for One, were going at it to basically a standstill. Though, to the ones hiding behind the broken wall, it seems the villain was just playing with All Might. Looking over at the other group, the students watch as the other members of the league show up, surrounding Izuku. The area was deserted enough that they could hear what was going on. "Oh look, it's Shiggy, you want a biscuit, boy? You want a biscuit?" Deku said, smirking. "Do you think I'm a?" Shigaraki asked incredulously. "Have a biscuit." Deku interrupted, throwing a dog biscuit, hitting Shigaraki in the face. There is a few minutes of silence before Deku charged into the group, pulling out knives that must have been dipped in the same quirk suppressant stuff he used in the USJ, because he threw a few of his knives, either cutting or hitting the villains called Magna, Shigaraki, and twice in their arm, and were unable to use their quirks. There was a huge nose from the other side of the war zone. The students looked just in time to see All Might get buried under a building, and the head villain floating his way over to Deku. "You can't be serious," the masked villain said to Deku, who simply made his way over to the floating man. "With your skill level, you're no villain, you're no vigilante, and you're certainly no hero." "You know what? Skill level of heroes. NF-Q. Deku says, pulling something out from one of his pockets. "Shin. Jaikon. Ho." Suddenly an explosion blew up the ground below All for One. "Upstart childish brat," came from the new hole. Deku continued to repeat, "Ho," and each time he did, there was another explosion right where the villain was. A few weeks back, Izuku was taking one of his moonlit walks, this time in Kamino Ward. He was with Dabi, who pointed out the warehouse where they were storing the Nomus. Deku got an idea and started ticking around the warehouse singing, "Dig, dig, dig a tunnel quick before the hyena come," as he digs deep and wide under the streets, planting a few surprises for later. "Should we leave?" Yaoyorozu asked over the explosions. Deku seems to have this under control. "Yeah, but even if he can handle the big guy, the other villains are still dangerous without their quirks, not to mention he missed one of them," Mina said. "Let's just wait a few minutes and see, while coming up with a plan to get him out of there," Ida suggested. Back on the battlefield, the explosions had stopped. Now Deku was standing next to a giant hole stretching miles deep. "Are you done? Because I'm coming out, and if you're not, I swear to God, if you do that again, I will be so freaking nettled." All for One had just cleared the top of the hole, his suit all dirt, dusty, and torn, when Deku set off another explosion right under him, making the villain fall into the new hole. Deku took this opportunity to pull something else out of his pockets, looks like a transmitter, and pushed the button. All for One came out of the new hole, his arms growing and morphing into something grotesque with bones sticking out. "Any last words, Izuku Midoriya?" "Wait, I wrote you a song," Deku said, Dabi walking up next to him with a busted ukulele. "It goes something like this." Dabi strums it hard a few times. "You're a beach." Deku drops it. "Smoke pellet," so that now he, Dabi, and the small group of villains behind them are enveloped by the cloud, just as something red and golden shoots down from the sky, just to come back out again, carrying Deku and Dabi, who proceeds to sing, "Soaring Flying," as they shoot off into the distance. The smoke clears after a few seconds and everyone is stunned, silent, confused about what just happened. All this gave All Might the time to rest and get free of the rubble as he started attacking All for One. The students took this to mean that they should leave. They were able to watch as the warp villain's quirk was forcibly activated by All for One, though black tendrils, allowing Shigaraki, Toga, and the other villains to flee. Shoto and the others tried to follow the sound of singing from the sky and soon arrive at a small apartment building. From there, they just followed the dirty footsteps and bits of rubble and debris to an unlocked apartment. Going inside, they immediately see the number 4 at that time. Hero Hawks standing at the kitchen counter, taping it with both hands, chanting chicken nuggets over and over again. Walking further in, they see Deku in the kitchen, warming said chicken nuggets in an oven. Hawks, if you don't calm your melonses, I will get Dobby in here to eat your butt. The green-haired boy said, not turning around until the food was done, now noticing the new guests. It's about time you guys showed up. The fight should be just about over. The group saw that though it seemed Deku didn't have any trouble with the fight, he had bandages on his arms and face, as well as a limp when he walked. The phone to the house started ringing, so Deku came out from behind the counter, and the students had to blush and look away, especially the dual-haired boy and the purple-haired boy, both blushing deeper than the others as their classmate was wearing just a normal shirt that said, shirt, and boxers with little bunnies on it. Deku house where the days are hot and the gays are hotter. Can you speak up? I'm not wearing any pants. Where the hell are you, brat? Came Eraserhead's voice from the phone. Hey Eraser, I can't talk right now. I have guests over, so I'll see you later, okay? Deku said as he hangs up the phone. We should get you to a doctor to get you checked out. Ida said, still red and looking at the ground. Fine, but let's watch the rest of the fight, Deku said, heading to the other room, the others following. But All Might can beat that villain easily. Ida said. Not so. Deku said softly, you should watch, this will be a dramatic change in the world. Deku said as they enter. The students all gasp as they see someone sitting on the couch, his scared, burned body reclined back, pulling Hawks close. Hey kids, glad to see you were able to get out of there, Dobby said, one arm around the pro hero as he ate his chicken nuggets. Deku, what's he doing here? Shoto asked, growling, getting in a battle stance. Easy, Sho will explain later, but I will say that he's with me, he's been giving me info on the league's movements and plans, Deku said, sitting down on Dobby's other side. The small group looks at each other for a few minutes before sitting on the couch, the two boyfriends next to Deku, and the rest next to Hawks as Deku turns the TV on, turning it to the news, which shows live coverage of the fight in Kamino. All Might seemed to have shrunk. Half his body looked sunken, like a skeleton with the flesh still clinging to it, while the other half was still his normal beefed-up self. While the villain's mask had been smashed apart, his clothes were even more tattered and dirty than before. What is wrong with him? Ida asked him. Bakugo, Dobby, Hawks, Shoto, and Shinso all looked shocked. Only Deku and Mina didn't look at all surprised, but the latter did look worried and scared. Just watch, this will be the end of All Might, Deku said solemnly. The color drained from the students' faces at that, turning back to the screen. They watch as All Might gets smaller and smaller, eventually his entire body looking like a shrunken skeletal man. Sunken eyes, hair lifeless and hanging, all thin and bony. I did leave one last surprise. If Hawks set it up. The pro looked scandalized. You doubt me? He asked, handing Deku a remote with a green and a red button. The kid takes it, pressing the green button as cheers and screams exploded from the screen, cheering on their hero, begging him to fight. When I set up those explosives, a few days before we left for camp, I asked Hawks to slowly and quietly evacuate the area, at the same time, put speakers connected to microphones in the city square, where that huge screen is, because I figured a lot of people would be watching from outside, Deku explained. They watched as All Might beefed partially, in one arm, power radiating off of it as the villain attacked, and All Might struck him, smashing All for One into the ground, creating a decent-sized, deep hole around them, as the force blew the smoke, ash and dust up around them. After a few minutes, the dust and smoke settle, and the cameras see All Might, muscled, hair in his usual V stand, fist raised in victory, standing over a seemingly unconscious villain. Sound of the crowd cheering All Might's name could be heard as police, disaster crews, and other heroes swarmed the scene, securing All for One, cleaning the rubble, looking for any civilians that might have been in the area. During all of this, All Might, now in his powered-down, skeletal form, wades through the people, before pointing directly into a camera. It's your turn. While everyone else was talking about what just happened, Deku looked over at Mina, who was softly crying, because he understood at least partially what was going through her mind. All Might had used up the last of his reserves of One for All, and now it was up to Mina to be the next symbol of peace, as the next wielder of the quirk. Okay, let's go. I need to get this leg looked at and a scolding from a hobo to look forward to. Deku said, getting up. The other kids follow him, along with Hawks. Wait, you haven't explained why Dabi is here, Shoto said. Oh right, this ain't my sheet, Toya, deal with this. The duo-colored boy's mouth fell open in shock. Dabi just had a really expression looking over at Deku. You're just gonna drop the bomb like that and leave it to me to clean up, you little gremlin? Dabi asked in a done sort of tone, monotone, and exasperated at the same time. Yes, I'm not going to keep that kind of secret from someone I'm going to sleep with. Now, I'm going to the hospital. With that, Hawks picks him up and carries him out, followed by everyone else, leaving Dabi and Shoto in the house alone. It took a while, but eventually, Izuku was checked in, examined, and put into a room to just rest his twisted ankle and heal the multiple cuts and bruises he had. It was during this time that Eraserhead came in. I have finally figured out what you are. You're a gremlin that someone fed after midnight, and now you make everyone else's lives hell to feed your hunger for chaos. Ah, and it just took you almost 4 years to figure out. Well done, stray cat. And now your prize is that you get to deal with me for the rest of your life. Oh, but I also have a surprise for you, Eraserhead said, a seriously unnerving smile stretching the usual grim and gaunt face. Your mother is here. A few days after Bakugo told Aizawa and Nizu about Deku, Nizu had Inko and Mitsuki stop by UA for a talk. He didn't know what to expect, but a somber-faced blonde and a determined green-haired woman was not it. When Inko Midoriya walked into his office, accompanied by Mitsuki, Bakugo, and escorted by Aizawa, Nizu could tell she knew exactly what this was about and was bracing herself for anything. After a few minutes, the women sat across from Nizu's desk. As I said on the phone, there is something I need to discuss with the pair of you. Nizu started, but Mrs. Midoriya cut him. This is about Deku, isn't it? A statement, not a question. Yes, it is. Nizu said as he pulls out a tablet. He tapped on it a few times, before turning the screen to face the women. When classes started, Deku seemed to have found a way onto campus using a student's access card. He plays the video of Deku's monologue on the roof. When Izuku started talking, Mrs. Midoriya let out a shuddering sigh, as if she had been expecting this, but it was still a shock. Inko? Mrs. Bakugo asked her friend, placing a hand on the shorter woman's shoulder. I'm okay, Mitsuki. It's just, hearing his voice after all this time, it still sounds the same. She took a few minutes to gather herself, breathing deeply before looking back at Nizu. What would you like to know? Young Bakugo told us his take of events, but I would like to hear yours. I'm not sure what else we can add. Mrs. Midoriya. I would simply like your take of what has happened, Nizu says gently. Well, when Izuku and Katsuki were younger, they were basically joined at the hip. They went everywhere together, did everything together. They liked the same heroes, even planned on being each other's sidekicks when they became heroes. Inko says, voice becoming more choked as she told the story. But then Katsuki got his quirk. Mrs. Bakugo continued. Everyone of course started praising him for having such a flashy quirk, saying he will be the #1 hero with a quirk like that, or just how amazing it was. That's around the time when Katsuki started calling Izuku Deku. I tried to be hard on him, to try to knock some humility into him, but it never took. In fact, I think it just got worse. Especially after everyone found out Izuku was quirkless. Katsuki would bully, berate, and look down on everyone, thinking because of his quirk, it was his right to do so, but Izuku was his favorite target, and Izuku just kept following after him, standing up to him. That would just make Katsuki even angrier, since he, the future #1 hero, couldn't have a quirkless anybody stand up to him, thinking he was better. So, Mrs. Midoriya picked up as it seemed she had relaxed a bit. After a few years, we decided to try for drastic measures. Mitsuki saw the road Katsuki was walking and didn't like it, and I just wanted Izuku gain some confidence, some of Katsuki's backbone. So we looked and found someone who we thought could help. I know it's no excuse for what we did, but we were desperate. Izuku was coming home with more and more injuries, Katsuki was getting more arrogant by the day. Mrs. Midoriya took several deep breaths before continuing. After the transfer, we thought it had worked. Katsuki had stopped bullying others and actually started to apologize to them. Izuku seemed more confident, more self-assured. But then I started to notice some things. He would still come home with injuries but much fewer, and mostly around his knuckles and hands. Katsuki would try to talk with him, apologize. But Izuku wouldn't listen, kept brushing him off, saying things like, "Apologizing to myself seems a bit ridiculous, don't you think, Bakugo?" After about a week, I started getting calls from the principal, saying they believe Izuku's been in fights, or that he's been misbehaving. They never had any proof, only unconfirmed rumors and suspicions. But it got so bad that one day they called me in and suspended Izuku. That night, when I asked him why he's been acting like this, he started talking about accountability and about how heroes had been able to do whatever they wanted with no consequences. I thought it was just the change and he would level out soon. But the next day, he went missing. I asked around, filed a missing persons, but nothing came up. Then, a few days later, that news about Shimmer Wind showed up, the mention of green eyes. That, the crime they were accused of, plus Izuku's words before he disappeared. I didn't want to believe it, but... She then reached into her bag and started pulling out pieces of paper, news articles, magazine clippings, all about Deku. She hands the pages over to Nizu, all of them in order from when he first appeared, a nameless villain vigilante, all the way up to what happened with Endeavor. Each looking worn down and faded, like they had been pulled out and looked over often, with old wet spots all over. Principal Nizu? Nizu looks up from looking at the pages to see Mrs. Midoriya holding back tears. Am I a bad mother? No, you are not, Mrs. Midoriya. Was what you did wrong? Yes, it was. But doing what you think is right for your child is never wrong. You know what these tell me? He asks, holding up the pages and clippings. These tell me that Izuku, your son, the kid that wanted to be a hero, is still in there. And I believe he wouldn't blame you for what happened. He might be upset, hurt, but he will not hold it against you. Mrs. Bakugo smiled kindly at Nizu as she puts her arms around a sobbing Mrs. Midoriya. Over the next few months, Nizu had kept Inko up with what's been happening with her son. When he told her Izuku was going to be at the sports festival, she wasn't expecting what she saw. Her loving, kind son, who wouldn't hurt anyone, tearing through kids with powerful quirks, with ease, while saying such disrespectful things. She watched as he separated and eliminated each of Katsuki's team, then again in the individual fights. In only 3 years, Izuku went from the scared little child to someone that seems to take such pleasure in fighting. He's alive and he's grown so strong. Without me, despite me, was what went through her mind as she watched her son's speech after the final round. Then a few weeks later, she receives a call from Nizu saying Izuku was kidnapped by the League of Villains. She had just gotten her son back, the closest he's been in years, and now he was gone again. She had started to freak out and hyperventilate when she got a call from Mitsuki to turn on the news. Once she did, she sees a war zone. Buildings basically turned to rubble, huge holes in the streets, fires, smoke everywhere, and standing in the middle of all that was Izuku in a strange costume. She watched as he stood up too and helped All Might defeat the faceless villain, before being flown off by a red blur. She called up Nizu, who gave her the number for Eraserhead, the pro that was watching Izuku. So after calling him, he picked her up and drove her to the hospital. As they parked, Inko started to worry again, though he didn't seem that hurt. She didn't know why he would need to go to the hospital. He's fine, just a busted leg, the hero said as they made their way to the building. They were directed to Deku's room, where the hero asked her to wait outside while he went to check in on Izuku. Izuku sighs. He knew he would have to deal with this eventually, but he didn't think it would be this soon. Fine, let's get this over with, he said, laying on the hospital bed. Eraser nods and heads out, and his mom comes into the room. His mom just stares at him for a few minutes. Hey, been a while, Izuku asked, watching her. Izuku, you've grown so much, she says, but Izuku cuts her off. It's too boring here, let's go outside and talk, he says, standing up, the bandages and healing to his legs allowing him to walk, even if it wasn't finished mending. He leads the way out of the hospital, changing to street clothes, a regular t-shirt, baggy jeans, and a hoodie. If this is about the transfer, don't worry, I actually must thank you. If you and Ani hadn't done that, I probably would still be a useless, scared little crybaby. But now, I am one of the most feared and respected vigilantes out there, and you know what they say, it's better to be feared than loved if one can't be both. His mom was quiet for a while, but when they got closer to the fast food place, I do not product place unless paid to or I feel like it, she spoke up. How did you get so good? Where have you been staying? Are you eating well? Will you ever come home? Izuku sighed again before turning around to face her. Okay, look, I got trained by another vigilante a bit after I left the house. I'm staying at a nice secluded place. I'm fine and eating well. I won't be home for a while, he said, his mom looking heartbroken at that, making his own chilled heart crack a bit. But I could visit from time to time, chat and catch up, I guess. His mom let out a soft sob and hopeful smile, making him sigh again. I was never angry at you. Yeah, I might have felt hurt after the transfer, after realizing how you, my own mother, someone who was supposed to believe in me and help me, just gave up on me. I know, Izuku, and I'm sorry, his mom said sadly, looking at her feet. When the doctor diagnosed you as quirkless, I stopped believing in you. I listened to everyone else, that you needed a quirk to be a hero. But you've shown everyone that you don't need a special flashy quirk to be a hero. Izuku takes a few minutes to digest what she was saying before sighing. Like I said, I don't blame you, you only did what you thought you had to. He was going to say more, but he heard some commotion in the alleyway next to them. He rushes over, putting his hood up, and sees Eraserhead facing off against a masked man who had Shinso, covering his mouth with some kind of tape and a blade to his throat. If it isn't Deku, the villain says, smirking as Eraserhead stands there, not wanting to do anything to endanger Shinso. I'm in the middle of something more important than whatever this is, so if you just want to run along and bring back someone substantial, say. I don't know. All Might. Deku growls at that, but the villain continues. That'd be great. Izuku instantly whips out a gun from inside his sleeve and fires, putting a bullet in the villain's knee. What the hell? The villain yells, releasing Shinso as he falls backward, clutching his bleeding leg, allowing Eraserhead to use his capture weapon to secure him. You pushed the All Might button. You shouldn't have done that. Eraserhead said as he drags the screaming villain away. You okay? Izuku asked Shinso, who is on his but on the ground from being pulled back when the villain was shot. My hero. The purple-haired boy smirks. Does the hero get a kiss from his damsel in distress? Izuku asked playfully, leaning over closely to Shinso, who leans up and kisses Izuku for a few seconds before they both stood up, Shinso heading home, and Izuku going to have a meal with his mother. Toshinori sighed as he collapses into his chair in his skeletal form, in the teacher's office, that he shared with Aizawa, Mike, Cementos, and a few others. Rough day, All Might? Mike asked. Hero after hero has asked for assistance. Heroes that I've worked with many times. They are good, even with their weak quirks. They've been calling in for help for almost everything from holdups, robberies, purse snatching to hostages and rescue. It's almost like they all kind of gave up or forgot what to do. The deflated hero groans as he tries to relax, closing his eyes and rubbing the back of his neck. While he wasn't looking, the other heroes in the room look over to Aizawa, who was absently sipping from a juice pouch while grading papers. After the sports festival, Aizawa had told the entire staff and texted every vigilante and weak, quirked hero he knew what All Might had said. To say that they weren't happy would be a gross understatement. Since then, Nizu has had All Might open doors, jars, and any other thing he can whenever he and the man were in the same area. Other heroes had also been calling the symbol of peace to help due to not having a proper quirk, or, since All Might had a much more suited quirk. They all knew what was going on, but they never said anything because Aizawa and Mike told them what All Might had said to Deku during the sports festival, and many of them did not appreciate what All Might said about weak quirks, and they told all the heroes they knew that fit the description and have been making life rough for the hero. Well, maybe they are just seeing how hard it is being a hero with such a weak quirk, Mike said. But they didn't have any problems before now, And most of the problems were simple things that even police can handle. All Might said, groaning, getting up to get coffee. Just then Nizu came in riding on Midnight. All Might, glad you're here. There is a problem with the kitchens. It seems Lunch Rush is having difficulties with some of his machines. I was wondering if you can go help him. Nizu chirps happily. Toshinori just stood up when Cementos spoke up. Hold on a second, Yagi. Since you're up, there seems to be a disturbance in Gamma Gym. If you could check it out, it would be a great help. Toshinori nods, bulking up before heading out of the room. After helping move some equipment, passing by Vlad King and Power Loader on their way out of the cafeteria, he heads over to the gym where he finds an old friend leaning against the wall inside. Don't ask, I was told to come here too. Night Eyes said in a bored voice. Looking around, Toshinori notices a spike pit and a stone pillar with something under a tarp. Suddenly the lights in the gym went out, except for the one over the pillar. A figure shot out of it, masked, wearing a frilly pink princess dress. I already don't like where this is going, Sasaki said as he readjusted his glasses in his usual condescending manner. The figure then took off their mask to revile young Togata. A strong, fit, third-year student, said to be one of the strongest in all of UA, in a lacy pink princess dress, a long blonde wig with blue and pink highlights. I'm so tired of pretending. Where's my happy ending? The student's voice carries through the gym as he starts spinning and dancing around the now squirming tarp. I followed all the rules, I drew inside the lines. I never asked for anything that wasn't mine. Do you have any idea what's going on? Sasaki asked Toshinori in a soft whisper as they both watched him dancing around on the pillar of stone. No idea, but I do not like where this is headed, Toshinori whispered back. I waited patiently for my time. But when it finally came, he called her name, he said as he pulled the tarp off, reviling Mina, bound and gagged to a chair wearing quirk-suppressing cuffs. The adults below gasped and were about to charge up there when they found that they were cuffed to the wall. Looking around, they saw why Deku was smirking at them a few feet away. I should have known you had something to do with this mess, brat, Sasaki said, sighing, to which Deku just bowed as he climbed up the pillar and joined Togata. You know him? Toshinori asked Sasaki. Yes, he likes to leave presents in my patrol routes and agency front door, like a stray cat, Sasaki said as they heard Tat-Ata continue. And now I feel this overwhelming pain. It's in my veins, it's in my brain. My thoughts are running in a circle like a toy train. I'm kinda like a perfect picture with a broken frame, and I know exactly who to blame. At this, he tips the chair over the edge of the pillar, so Mina was dangling over the pit of spikes, held in place due to the bindings. The adults pulled again at their bindings but couldn't get free. I never thought of myself as mean. I always thought that I'd be the queen. Togata pulled Mina back into the center of the pillar as he continued to dance and sing. And there's no in-between, 'cause if I can't have that, then I will be the leader of the dark and the bad. Now there's a devil on my shoulder where the angels used to be and he's calling me the queen. Togata, whatever this is about, we can talk about this, Sasaki called out to his pupil. There's no need to do something you'll regret. But Togata ignored him and continued. Being nice was my pastime, but I've been hurt for the last time and I won't ever let another person take advantage of me. The anger burns my skin, 3rd degree. Now my blood's boiling hotter than a fiery sea. There's nobody getting close to me. They're gonna bow to the evil queen. At this, Togata activated his quirk and the pink dress slid through him, just as Deku slid a dark lace silk thin, nearly see-through, dress in a dark purple skirt. Your nightmare's my dream. Just wait until they fall to my wicked schemes. I never thought of myself as mean. I always thought that I'd be the queen, and there's no in-between, 'cause if I can't have that, then I will be the leader of the dark and the bad. Now there's a devil on my shoulder where the angels used to be, and he's calling me the queen of mean. The queen of mean, calling me. The queen of mean, calling me. Deku joined in for the chorus, grabbing Mina's char and spinning it around. Is it me, or is he repeating himself now? Toshinori asked. I think I know what's going on here, but I'm not sure, Sasaki muttered. Something is pulling me, it's so magnetic. My body is moving, unsure where I'm headed. All of my senses have left me defenseless. This darkness around me is promising vengeance. The price that I'm willing to pay is expensive. Vengeance is never worth the price, Tashinori calls out. I'm struggling to decide whether you're speaking from experience or calling the kettle black, Sasaki said. There's nothing to lose when you're lonely and friendless, so my only interest is showing this princess that I am the queen and my reign will be endless, Togata said as he shoves Mina's chair closer to the edge of the pillar again, making it sway and rock back and forth. I want what I deserve. I want to rule the world. Sit back and watch them learn. It's finally my turn. If they want a villain for a queen, I'm gonna be the one they've never seen. I'll show them what it means. Now that I am that, I will be the ruler of the dark and the bad. 'Cause the devil's on my shoulder where the angels used to be, and he's calling me the queen of mean. Calling me, the queen of mean. Calling me. I want what I deserve. At the end, Togata gave Mina's chair one last kick that would have put it off the edge just as the light above them went. The adults heard a muffled scream and then a sickening, squishy, impaling noise. Oh, the two yelled. A few seconds later, all the lights came back on in the gym, revealing a skewered watermelon, and all three teens standing in front of them holding hands and bowing like they just performed an amazing play. And what was all that about? Sasaki asked, raising an eyebrow. Blame the kid, it was his idea, Togoata said, putting his hands up in surrender. Though you have to admit, it was fun, Mina said, picking up a few pieces of skewered fruit into a bowl and offering it to the others. True, it was fun. And Nigeri offered to videotape the whole thing and send it to HeroTube. Togata said, waving to the rafters above them. Looking up, the adults was another student, Togata's friend Hato, using her quirk to float down in fits of laughter. You two should have seen your faces, sir and mister, she says, trying to contain her laughter as she typed a few things into her phone. Thank you all for participating in this installment of Fed Up Queens. Or FUQ for short, Deku says before skipping off. Izuku sat tied up in the back of a truck, while several costumed people argued about what to do with him. The whole scene freezes, fogged over, except for Izuku, who turned towards us, wearing a deadpan expression. I know what you're thinking, how did all of this come about? Well, I got bored at the dorms and being under the same roof as Kamelinsky was going to drive me crazy. So I told the walking burrito cat that I was going for a walk. He tried to stop me, emphasis on tried. So there I was walking the streets in the light of the full moon, clear air, when these beaches pulled me into an alleyway, surrounded by 20 hero buttes who Judgment says work as mercs and bounty hunters. I was able to take down most of them before a pansy but used a paralyzing gas quirk to gas the rest of them along with me so that he and his team can tie me up and throw me in a van. Now 5 assholes are laughing about, with their boss, some decked-out Machine Gun Kelly cosplayer with so many gold chains, Mr. T would be jealous. The world fades back and resumes. The wannabe gangster was smirking at Izuku as he sat tied up. You're supposed to be some big-shot dangerous vigilante, but now look at you, all back of the bus. Wilo, where we taking this kid? The guy with the gas quirk asked from the driver's seat. Yeah, swag, the bounty doesn't say, just says it was made by UA staff, said another from the passenger seat. Guys, what did I say about using the old name? It's Midas touch now. The impersonator said. Wait, oh swag. Izuku said to himself, putting 2 and 2 together, since Judgment had called him by his civilian name. Your hashtag Wilo Swag King? Izuku asked before bursting out laughing. I mean, you showed up for like 5 seconds just to get laughed at because almost no one got your reference and disappeared. Yolo sighed to himself. This is why you do not have a bunch of teens come up with hero names that will stay with them for years. Hey, it's your own fault. Those words died out in the early 21st century. I'm just going off other people's ideas that this takes place some 100 or so years in the future. Why not just call yourself Mr. T, or Bling Bling Boy, or BBB, because I can think another name with 3 Boliviano. My parents were historians, so I grew up on this kind of stuff, you know, before humanity nearly stupefied itself into extinction over all the stuff in the USA and COVID. Before Triple B could start going off on a tangent about what a mess the 21st century was, Izuku interrupts. Okay, so how do you want to do this? Because I'm in a mood and it's getting late. Do you want me to break out and beat you all unconscious? Or let me go and I find the person at UA who put that bounty on my head and beat them up? Like you could, that stuff is basically steel and besides, I'd paralyze you if you tried anything, said the driver. You mean this stuff? Izuku asked, dropping the rope that he had been cutting with a hidden blade while keeping the others talking. And if you tried, you'd just be paralyzing your team. He finishes before leaping at BBB. From outside, passers-by would just see a normal van suddenly stop before watching it bounce and shake, loud but unintelligible shouting and grunts coming from inside. After a few minutes the shaking and yelling stopped, and by now there was a crowd just watching up, scared and confused, before the back door opens and a small person jumps out. And now if you'll excuse me, I have a cat to punish, he says to the onlookers as he walks off to UA. In Nizu's office, you think he got the message? Nizu asked, sitting at his desk drinking tea. Oh, knowing him, he's already won his way. Aizawa started but was cut off. Here, Izuku said from the window, which was on the top floor of the 10-story building, and was locked. See, you made 3 mistakes. 1. You made the job. 2. You made it open so anyone with an ego could take the job, knowing I'd get offended, and, he says as he sees Aizawa move to use his scarf, but Izuku quickly jumped from the window on top of Nizu's desk, grabbing onto Aizawa's wrist. Too slow. Now that you have my attention, what do you want? Well, with all the villain attacks, we were planning to have the first years take the provisional licensing exam. We were hoping you would help train them, Nizu said. Izuku stared at Nizu for a few seconds before starting to laugh, like HTTPS. UDBEGMAQ, T1, starting soft, them started going crazy. This continues for several minutes before it dies down. I will be able to do it my way, correct? As long as they don't die, then yes. Nizu said, nodding, having expected that reaction. And I am not taking licensing exam, I have no intention of being a hero, Izuku said as he thinks he sees the 2 pros share a brief look. We'll get to that when we get to it. Burrito Cat said. Fine. But don't expect me to be gentle, I'm going to train them the same way I was. Accepted. That is all we wanted to discuss with you. Both classes have already been informed of the plan, Nizu said. Izuku head back to the dorms that he shares with 1A. I guess we will have to have a backup plan for that. Yeah, he needs a license, especially with all the attention on him. Even still, a lot of people that think him as a villain. While this was going on, Ijiro sat in the common area thinking back what he had learned during the sports festival. Bakubro, someone he looked up to because he was always sure of himself and willing to help others, had bullied someone to the point they had become a vigilante, one that takes down heroes in the 10-10 charts like it was nothing. One that also seems to hate Bakubro, even though the blonde seems to feel extremely guilty about what he did. Ijiro wants to ask his friend about it, but it seemed like a touchy subject, especially after Bakubro's reaction to when Deku had been taken by the villains. But now that they were in the same building as Deku, he hoped that he would get a chance to ask him about him and Bakubro. The thought had barely entered his mind when the dorm front doors open and said boy came in. Ijiro looks around and sees that they are the only ones in the common area and the kitchens were empty, gets up and goes over to Deku. Hey Deku, I was wondering if I can ask you something. The green-haired boy looks up at Ijiro and sighs slightly. Well, you just did, but go ahead. Well, I've been wondering, what's your and Bakubro's history? Once he finished his question, Ijiro felt a shiver run up his spine as he sees Deku's expression darken, and calm eyes turn into an icy glare that would have put Aizawa's to shame. But he also noticed that Deku wasn't glaring at him, more through him, up the boy's stairs, and into Bakubro's room. That is between me and Bakugo Kamelinsky, I suggest not butting in. He finishes before moving past Ijiro and up the stairs. Ijiro watches Deku walk away, before taking a relaxing breath. Whatever the problem was between those two, Deku was seriously angry about it, and he did not want to get caught in the middle of that. The following week all Hero Corps students are instructed to meet at Gym Gamma. Okay, you guys are all here for training for the provisional licensing exams. Erasure Head said to the group, leading them inside. But as Vlad is busy and I'm not in the mood to deal with you crackhead, I will leave you in the capable hands of Deku. But Mina was cut off when the floor the classes were standing on began to rise. Looking around they saw that the entire gym floor as rising in different levels, and saw Cementos in one corner of the room, most likely using his quirk. After a few minutes the platforms leveled and the group found themselves on the tallest surface, just as a figure jumped his way to the top, jumping from platform to platform. After it reached the top, it moved next to Erase Your Head, turning out to be Deku. Okay, that's my cue. Deku, you know what to do. Erasure says, jumping down and heading out of the gym. Yes, Nico. Deku says, and there is silence until the door closes behind Aizawa. Alright you maggots, listen up. Deku about to teach you the pecking order. It goes you, the dirt, the worms inside of the dirt, my stool, Aizawa, and then Deku, any questions? Yumyai, Kirishima said before Deku quickly kicked him off of the platform onto another one further down. Luckily he had used his quirk so he wasn't hurt. Enjoy the climb back up beach. Deku calls after the red head. The rest of the kids said a silent prayer to any gods who would hear, that they will survive the training. I am sorry I haven't posted in a while. I needed to concentrate on school since they were opening up actual classrooms again. But this break has brought to mind one crucial thing that I have missed, one I must repent for all of time, one thing that makes any of TFS's work key. I have forgotten the own count. I know, I deserve to get Yamcha Ed. But that also brings up a question. Who should get the own count? Person with the most votes gets it. And if they have already been owned before this, I will either go back and add the own count, or simply start it from this time. Put your answer down in the comments please. Who deserves to be done dirty? Who should be the butt of everyone's jokes? Then should they get it reset? Okay brats, here's how I'm going to. Izuku started but was cut off by one loud blonde. Why should W have to listen to a vigilante like you? You don't even have a physical quirk. Okay, whichever quirks you want, I'll just use whatever I have on me, Izuku said, getting a bit tired of this blonde. The walking copier smirked and tapped Metal Gear Not Solid, explosives for brains and My Little Brone, and not in the fun way, before charging at Izuku, covering himself in metal and propelling himself forward with explosives. Izuku sighed and pulled out his collapsible titanium staff, moved to the side as the definition of a blonde was closing in, spun and smacked the blonde hard in the face, sending him back and on his back, dazed and groaning. Quirks don't mean sheet if your opponents are smarter than you. So in your case, he says, bringing the staff down hard in between the injured boy's legs, like a cartoon character playing whack-a-mole, causing him to screech and curl in on himself before passing out. As you can see, quirks aren't everything. Eraserhead, he fights quirkless. Tails and Handy Mandy basically fight quirkless. Their quirks make their hands bigger, or give them an extra limb. They are useful, don't get me wrong, but those are barely quirks. It's almost like someone was running out of ideas for quirks. But in this quirk-saturated world, you need better control and to strengthen your quirks, especially if you're going to take the licensing exam. So to start, I'm going to need to check with some people before we start. So start thinking of ways to improve your quirks or moves or whatever. Ponytail, Split, come here. Talon, Rich, and Sho looked at each other before going over to Izuku, while hearing other students whisper and talk about what was going to happen. Sho, have you been working on using your fire? Izuku gets a nod. Okay, I want you to work with Poison Ivy's daughter and have her continuously attack you with her vines while Premature Boy and Fish Boy sends attacks at your ice. Morbucks, I want you to continuously making dense throwables for Ghosty and Ladies Viagra to throw at dense and denser, while also shoving food into your mouth. And if I see any of you stop for any reason in 45 minutes, I'm going to shoot them with this. He says, taking out a Spa's 12 shotgun, before turning to the others, taking out a stack of folders. And that goes for the rest of you. I am also instructed to tell you I'm not using live rounds, but it will still hurt. So complain, stop or annoy me in any way, and you will see how much this hurts the rest of you. Your homeroom teachers are pansies and made training schedules for the rest of you, something about not wanting to hospitalize everyone or something. Now get to work. The classes scatter to follow his instructions, getting into groups, collecting their folders and starting their training. Todoroki, your boyfriend is scary, whispers Tetsusu, already using his quirk, who was passing Shoto to joining Momo, Kirishima and the others. A split second later a loud gunshot was heard, followed by a strangled cry of pain and thud. The gym went completely quiet as everyone looked to see Tetsu on the ground gasping for air, still covered in steel, clutching his chest in the fetal position, what looked like a small sack next to him. Then as everyone looked over at Deku, who had his shotgun brazed to his shoulder, looking about ready to fire again. Everyone was quiet, scared about what the vigilante would do. Izuku walked over to the coughing, gasping teen, shouldering the gun. Once next to him, Shoto and the others watched as Izuku crouched down. What was that tin can? All they heard was more gasping and coughing. That's what I thought, Hanjaku. He says before walking away. Someone get this Hanjaku to Recovery Girl. Members of Tetsu's class picked him up and dragged him to Recover Girl's office, while most everyone went back to training. All but, how many lives have you ruined or hurt with the things you've done? Again, the gym goes quiet as everyone turns and watches Mina standing there glaring at Izuku's back. The boy simply turns his head to look at her, smirking. How much bread have you eaten in your life? He simply asks before turning back and going to a raised platform. The teens inside the gym share a collective shudder. Tetsu was right, his boyfriend was scary. Shoto just couldn't understand why he found that hot, as he and the others returned to their training. After a few weeks of training under Izuku, where he had them do different workout routines. By doing so, all their quirks have improved drastically. After helping Shoto increase his max output for both sides of his quirk. He might not have reached his full power yet, but he can easily freeze the training hall or turn it into a sauna, and that mixed with Mushroom Girl's quirk, caused some problems for that day. But for Izuku, who always had a small breathing mask on him since his near run-in with Midnight during his time as a vigilante, got to watch everyone else choke as they ran outside to Recovery Girl. Using the improved cold, Izuku had Momo and Cementos to build a big cement bunker around Caramel Boy with enough of an opening Shoto to constantly pump more and more ice in to turn it into a freezing meat locker, while Dog Boy was free to explode and go wild. The plan being if they could make him sweat more and easier, he could make bigger or different kinds of explosions. But unlike usual, Deku wasn't here, neither was Shinso or Todoroki or Monoma for that matter, but while the hero course were training, present Mike, Aizawa, and Hawks came in. Hawks and Mike laughing, Hawks carrying a toad, and Aizawa pinching the bridge of his nose. It's not funny, you too. Aizawa grumbles. You're right, it's hilarious, Mike said. Sensei, what are you talking about and where's Deku? Ida asked, causing another wave of laughter from the two blondes. That's why we are here. Todoroki, Shinso, and Monoma were out last night while Deku was out on another one of his walks, Aizawa said, starting to explain what happened. Todoroki and Shinso had snuck out of the dorms late to get some snacks from a gas station. Monoma had tagged along for some reason. It was going to be a quick and simple run, until a group of 5 flashily dressed gang members charged in, all wearing strange but similar armor, ranging from a short man to 2 big buff super heavyweight-looking man with what sounds like theme music, posing in strange stances, the 2 big men facing away from everyone, bent slightly so their butts were pointing to the others. The 2 shorter members stood on either side of the leader, one leg lifted in a figure 4 and one arm raised, and the leader of the group feet together, knees bent and spread on his tiptoes. After holding the pose for a few minutes, they all got into a line, so that everyone's face can be seen standing behind the one in front of them. All of them had different color skin. Okay everyone, nobody move or make noise. We are the Jinyu Force. We are here to food and money. A few people tried to make a run for it. Birder, right? He says as he rushes after them, appearing back with the civilians who tried to run. That was fast. The purple one, who seemed to be the one in charge, says, not sounding at all surprised. Well boss, it's no problem for the fastest man on earth. The blue one replies. Now men, you all have your assignments, go. The leader says. The men spread out, collecting drinks, food and money from customers or the register. The short one approaches Todoroki and Shinso, reveling to be green and have a second pair of eyes. Okay, kids, money and valuables. Is your quirk to make you look like a dog? Todoroki asked, chuckling. What? Do you want a biscuit? Do I look like a dog too? He was cut off as a dog biscuit smacked him in the face. What the hell? What? Too stale? Shinso asked, attempting to use his quirk. You cocky little BR, he tries to say but falls under Shinso's control. Knock yourself out, Shinso said. The short guy proceeded to punch himself hard in the face until he collapses. Monoma was surprised they would do that, and wondering what the other villains were thinking, but kept quiet as a giant redhead bodybuilder villain approached them. Hit Rikum's music. A cheesy resting entrance music starts to play. Heroes, you think that just because you're in UA, you're the best there is at what you do. But let Rikum tell you something, brother. You ain't no Wolverine. And you ain't got what it takes to step up to a 5. Champion. Champion of what? Monoma asked, totally confused about what's happening. The red-skinned one comes up after securing the other customers and the exits. This fight right here is gonna be a bloomin' slobberknocker it is. Shinso had to choke and cover his mouth to keep himself from laughing at he over-exaggerated Australian accent. Then the tall blue one came up next to his partner. You can just feel the intensity. Monoma was just getting more confused about what was happening. Who are you talking to? The audience, the blue one said, motioning to the frightened customers, followed up by his partner. We're doing commentary, mate. You see, heroes, you sit here and brag about how you're the mightiest in the entire world. Well, look at where you are now, scared. You talk about your legends and your symbols and your pride, but that doesn't mean a DMN thing to this man. Because the name's Rikum, and it rhymes with doom, and you're gonna be hurting. So alone, says the buff redhead as he does a fighting pose, ending in a flat pose, standing on one foot with the rest of him parallel to the ground, accompanied by some of the younger customers cheering, thinking this was a show, but it soon dies down as the 3 students glare at Rikum. Monoma, who has had enough of this and wasn't about to be shown up by 1A, let alone by Dekus Boy Toys, narrowing his eyes, wrestling's fake. He says, receiving booing from some of the customers, with a slight, you suitedly uck, being heard. Oh, go to hell all of you. And if it means getting this DMN thing over with, then I'm just going to have to beat your butt. Now hit. My music. Step into the Grand Tour, from Dragon Ball GT starts playing. Oh, the FK with this. Monoma taps Todoroki's shoulder, copying his quirk, then releases a blast of flames at Rikum, burning a part of the store along with it, and then charges up both hands. Isiai jabroni. Monoma fires off both fire and ice blasts in front of himself and fires it at Rikum, causing an explosion. Todoroki and Shinso duck their heads due to the intense temperatures. The smoke eventually clears out. Everything went better than expected. Monoma starts but is interrupted. Rikum does a pose while slightly scathed, having lost his armor. You talking more smack, hero? What? How could you possibly get up after a hit like that? Monoma asked, shut. Silly hero, the only thing Rikum sells is merchandise. He says, pulling out a bag and dumping out a bunch of Rikum-themed merchandise on the floor, including a Rikum vibrator, which starts vibrating. Oi, birder, bet you Rikum don't even leave a body. The red one says to his companion, please. You already owe me a Japanese soda from our last bet. The blue one replies, well, you still owe me a Japanese burger from the one before that. While the two were arguing, the fight was still going on, hitting Monoma with a heavy elbow before grabbing him, earning a chant of pile driver from his companion, and pile driving him onto the ground before jumping back for distance. He's setting up for the Rikum eraser gun quirk. The blue one calls the blue one, still acting as announcer for the fight, while all the time making comments how he's the fastest thing in the world. This is vintage Rikum right here, comments the other one. Rikum. Eraser. The large man says, putting both his hands above his head. Monoma is seen panting, bleeding. This could be the end. Guin. He fires an energy blast from his mouth, but gets nailed in the back of the neck by Todoroki, who cred ice on the ceiling, making it fall, forcing his mouth closed. Oomph. Idiot. Shinso grabs Monoma and avoids the blast, causing it to collide with the back of the store, obliterating it. Oh, last-second interference from Team Bratz. Calls out the red one, not sounding too worried. Ricom stands there, his mouth is all messed up from Todoroki's earlier attack, missing teeth. Could Ricom get a mirror? He feels like he might have chipped a tooth. Dear God, what happened to your face? Todoroki asked surprised. According to the rules in Reg, he's allowed to take on both of these new challengers. Says the blue one. Sounds good to Ricom. He says before starting to beat on Todoroki and Shinso, not answering Shino's whenever he asked anything. He continues till they are bruised bloody. During this time, Izuku had been having his moonlit walk, having also escaped Aizawa's latest attempt to keep him out of trouble, which was simply to have elbows and ball to secure him. All he had to do was strip and get free, then get replacement cloths. Now free, he's walking around, when he hears commotion in a small store. Looking inside, he sees Shin, Tadu, and who was that other one again? Oh right, copycat. Well, these guys made the mistake of hurting what was his. Izuku blitzes inside, quickly swinging his extendable metal staff and smacking the blue and red one, using them as jumping points to get to Tadu and Shin, all within a few seconds. Jesus, that was fast. I mean not as fast as me, considering I'm the fastest in the world. But compared to the average person. The blue one said, stammering, as if he was trying to figure out what to say, as Izuku gives Tadu and Shinso some painkillers and bandages so that they can fix each other up. We get it, mate. It's cool. His partner commented. Hey, Ricom was in the middle of a match here. So how about yo? The red-haired wrestler yelled but was cut off. Sir, I am talking to my boyfriends. Izuku said, looking back at him. Oh, Ricom apologizes. He says before releasing. Wait, what am I apologizing for? Ricom's gonna kill you. Izuku ignores him and goes back to talking to Tadu and Shinso, finding out what happened, which further infuriated the hothead. Ricom will not be ignored. Sir, I am trying to talk to my friends, he says before turning to Monoma. Hey copycat, we're friends now, right? FK off. Was his only reply. The best, he says before tossing him some painkillers. That's it. Ricom has had enough. Feel the strength of the Ricom Ultra Fighting Miracle. Yells the villain wrestler. Sir. Izuku yells, smashing Ricom in between his legs, the blow making the Biger man squeal, clench himself before he slumped forward, his destroyed outfit showing of his but as it's sticking up and knocking him unconscious. I will fight you in a minute. He then turned to Monoma, as the wrestler groans weakly. So, anyway, knock off, what happened to you? Did you get beat up by this guy? No. I am. Monoma said, trying to figure something up when he said, I fell down some stairs. No you didn't, you, the kid said before Monoma cut him off. Shut up before I throw you down a flight. What the bleedin' hell? We were having a right rip snorter here. And then this piker shows up and just like that it's, good night, Irene. The red one starts yelling. We get it, you're from Australia. Tadu says. He's making fools out of us, jeez. The blue one says. You're bloomin', right he is? We'd better bust out our special technique. His partner says before both of them start powering up and shout, seizure procedure. The two combined into a whirling blue and red vortex. As the store starts flashing red and blue. Monoma, whatever you do, don't look directly at it. Monoma? Shinso said, covering his eyes with Tadu, looking over and seeing Monoma with his eyes rolled back in his head, foaming at his wide-open mouth, and miming unintelligibly. No way. No one resists the seizure procedure. The red one demanded. Plan B. His partner shouts before the two lands next to Izuku, one behind and the other in front. Alright, you BSTRD. Prepare to feel the wrath of the Jinyu, the red one says standing in front of Izuku, earning him a punch in the face. Arg. You goddamn wanker. You punched me in the dash. This earned him another face punch. Arg. You did it again. Izuku punches him in the face again. Stop it. Stop it. Izuku punches him in the face for the fourth time. Pisses. Oh, what did the captain tell us to do in this situation? He thinks back to what his boss said. Jeez, if you ever find yourself being punched repeatedly in the face, always remember to, a fifth punch to the face cuts the thought short. God. He cut off the captain. So, aren't you gonna dodge any of these? Izuku asked. Oh, that's what the captain, he says before Izuku punches him in the face for the 6th time. Ah. He turns to his partner. Birder. Support. Well, you've got very nice hair, you're a beautiful shade of red, and honestly, you're the only guy I can rely on this team. His friends responds. I meant punch him, you daft bastard. Oh, but thanks, you know? That did really cheer me, Izuku sighs, punching him in the face. Again. But God, I think he broke something that time. The two starts attacking Izuku together, with Izuku easily blocking both their attacks. He then counterattacks by sweep kicking the blue one off his feet and then gets back up and holds his hands near his face, all while, You Can't Touch This, by MC Hammer plays from one of the phone's ringtones, the music pausing at word, stop. Deku time. He jumps up, does the splits, kicking both of them hard, much like Madara does during the war, sending Hem into opposing walls. Alright, this is just bloody stupid. The red one says. Calm down. We gotta come up with a plan. Listen, if you use your crusher ball on him, I can rush him the moment he tries to dodge. He may be fast, but he's not faster than the fastest guy in the world. His friend says, Hey, mate, we need to talk about this whole fastest in the world thing. First off, the captain has been training longer and harder than you, making him stronger. Yeah, so? Well then, correct me if I'm wrong, but being stronger means he's faster, yeah? Well okay. Maybe. And the boss Gata is stronger and has a better quirk than all of us. Okay, that's just not fair. And, if you think about it, Guldo can stop time, so that technically makes him faster than. No. Okay. I am not slower than F King Guldo. You don't know what it's like. Everyone has something special. I don't. What am I? The big blue snake guy. That's all I've got. The blue snake-looking guy said, his voice starting to break. That's all I've got. Geez, mate. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I just want to be special. Something to call my own, you know? Mate me. You do got something special, you're me mate. Dude. No, really. Remember when I had to move me piano into me flat and Rikum was too busy with his match and Guldo? Well, he was Guldo, but you got those ivory keys up those 5 flights in no time at all. You're me best mate. Thanks, Jeez. You're my best friend too. You know, after all this is over, why do you say we head off to Denny's and just have a good old time? Sounds good, mate. But remember, you still owe me that soda. Ha, you're right, I do. Now, let's go show that bloke what for dash. By now Izuku is hungry and bored of this and attacks the blue one by kicking him the back, sending him flying towards the ground, only to be caught by Izuku, who throws him onto the ground, rendering him unconscious. Say, do you know where there's a Denny's around here? He asks the red one. Birder? No. He can only cry. Butter? That'll go great on my grand slam. You just killed me best mate. I'm gonna get the captain. And he's gonna beat you up. He yells as he runs back to his boss. Captain Tathan. Once he reached the other conscious person on the team, a purple-looking guy with horns, and started explaining what happened. Then out of nowhere, this stupid guy in this stupid outfit starts beating us up, and I lost me best mate, and before he was cut off. You'll speak to me professionally and dutifully. The purple man says, standing in a military at-ease stance. After taking a few deep breaths, the red Aussie continues. Sorry, Captain. Now, geez, what the heck happened? Well, see, at first it was going fine. But next thing we know, Guldo. Well. Oh Lord, he's beaten, isn't he? That he is, sir. In our line of work, our lives can be compromised at any moment. This is something we must live with. On the plus side, Birder owes me 500 yen. About that, Captain. He's probably not gonna pay up. Really? He's usually such a good sport about that. Thing is, he's come down with a sudden case of death, sir. Oh, that's a rather hefty loss. Says, starting to pace about, thinking. Yes, sir. He was a valued teammate. Strong, fast, And the red one says as he's cut off again. And blue shouts like a surprised but upset child. Pardon, Captain? Sounding confused. Blue. And you're so red. And short. It was the perfect little yin-yang thing we had going. Sounding like he was explaining a simple but amazing discovery. Not that short, Captain. The red one mutters like a pouting child. Oh, don't go all Shigaraki on me. Now, where are we going to find another blue recruit? Perhaps Rikum knows someone. His boss says, ignoring him just to get a disappointed sigh. He's dead too, isn't he? Yeah. Well, did he at least die with dignity? He thinks back at the list site of Rikum, a shot of Rikum lying face down on the ground, his naked butt in the air. Buzzing flies are heard. Define dignity, sir. Well, geez, I believe the next step is obvious. We, as professionals, cannot allow this act to go unabated. We have a job to finish, and we shall see it through. Sir. Jinyu force, away. He yells before the two rush back to Izuku, and once there, the purple man is a bit disgusted with how the teen looked. What? Just look at his hair. He looks like he just got out of bed. For goodness sake, jeez, he's even wearing pajamas. I swear it, sir. He picked us apart one by one. We never stood a cha. Again is cut off by Izuku punching him in the face. Oh, that's just not fair. Enough of this, I am Captain Jinyu, the leader of this band of misfits. And seeing as you have deeded most of my men, I must avenge them, he says before charging at Izuku, with the pair of them start to fight, both attacking and blocking as Izuku pushes Jinyu back before both jump away from each other. I'm sufficiently impressed. You've held your own very well. But your form and grace will never compare to that of the illustrious Captain Jinyu, he says as he strikes a pose. Izuku smirks as he mimics Jinyu's pose. You mean, like this? Oh God, is that what I look like? That isn't what I look like, is it? Jinyu asked with a shocked and disgusted expression. No, Captain. You look amazing. No offense, but this is boring. Like really boring. Like listening to Ida's lectures boring. The two then had a little exchange. Well, Captain, if you're getting stressed, you could always. You know, whispered the red one. Oh geez, this is hardly the time or the place. Besides, I did it in the pod on the way here. I meant switch bodies, sir. Ah yes, of course. The purple one says before stabbing himself in the side. Sir? You're supposed to try to do that to me. Izuku said confused, stepping backward through the doors. Oh, but you see, I did do it to you. Change new wow. A beam shot from the villain at Izuku, who grabbed a frog that was hopping around, yelling, "Stranger danger," and threw it in the path of the beam, making it hit the frog. Once it did, the light disappeared, the frog fell on the ground, and the purple villain got on all fours and started croaking like a frog. Everyone in the store ped their heads as one, slightly, as they looked between the frog and the villain, then at Izuku, who shrugged, grabbing the frog and putting it in a plastic shopping bag, and swinging it around like a kid does with nunchucks, making his way over to Sleepy Cat and Pokeball. So does the gallant hero get a kiss from the damsels in distress? Izuku asked the two, smirking softly. You mean a stalker? Aizawa 2.0 said, we saw you following us since we left UA. Well, can you blame me? You guys have been attacked a few times already, and I can't have these pretty faces get hurt, he says smirking, moving in to give them a kiss, before he was suddenly wrapped up a familiar cloth. Really, hobo head? Blue balling me? He says squirming in the capture weapon as he turns to see Aizawa coming into the store. You were supposed to stay on the grounds, brat, wannabe sleep paralysis demon said, pulling on the cloth. Oh, and let your students get hurt? Izuku said before his mouth gets covered by the scarf. Bullshit, you were stalking my students? Sleeping Bag Fanatic says, getting a muffled shout in response, as he collects the toad as it struggles and squirms to get free as he drags the squirming boy, leaving the store and the shocked customers, but not before looking at the three. Get to the school, you three are confined to house arrest for the month. He says before continuing to leave, carrying the criminal frog and squirming vigilante back to the school. And that's what happened, Aizawa said, pinching and rubbing his nose as Mike and Hawks laughed as they rolled around on the floor. The class was shocked for several seconds, looking between Aizawa and the frog pinned by a few of Hawk's feathers, a few bursting out, crying, joining the two heroes on the ground, gasping. You are to continue training and pushing yourselves while the four are under house arrest. And secondly, Deku says, if any of you fall behind, I'm tazzing you all in the nuts PP with cattle prods. The students shudder at the thought, the boys covering their privates before rushing off to double their training. Aizawa glares at the two other adults with his quirk, making them stop and sit up on their knees before grabbing the frog before all three head out Nizu's office to discuss a plan to deal with the brat. So how are we going to get the brat to do the licensing exam? He asked once they arrived. Whatever we ask him, he basically does the opposite. Thanks to you little spectacle the other day with All for One, he gained the attention of the commission, the public, and they are asking about him. So in order for him to be able to do what he wants he's been doing, he needs to get a hero license to look more legit to the government. I think I might have an idea for that, Nizu said smiling. It's been a few days, and it's now time to head to the locations of the provisional licensing exams, 2 buses, 1 each for each class. The teachers were already there, Aizawa with an extra suitcase. When the students showed up, some waddling as they carried their suits and gear, Izuku strutting in front, swinging around a stick-looking object making the students behind him shudder every time they look at it. Did you really have to do that? You know they have the exam today, right? Aizawa asked. I told them what would happen if they fell behind, but they weren't taking me seriously enough not to be able to do things without someone holding their hands. Sensei, how many times can you get tazzed in the nuts, till you can't have kids? Xerox asked in a high-pitched voice to Bloodbank, who simply sighed and side-eyed the pill-bug cat. Well, brat, there's something you should know. Since you have been of help to Yue, you have vacation days, Coffee Enthusiast asked. I have days off? Izuku asked, tilting his head. Yes, but on orders from Nizu and most of the staff, myself included, you are allowed to do anything, except the exam we are going to. There is a tense silence after that order. Taking the cat boy and the peppermint, Izuku calls out, grabbing his cat-shaped candy cane body pillows, and sitting in the front seat, laying across their laps. I'm not sure what upsets me more, the fact that worked, or that those two are what he cares about most. Super Hobo said as he and Bloodhound ushered their students into their buses. Izuku spent the time for the trip cuddling up with his slightly confused boyfriends, looking over at Hoboman. You see, I know you're playing me, but you know. What? It's working. So I take it you brought my gear. Yeah, we couldn't allow any of the more dangerous stuff, but knowing you, you'll make do. Catman Johnson says. Beach, you know it. Once they arrive, the students are shocked at the size and the number of other students trying for their licenses, including a tall, loud, buzz-cut-looking clown. Hey Todoroki, been a while, thanks for the advice back at the recommended exam. Now I'm following my own hot-blooded path, instead of focusing on someone else. Peppermint Butler's kid gives him a small smile and a thumbs up, making Izuku squint and glare at the Sasquatch and his class, at least before the next group of students came over. When they met with a from Ketsubutsu and his teacher, Mrs. Joke. One of them was being all friendly, shaking hands and greeting Class 1A, arriving at his cat boy, getting closer than he did with the others, until Izuku took his hand and threw him into the side of the bus, before stepping on the space next to the student's head. You want to trick someone with that weak but fake smile, go into customer service? Try that again here, you'll be shitting your teeth, Izuku says menacingly. And if you ever even look at my cat, I'll make sure that smile is permanently attached to your face, Joker style, in case you didn't catch my meaning. The idiot puts his hands up in surrender. Understood. While this is going on, Harley Quinn Light is watching with caffeine sponsor. Is this normal? He's very protective of what's his. He says to the other teacher, before turning to Izuku. Hey Gremlin, no killing the other testes. Okay, Dabi never means to kill, only maim or horribly injure. Huh, you said testes, Izuku says before joining the others as they all head inside the hall and listen to the details and instructions. Okay fuckheads, just like the training camp, fighters on the outside, and sensitives in the center, Izuku calls all the students spread out and surround them, the class scrambling to get into position. Is your school sure about this? I mean, he is a celebrity and a villain? Mrs. Joke asked. Anti-hero, he has made that perfect ally clear on multiple occasions, Shota said, smiling as the screams of students echo in his head. You just remembered a bunch of students getting traumatized by the kid, didn't you? What makes you say that? You have your kids getting stronger by being traumatized, smile. Moving on. He's a good kid, a little bit over-enthusiastic. Okay, how can you be a little bit over something? Why didn't you tell them about the tradition? She asks as the buzzer to start sounds, and all the nearby students of different schools start attacking the group. After their training, if they aren't ready for surprise attacks, being outnumbered, and ambushes, that would really piss off their teacher. Shota said as the two watched 1A easily blocked and repelled all the attacking spears, the ones in the center calling out attacks and locations of attackers, while the ring responds by defending and countering. Bakugo using explosives to destroy or repel attacks, Shiro and Shinzo catching attackers and securing them to be tagged. And second, who wouldn't expect something like this since the U at a sports fest was broadcasted everywhere? During the fighting, one of the students caused an earthquake, separating and spreading the class into smaller groups. Izuku got separated from everyone else. Right, Kaus, this isn't a plot device. He says before he's jumped on from behind. You took one of my friends away, said the voice behind him. Look, Mosquito, you could have joined him and left, but you didn't. But that doesn't seem to stop you from meeting him as other people from what he tells me. Izuku said exhaustedly. Yeah, but he's always with his boyfriend, and when I want to have fun he's always… That's not very hero-like. I mean, he doesn't arrest me, but still. The girl whines as she gets off him, her clothes and physical form melting as Izuku gets up. Look, we can all hang out and play later, but I'm busy right now, and make sure the girl is found. Fine, and she is here, just taking a nap in the bathroom, Toga said as she hopped away as other voices are heard coming closer. Deku, there you are. Everyone is scattered but finding each other. You okay? Kabi's cousin asked. Yeah, let's just finish this, I have things to do later. Things? What things? You don't do things. Office Depot said. Yes, I do. I take very enthusiastic walks at night. And make out with a cat and peppermint stick? Let's just finish with this. He says, leading the way back into the all-out fray going on between students and schools. Other members of the class join through the rest of the portion of the exam, resulting in all of them passing, joining those that passed and others that will before the time is up back in the building. And now for the second half of the exams. The instructor said as the outside field exploded, changing to look like Kamino Ward after the big fight. Thanks to Pro Hero Hawks, who had the intel and foresight to evacuate the area before All Might's big fight, civilian injuries and casualties were a minimum. That is what we expect from our heroes, but sometimes, things cannot be avoided, and heroes must be dispatched to help with the injured. This section will simulate civilian in that situation. As he spoke, the students could see people on the field, spreading out among the debris. Foresight, my pale dimpled, but, Izuku hissed, quietly so only the class members around him including his boyfriends, Mina and Uruaka could hear. I told him to evacuate the area. Is it really? Mina starts before the two tall boys responded with a simultaneous, yes, blushing. You all are to work together, treating the wounded, and taking them to the first aid station. Be warned, there may be some surprises waiting. With that, the walls fell away, revealing that they were in the middle of all the destruction. Immediately students started going to work. Some made room for a triage center, while others went out in groups to search for injured civilians. Okay, spread out, keep at least one person with enhanced senses to find the actors. Izuku said, calling out to the class, who nodded and spread out, and it's going well. The number of injured are piling up in triage. Students from different schools are working together to excavate people and bring them to first aid area. Things were going well. Students were bringing in injured civilians, reassuring them that they would be fine. Others were tending to the injured at the triage. All of that changed with SeaWorld attacked. A wall exploded, and hench people started pouring into the area, along with Shemu. The students in triage went into action, Some went to engage the villains, with others started moving the actors to a different area. Izuku charged at the boss, jumping and delivering a kick with his reinforced steel-toed boots. "Hey there Shenmue, how's the blowhole?" "Oh great, after you poured vinegar and miso sauce into there." The whale grumbled, blocking the kick. "You know it was a hot day, and I had a horde of cats following me back the whole time." "Yeah, you became a meme, I didn't think people still made those but me," Izuku says before jumping back just as a Firenado surrounded the blubber zebra. Looking, he saw the loud giant looking like bison floating in the air, cape flapping in the wind with Katy Perry shooting fire under him. Izuku went about taking on the hench people, as more and more students came to help fight off the attackers. The fighting only takes a few minutes before a buzzer sounds that announces the end of the exam. The Firenado dissipating, revealing an exhausted walking aquarium. "Not what word?" he panted, glaring at Izuku. "Hey, if it's too hot, stay out of the kitchen, blubberbutt," Izuku said, chuckling before booping him on the nose with a rock and running away to join the others getting cleaned up for the announcement stage. Everyone passed, though it was close for a few of them, especially during the second part of the exam. As they left, some of them met their families, the pokeball barley dodging questions about Izuku being just a friend, earning a friends with benefits from his white-haired older brother, but it was good to see the burnt blister with his family, almost took away from the fact another person Izuku did not want to talk to showed up, Boom Boom Beach's mom. The two simply looked at each other for several minutes, not saying anything as Inko and Dog glance between the two in silence, like waiting to see what happens. "Izuku, she starts but is cut off. "Not here, unless you want to disrupt other people's life," Izuku said as he starts walking away. "Come on. Let's go eat or something, it's on a different student," he says, waving around a stack of money. "You got that from that kid you nearly kicked through a wall, didn't you?" "Therapies for weaklings," said nervously following Izuku. "If you can't feel a rushed pickpocket while getting yeeted into a wall by a leprechaun, you don't get to call yourself a hero or need money." Try hard. Mom looks at Inko, who shrugs and follows, shortly followed by the other. They soon arrive to a 24-hour dinner. "Okay, look, I can almost forgive my mom because she was desperate and she's a follower, her little boy was getting bullied by his only friend. And I forgive you less because you were desperate to fix your out-of-control son, but you speak your mind. But both of you went the quick and dirty option instead of taking us to see a therapist or psychiatrist, you know, people who spend years learning how to help people with the kinds of problems we were having. But no, you went to someone with a quirk, someone that told you it was permanent and had no idea how it would actually change us. You could have sent the rabid dog to military school or somewhere to teach him some freaking humility. But no, you went with a throw something at it and hope it sticks approach. Well, guess what? Something did, and now you can't live with your perceived failure." The table was silent after that. They were in a secluded part of the dinner, and it was late, so not many people were there in the first place. Izuku watching the mothers crying silently before sighing, "But we can't change what's done, we can only move on. So, stop crying, I am who I am now, and so is the porcupine, and we can only accept that and keep going, so there's no use worrying about it. But you were such a nice and sweet boy," the older blonde said, still a little teary-eyed. "Yeah, I was also a whiny little crybaby. I had to grow up sometime, and plus, now I can do things that heroes can't, going after the people that cause crimes to occur," Izuku says as their food arrives. The group eats in relative silence. Once done, they pay for their food and start walking home, until Izuku hears small running footsteps coming from an alleyway. So, he stops and looks inside, seeing a small dark shape heading his way before it smacks into his leg. Bending down, he finds a small scared little girl with her arms wrapped in bandages, red eyes and silver hair, clinging to his leg. "Please help me," she says softly. Izuku puts an arm around her, hiding a small GPS tracker into her cloths. "Who are you running from?" he asked before another voice comes around the corner. "Where are you, Eri? You know what happens if you're upset me." Another taller shadow shows up, becoming more clear as it gets closer. A thin man in a plague doctor mask and a dark feather scarf and jacket. "There you are you bothering these nice people? You know that bad things happen to people that get involved in our business. An all too familiar ringing sounds in Izuku's head as he looks at the new arrival. Chisaki Kai Ige overhaul, quirk, overhaul, able to disassemble and reassemble anything he touches as he wishes. Crimes, murder, mass murder, psychological abuse, child abuse, drag manufacturing and drag distribution, terrorism, organized crime, assault and battery, torture, usurpation, destruction of property, unethical experimentation, terrorism. Izuku takes a steadying breath, holding the girl for a second. Thank you for finding her for me, I hope she wasn't a bother. But it's time to go home now, Eri, it's getting late and I get cranky if we are out too late. Big Bird said, moving to take off the surgical gloves off his hand, as the girl starts pushing away from Izuku. I'm coming, you don't have to, she calls out, running to him. Izuku can hear movement behind him. Before he deftly put a hand out, Flamingo's attention focused on the girl, signaling the others to stop and not do anything. The two look at each other for a few seconds. The light was shining from behind Izuku so the man wouldn't be able to see Izuku's face. After a few seconds, the man replaced his glove and took the girl away. Once they were a good distance away, the others sighed with relief. Who was that? Inko asked. Someone that was very dangerous, Izuku said as he pulled out his phone. Hey cat-in-law, I need some information and possibly a favor. It's only been a few hours since the exams, how can you be in trouble already? Came the resin voice on the other end of the line. Okay, first off, rude, she just happens to me so it's not my fault. Second, I have information that will fit with the information that I will be asking for, and the favor will include my help if my information helps with the subject of the information that I am requesting. Fine, it's too early for this nonsense. What do you want to know? It's 6 p.m. Also, who's the hero that's looking into Chisaki Kai and his group? There's a crash, a flurry of movement along with a coughing fit for a few minutes before a gasping response with laughter in the background. Where the hell did you hear that name and why do you need to know? You just choked on your coffee, fell out your chair, knocked over a cat tower, scared at least 3 cats, didn't you? And now Mike is laughing at you. Just answer the questions, you gremlin. Fine, party pooper. If you must know, I had a run-in with Big Bird's germophobic cousin. He had a little girl with him, who seemed to be scared of him. She had bandages around her arms. I want to force-feed him his beak as a suppository. Izuku hears a sigh on the other end. The laughing cuts off into a short cough. Fine, the hero in charge of investigating him and the 8 precepts of death is Night Eyes, All Might's ex-sidekick. Find me in the Alps, Izuku sighs. Fine, set up a meeting for tomorrow. I need to get a few party favors ready. I'm not sure what's worse, that you have more dangerous equipment than the ones we confiscated off you, or that I don't mind it. I'll send you the information about the meeting. They both hang up. I'm coming too, chimed in the shorter Bakugo. No. What? No, you're not. You're too soft. You give off protagonist energy. Probably end up trying to appeal to his good side, when he has none. But no, you're staying back, and that's final, Izuku said before pulling a grappling hook from his bag and swinging away, leaving the other 3 to head home themselves. A few days later, work-study started. Several of the students, Kirishima, Ururika, Ashido, Shoto, and Yayurozu went to different heroes to request, which Shota allowed, so long as their school work didn't suffer, though from the reports he receives, some of them have encountered some particular villains. Now, setting up a meeting on the kid's request, which was still interesting to Shota, as he expected Midoriya to go at it alone, let alone involve All Might's old sidekick. Midoriya went with Shota to meet with the man with the ironic name. They were met by one of his sidekicks, Mirio Togata, and Ashido, who simply waved at the pair, looking confused, holding a piece of paper that she handed to Shota. Gremlin, he yells, first seeing the kid, having had a few run-ins with him at school and in costume from the reports Shota got. You perverted streaker, that's how you sound, he says in a monotone voice. The two stare at each other for a few seconds before laughing, before the blonde leads the way to his boss. Thank you, Togata, leave us. Nada said. No, this has to do with what you're looking into, isn't it? The brat said, shocking his chaperone with how serious he's taking this. Usually he only takes random stuff. Night Eye gives the kid a quizzical look before nodding. Very well, you said you had information on Chisaki Kai. Not so fast. I'm not here to just give you information I could have called or given to Super Hobo here to give to you. No, Mighty Eye, I'm here to barge in information to be part of the mission. He says, sliding over a paper. Leaning over, the adults read it, as it turned out to be a completely legal agreement form, information in exchange for joining in the operation to attack the Yakuza. No, you are a wild card, unpredictable. Not to mention a child. Shota was about to say something when he is cut off. Oh, and how old was Peaches over there when you took him on as a sidekick? I mean, we live in a world where we are basically training child soldiers. The gremlin said, not being wrong. But I digress, since you're not interested in information of how his group is making the quirk-destroying bullets that Sumo Gum and his group met, or even their location. This caused Mirai to pause. And what's to stop me from looking into your future and getting that information myself? It's funny you think I'd let you touch me before I run out this building yelling, don't touch my no-no square, and the fact you can't use it as you've already used it on Princess Bubblegum back there, congrats on a new intern. And how do you know I used it on her? The boot prints everywhere except that limited hair for all poster, and the fact she was carrying a stamped permission slip. Night Eyes gave him a surprised glare. I used to be a fan of his as a kid. Mirai just watched the kid for a few minutes, glancing between him and Shota. It was silent, even Togata behind them was holding his breath. Very well, your capabilities up to now seem adequate enough. You may join, if your information is good. He says, signing the agreement before sliding it back to the demon child. I'll let the attitude slide for now. Birdbeak is making those bullets from the blood of a little girl, experimenting on her, Midoriya said, pulling some papers out of his jacket and passing it to Mirai, who carefully hid his shock under his usual stoic expression, taking the papers and looking at them. Medical data, taken from inside the Yakuza HQ where Featherface is experimenting on her. And how, may I ask, did you get this information? Night Eyes said, glancing up from the papers. A confidential informant. Somewhere, a girl in a blood-stained school uniform sneezes. Huh, someone's talking sheet. She says, shrugging as she goes back to stabbing a lackey, you know you and your friend wouldn't be in this predicament if you had just not been involved in hurting that little girl. She says, looking up at the other Yakuza lackey who was tied up and gagged. And the location. To this, Midoriya pulled out a GPS receiver, showing a blinking dot in a large building somewhere nearby to where they currently were. How are you sure this is where they are? I ran into the girl in question a few days ago, when I asked Mr. I look like how I like my coffee, tall and dark. I placed a tracker inside her clothes so that if she did somehow get taken back, I could find her again. Mirai grunted, which Shota took to be a sign of approval. Very well, we will be having a meeting about the operation in a few days. Be here if you still want to be a part of the operation. Midoriya got up with Shoto, nodded to Night Eyes and left, passing a seething blonde on the way. The day of the meeting came around and Izuku had invited a few more people to the party. Some he did personally, much to their confusion or hesitation, others he did through Cat Dad. The pair soon arrive at the meeting to a wall of silence and confusion, as not only were scales and food for y'all and their interns there, but so were Magic Hands his sidekick fan service, Step on Me Barbie her sidekick's kung fu fighting and Grow and Show. Okay, why the F heck is he here? Said the token African-American anime character. I'm here because I've seen Chisaki and want to know if he does taste like grilled bird. I want to save the girl he's experimenting on. And 3, you should really effing curse, it's good for the soul. Way I heard it, you couldn't save her, the great hunter Deku. Soon to be a stereotypical African-American father, said. Oh, so you would rather endanger innocent lives by getting in a battle with someone that can deconstruct and reconstruct any matter just by touching it? Izuku said, smirking, I might just have to look into your hero work and make you an actual statistic. Since I was the one to tell Hawks to evacuate Kamino Ward before the blonde and the faceless had the face-off. Fine, but what are these other kids and heroes doing here? They are our sidekicks, said the other heroes. As for why we are here, asked Deku. Hey, I have a plan. I just need ponytail, long sullen silence, orange is the new black, and that time I got reincarnated as a titan. Speaking of, did it arrive, cat-in-law? Call me that again and I'll crazy glue bunny ears to your head. 2. Why did you ask for something like that? And yes, it did. Mr. Sixth cup of coffee today said, don't worry your pretty hobo head. Hobo head, I got a plan. I'm also going to need May. Handsome? And oh no. Do you not remember what happened the last time? We left the two of you alone. Really, Seven Nos? And yes, we made beautiful children together. You made a mercury switch attached to an airbag. It took ectoplasm almost an hour to find all the pieces of wood, plaster, and steel. We told you we were fine with a life model decoy that we made full of ground beef, bone, and synthetic flesh, but no, you wanted a dummy. Now, I'm going to need her there to help me with a few things. Why did you have something like that in the first place? We were told Hound Dog hadn't eaten that day and his birthday was coming up. Why do you think it was dressed as a mailman? You're lucky this is to save a little girl. Can we please go over the main parts of the plan? Stamp Act asked. Thanks to Deku, we know where the Yakuza are. We also know how they are making the bullets that Fat Gum and his sidekicks found. Inside the bullet, we found blood. Upon testing, we determined that it is a match for a child that Deku discovered to be in their clutches. These bullets seem to be able to temporarily neutralize anyone's quirks, as well as damage the quirk cells in their body for a time. We have to assume that Chisaki Kai is working on trying to perfect the bullets to make their effects permanent. It might also be prudent to assume that they might have a few such bullets with them, so be careful. During the talk, Izuku noticed the students getting enraged at the idea of a little girl getting experimented on. Surprised you're against them, isn't your whole thing no more quirks? Pipped up Mr. Gold Chain. Okay, listen here, Cassius Marcellus Clay. I don't want quirks gone. Quirks are tools, they can be used for good, bad, or for stupid reasons. I want people to use them responsibly to help others and be held responsible when they don't. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to show these ladies their places. Oh, and be careful, I have a few contacts inside. Try not to attack them. He left, with the girls shuffling behind him along with a resigned alley cat who started making a call. A day later, at a compound, a man enters an impressive-looking lab. Inside there are 3 people. A man is a white hooded coat and bird mask, a child strapped to an operating table and another man, with black feathered coat and bird mask. Boss, I know we aren't supposed to interrupt your work, but there seems to be a disturbance near the front gate. He says, passing the feathered coat man a photo. On it, there is a street, with words written out in red paint. The cake is a lie. I don't get it, I don't get it. The man growls. None of us get it either. The underling says meekly. Is it a reference to something? There was another shot we got from our drone. He says, pulling out a similar one. This one has someone with a yellow umbrella. Looks like someone wants our attention. Of course, if this is a police raid, then they would want us to send our men to the front so they could sneak in the back. But if they suspect we would see through their plan, then that could be part of their plan, so if we do send our people to the back, they can rush the front. Let's send most to the front while placing a few at the back as guards, so if they do come in through the back, we can send reinforcements. Also send out the alert, we may need to use the escape tunnels. Sounds good, boss. The underling said, heading out to carry out his job. Once he was gone, Chisaki went to his desk safe. Prep to leave, Chrono. We need the bullets and the girl. Get Shin in here too. Outside the complex, the front gate opens and a decent-sized group of Yakuza come out, along with a giant muscled man. They moved to where the words were painted on the street, and looked around, though not seeing anyone or anything around, until they heard a loud blast. Looking around, they didn't look up, in time to see a cannonball smash right into the big guy, making him fly back into the wall surrounding the compound, just as heroes and cops rush out from the surrounding alleyways. Machi and Mrs. Kermit leaping out of a trash can nearby and touched the big guy so that Legs could lasso him with her tongue and toss him to Maleficent as she changed into her dragon form and started playing paddle ball using her tail, with Chilai using her tongue to wrap him up and throw him back at her every time, as the cops arrested the gang members as more of both ran out of the alleys and building. Nearby group that was rushing into the building from the back door, one was groaning as he pinched the bridge of his nose under his glasses as he runs. I'm not sure what I'm annoyed at more, your plan or the fact it worked. Welcome to the club, Grumpy Cat said as he ran with the rest. Why y'all attacking me? It worked and it was fun. Plus, who said that was all my plan? We still have Woodstock to deal with. Izuku said. Is that why Mount Lady and Mrs. Kodai aren't here but Mrs. Kendo is? Yes, not stop questioning it. The plan only has to do with getting in and taking out Zazu, everything else is make up as you go. Not much of a plan then. Ice Cube said. Deku's idea of a plan is to make a plan, execute the plan, expect the plan to go off the rails, throw away the plan. Sylvester sighed. Oh, so we surviving off bull now? Apollo Creed said, just as the floor opens up, causing everyone to fall. The group is forced to separate, different groups fighting off masked members of the gang. It got awkward when they ran into a fighter, who recognized Show Them Hands. Waititsu? Is that you? He asked. Uncle? What the hell? I thought you were boxing in Kento? Yeah, about that. He says, scratching his head, looking away. Wait till I tell Mom. She says, following the others as she left the room. No, don't tell your mother, she hits harder than Dad did. He yells after her, before looking defeated, making the fat and the manly as well as his own partner feeling awkward. So are we going to? Bungee Gum said after a few minutes. Yeah, let's go. Before any of you start, I know they aren't related, it's just for comedy. The main group, Izuku, Pinkie Pie, Phasing, Hands for Y'all, None for Y'all, Miles Morales, and Eyes made their way deeper, until the walls started blocking their way again. Lucius Fox used his quirk on the walls, just as Cullen's better sister and Dose showed up. Izuku knew they were there since they had been feeding information to him, but two of them still saw them as criminals and attacked them. Dumped by a blonde, stop. They're my contacts. They are criminals. He yells, throwing his stamps. And I'm a vigilante, now stop. He says just as one of the stamps causes Twice's mask to rip. The man starts to hyperventilate as Dadzawa uses his capture weapon on but Eyes, and Izuku joins cloths melt in covering his face. What the hell? The man suffers from dissociative identity disorder due to his quirk, you blind Karen. Izuku checks with Duplicate to see how he was, allowing Toga to pass him a map of the tunnels and him to pass her a vial of his blood, before heading back and punching a guy with glasses on. Next time, don't just assume you know everything, and actually listen to people. He may be an idiot, but he did one thing right, he left your overly serious butt. They were interrupted with the walls yelling about traitors and fake heroes and the rise of the Yakuza as they shifted and changed. Toga and Twice were able to escape, as Acid and Hands started destroying the walls that blocked the path, allowing Lemons and Izuku to chase after Toucan Sam. They got within sight when they started feeling lightheaded and drunk. Feeling tipsy, boys? A voice asked. Looking up, they saw a grown man Inosuke cosplayer. Stranger danger, Izuku yells, pulling out a taser and shooting it at the man. What? He says before 70,000 volts of electricity course through his body, causing him to freeze up before dropping onto the floor, 7 feet down, right on his back before passing out. Was that necessary? Peach Provider asked. Would you like to experience your first hangover without the fun bits? Izuku asked, getting a quick no, before the two continued the chase. Hold it right there, you two. Donald Duck said, one arm holding the girl, the other, unloved, inches from her face. The two stopped. Good, now you will answer our questions, Shin. Now you are you too? Another man asked, looking like an actual plague doctor. Lemillion. Jump Scare said. Me? I am a 400 tall purple platypus bear with pink horns and silver wings. Izuku says, smirking, making the three adults look at each other. What are you doing here? Saving the girl from any more pain. To do something I couldn't with innocent people around. I came looking for booty to kick. So, we can do things the easy way or we can do this the hard way. The choice is yours. How are you doing this? My quirk makes people tell the truth, you brat. Ah, but what is truth? but what we believe to be true. What? Of course, try to be philosophical and adults don't understand you. Doesn't matter, where are the other heroes? Close, weak-minded said. In Japan, Izuku said. Is this brat for real? How did you find us? Izuku holds up the GPS receiver. Got to check your prisoners better. I think he's stalling, Woodpecker growls, looking through Erie's clothes and pulls out the tracker he had placed there and smashes it. The girl looking between Izuku and the poster child for Captain America in wonder and hope. Brat, are you stalling? Yes. Why are you stalling? To buy time. I really hate this kid and your quirk, Scuttle growls again. Buy time for what? For happy ending to get here to carry out her part of the plan. Izuku says just in time for the very person to show up and smacks all three into a wall, knocking out Comrade Question. The impact of the hand and the wall causes a gun to fall from Riddler's hand, which Mooner lunges for before he notices the girl has been dropped as well, changing direction as he moves, catching her and wrapping her in his cape. Izuku tried to grab the gun, but was too slow as it had fallen closer to Yago, who was able to touch the ground, causing spikes to shoot out everywhere. Everyone was able to dodge, even the other villains, as more spikes came out of the floor, the walls, and other spikes and allowed Hanzi 2 to pick up the gun. When he did, he aimed it at Tintin. But before he could get a shot off, a bang is heard and the dart gun is shot out of his hand, along with the finger. Everyone stopped and looked at Izuku, who was holding an actual gun. What hero has a gun? Screamed Polly, clutching his bleeding hand. Whoever said I was a hero? Izuku said, smirking as the pieces of the gun along with its bullets clattered to the floor. Plus, it seems the fight up top will drag on. Drag on? What are you? Bird flu began before the ceiling, which had gotten weaker due to the constant deconstruction and reconstruction, collapsed as a dragon, a knockoff Bane, Kirby, a frog and an Energizer bunny. It was also at the time that the rest of the group decided to show up, see for none a bit more beat up than when Izuku left them. Izuku had plans within plans. So that even if the enemy found the GPS and figured out his plan, he could plan around their plan, thus planning around their plan that they were planning around his plan. He knew that Scratch and Sniff would be interested in the Yakuza's drags and resources. So he just had to wait until they met, though he was not expecting there to be blood. That was not part of the plan. But now he had contacts inside that wanted to make the group pay. Izuku had given Transformation Jutsu his blood so that she could tell the heroes up top where they were when it came to underground compared to the surface. Charlie's Angle's dribbled steroids are snacks down the street to the intersection before Choke slamming him through the ground. You know what? To hell with all of you, dirty, filthy heroes. He yelled, used his quirk on his downed lackey and himself, pretty much debunking Full Metal Alchemist and modifying himself with components of his lady, now having 4 arms and hands, allowing him to fight off Caffeine Addict, Handsy McGee, and Slick and Slippery, while also keeping the rest busy with spikes coming out. During all this, his lackey was able to grab Eri and bring her back to his boss. Once Big Bird had Eri and his lackeys, he used his quirk to create a platform for them, and starting to rise to the surface. But they forgot a certain green demon child. Izuku pulled out a grappling hook from his belt and fired it, grabbing onto the cape still wrapped around Eri. Everyone looked at her, then down the cord to Izuku and back, before the hook activated and yeeted the girl towards Izuku, resulting in a crazed scream from Pingo as his form was separated from the underling he fused with, and the platform broke apart, creating tentacles of stone and steel trying to grab the girl. Hey Pinky! Get the girl, get in position, he yells at the pink girl. She looks at her, her skin glowing as an X appears on her face, as yellow lightning seemed to envelop her, kicking of the ground hard and fast enough it left a dent, appearing in front of Eri, grabbing her and kicking off the tentacles, breaking them as she darted around like a squirrel on crack, using the tentacles and the walls of earth and steel to climb out of the hole. Foghorn looks at the hole that his prize had escaped out of, before looking at his downed hulking underling, before using his quirk on the pair of them, turning himself into the spider monster from Stranger Things and climbing out. Hey, Puff the Magic Dragon and friends, we need to get up there. What the heck are you doing here? You were just up top. Dragon Tails asked. It's all part of the plan, so have some goddamn faith and get me up there. Toru grumbled before lowering a wing for them to climb on, before flying up to the surface. Once up top, Izuku jumped down, looking to make sure of their location, noting that Gumdrop Buttons was fighting the spider with the unicorn on her back. Hey, bring him over here. Izuku calls from an intersection nearby. After months of training under him, she actually listens and leads him to the intersection. I got one thing to say to you, avian flu. And what's that, pest? Tahiti, Izuku yells. A few seconds later, a British double-decker bus, twice its normal size armed with a plow in front, appears out of nowhere, blasting, "Move beach, get out the way, move beach, get out the way," driven by the only one that could drive something that big. This particular one was also modified with an engine specially made that could go from 0 to 60 in 4 seconds. Everyone was too shocked to say anything before it crashed into the oversized bug, breaking off parts of his body, launching him back and into the air as another loud blast, similar to the cannon before, sending another cannonball into the still-flying bug, sending more pieces flying and him higher. At the same time, a yellow glow could be seen above him. Ashido had been shocked, horrified and excited when Momo told her the plan the night after the big meeting, which she was told was the same reaction as the other girls. Apparently she was part of it, but only at the end when they got the girl, but Overhaul was still a threat. She was supposed to lead him up top to an intersection so that Mount Lady could smash him with the bus. She wasn't sure how she was going to till Ryukyu came crashing through the ceiling. Then she was supposed to deliver the final hit with Overhaul in the air, with everything she had. That part also scared her until she understood Eri's power a bit more and seeing it in action herself. Having the kid secured to her back allowed Ashido to go 100% full cowling without danger to herself and deliver focused full power punches to the stunned villain, sending him spattering into the ground, obliterating the extra body parts. After all the villains were secured, paramedics showed up to administer first aid to the injured cops and heroes. Apparently, Hard for Y'all was able to convert one of the villains to help them since he helped carry Glutton and a few others out of the complex. The heroes that were in the complex were a little worse for wear, banged up and beaten, torn cloths, but alive. I'm even more unsure what I'm upset about more. Your plan or the fact that it worked? Still not over, his ex groaned as he tried to fix his hair. My sheet always works sometimes. This getting a laugh from some of the more cultured heroes and sidekicks, followed by groans as some were more injured than others. Don't make me laugh, I might puncture a lung. Yeah, you really need to get the hospital. The EMT said as they loaded up the injured into ambulances. You surprised me, Deku. I saw a whole different future for today, me dead, Lemillion losing his quirk, Mina injured or dead, and Chisaki away with Eri. But you changed everything. Yeah, that's because I don't deal with fate. That beach can kiss my pale freckled butt. I do what I want, how I want, when I want. Izuku said as they were the last group sent to the hospital. Later, the vehicles carrying Chisaki to prison was attacked by the luage of no dads. Izuku just happened to by on one of his walks, ignoring his phone, knowing it was his Catman, as he watched the caged bird get dragged into the streets, before swinging down. You're a hero, help me, save me, he yells seeing Izuku. Izuku and Hatener look at each other for a few minutes. Chisaki, I save people as need saving. Shoot people as need shooting. And help people as need helping. These folks here will give you what you need. He says, giving them a thumbs up before heading out, making sure that the guards and Hero Crust were alive, just unconscious.